welcome, Illumineers.
Dreamers of all ages, we're here.
We are here, Gabe, and it's great to be in the booth with you. I am Willobeez. You can call me Willow as well. Joined with me, of course.
I'm Gabe. You might know me from some stuff like former places that used to have tournaments that don't have anymore. Also from Triad. You might have seen that last week as well, but I'm here now. We're at Versus Games over here in Oviedo, Florida. What is it, like 45 minutes south? No, we're 45 minutes north of the place where the Great Illuminary was created.
Boom.
Friends, we're in Orlando.
Yeah. We are right down the street from Walt Disney World, Magic Kingdom specifically, the happiest place on earth.
It's magical place on earth.
Magical.
Yeah,
okay.
Disneyland is the happiest place on earth.
Okay.
And the chat will get mad.
Okay,
they will be upset.
We must know the difference. Well,
yes.
you know what? A little bit of lore coming to us for the Illumineers already. Speaking of lore,
yes,
we are going to be questing for a lot of lore today.
So much lore. All the lore.
We've got plenty of players. I think the last time we saw it was maybe around 70 players that are going to be playing in this event today, hoping to compete, obviously, for, of course, some cases of Whispers in the Well, the brand new set for Disney Lorcana, but also the top two. So the finalists will receive a round one bye to the Pro Play Games Orlando Summit. That's exciting.
It is very exciting, and that's happening December 12th, so that'll be a lot of fun. These people are fighting for a lot. They're not just fighting for bragging rights. Yes, they're fighting for product, which is cool too.
Right.
If you need more Whispers, if you haven't bought enough, then you got more coming to you. But even beyond that, we got to do something with those cards, don't we?
Absolutely.
And what that thing is we've got to go and we've got to win.
We've got to win
the PPG Summit.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's a lot on the line here, and I think it's great that PPG is doing these for local stores such as this one. I think it's really exciting for the players to have something other than product, because like you said, the product's great, but it's fun to have some other things on the line and to kind of really test your skills before Disney Lorcana Challenge Richmond.
100%, yes. And there's so much happening. We've got set champs on the way, and Versus is getting ready to announce their date for theirs as well. We've got other locations that are firing off too. You've got Charlie's Collectible Show coming up not too long. So lots of opportunity for our Illumineers that are here to test. Those of you that weren't able to join us, we're sorry. We wish you could be here. However, you could still learn from them, and that's what's really cool as me and Willobeez, or is it Willobeez and I?
Willobeez and I.
Okay, well, I talk good, and that's what's important here. I talk good. We are going to help you understand what it is. And what's really, really cool, we thought that the meta was solved last week.
Yeah.
And then there's like 5 new decks.
Absolutely.
It's insane.
Absolutely. I think LCCC
right,
is kind of
LC3.
really contributing to some new decks popping up. We've seen really some of the best players in the world showcasing some new builds and really showing that, this format is far from solved. And I think one of the things that I said when promoting this event is come watch the meta be formed live, right? Because this is a significant amount of players. This is going to have some impact. It's going to have some ripples.
Correct.
And even, like we said, going to PPG, which then leads right into Richmond. So this is definitely going to be one to watch. We have some notable players here today. The Florida scene in general, but particularly Central Florida is booming. Lots of players that go to many events, especially official ones. So we hopefully are going to have some good matches today, and I'm really excited to see what kind of spice is going to be in that room, because I've heard already from some players just walking around, they've said, hey, if you could put me on stream, I've got something spicy coming. So everybody here in Central Florida has come to play, and they're really excited to show off those brews.
Yeah, and Central Florida period is the place to be when it comes to Lorcana. Sorry, Zan. Atlanta's okay, but Florida is better. And even within Florida, there's little I guess we'll call them like little groups. And Central Florida, don't get me wrong. I mean, we got Dragon John Z out of here. We got a lot of great players. We've got Rebirth playing out of here as well. But friends, I'm not the only one from South Florida that came here. Okay, we've got friends that came up. So you may not know this, but there's a little bit of a wager situation going on here. We've got some friends that have come. You might know some of them. Some of them you may have seen in the ICL even. It's going to be so exciting. I cannot wait to get them on stream. I cannot wait for you all to see and experience this. But Willobeez, I got to ask you. So even though we're 2 weeks into this meta, and we thought of course everybody solves it the first day, right?
For sure.
And yet we didn't. Thank you, Baker, by the way, for your Ruby Amethyst deck.
Stuff,
Darn you! I had to learn a whole new set of cards. What are you excited? What's the thing that you're most excited about, Willobeez? What are you hoping to see today?
Well, I think it's interesting actually that you mentioned Baker Lorcana Villains list, because I really am excited for the return of the Kings, so to speak, in Ruby Amethyst. I believe that it has been making a little bit of murmurs and waves in the game lately. And I think that, for a long time, especially the first couple of sets, I mean, think of Rise of the Floodborn, right? Like, those bounce characters were so impactful for so long that Ruby Amethyst really was on top and was playable to the point where it's sort of like Sapphire Steel.
Yeah.
That player base as well is very dedicated. I think there's a dedicated group of Ruby Amethyst players that want to see that deck thrive, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't one of them. So that's something that I'm really hoping to come in and see today in a big way. Maybe if it's not even in huge numbers, but just make a splash, start winning some of its matches, maybe see it in a top cut, is definitely something that I'm looking for. What's a deck that you're looking forward to?
Oh, it's got to be my favorite. It's got to be Emerald Amethyst. I'm hoping to see some Emerald Amethyst out there. It is the color that I love, or the color pairing that I love the most, the ink pairing I love the most. I started the game with that ink pairing. Spoiler alert, I abandoned it quickly. And it's probably the deck I've played the least now.
Oh, wow.
But there's still a place, like, it's still home. There's still a place in my heart for Emerald Amethyst, and I want to see it be the very best that it can be. Speaking of Ruby Amethyst, I'm actually excited about that one as well. I will say, I made the joke earlier, but for my zoologist, for my ecologist, is that a job?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, sure. For you folks that like animals, okay, Ruby Amethyst really does feel like what I like to call like a keystone deck. Like it's like the apex predator of the Lorcana world. It needs to survive. Its survival is what ultimately determines how the meta goes.
Yeah.
So it's good to see that the apex predator is still alive, still roaming around out there, except maybe a little headless, and maybe some Diablos now hanging around with it. But yeah, I think it's fantastic what we're seeing out there. So many different color pairings out there. We've also seen just kind of some of the murmurs out there for things like Kiwi. Kiwi may be back.
Yeah.
According to Harlan. If you ask Harlan, he says it's back.
It's back. It's back, yeah, which
It's
is
so
different than the traditional Sapphire Steel ramp lists where you kind of ramp up to these big guys and drop some bombs potentially. Kiwi is usually more low to the ground. We got some warded up characters, and it's more aggro style. So two different camps, but a very dedicated fan base to that as well.
Yeah.
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about potentially everybody's S tier pick, which is going to be Amethyst Steel.
Oh, it has to be.
Yeah,
it has to be.
Which last set it was in a very good position, right? It was very well positioned in the meta, and I think it's just gotten even better to where I've seen all the tier lists floating around on the internet. I'm sure
so many tier lists. JDZ with the tier list.
The tier list. So there's a lot of opinions going around. But one thing that I've seen across the board on all of them is Amethyst Steel is on top for everybody. And I think it's because it just got such fun new tools this set. That Hades looking for a deal, which also is an iconic. So hopefully we get to see some of those be in play today. I'd love to see an iconic in a deck, right?
Spicy.
Talk about max rarity.
Yeah.
That is such a great tool. Demona. That 6-drop Demona, like exerting characters, so it has that Elsa effect, but then you also get to draw cards.
Yeah.
It's really gotten some very interesting things. Some of the builds have been more aggro to start, looking at that Timothy Cube mouse, but then we've also seen some more mid-rangey top end with the Demonas. I think it's going to be a great day. I'm really excited to see how these decks shine.
Yeah, I think Amethyst Steel, to your point, I think what's really exciting about it is that just because you know the color pairing doesn't mean you know what you're playing against.
Right.
It can be so different from player to player. And even within the same deck, I mean, the deck is really designed as a toolkit deck. It's a fantastic toolkit deck. You could have an aggro deck in the same build as a control deck.
Yeah.
And that's one of the coolest things about Amethyst Steel, where other decks are a little bit more linear and they have to solve some things. So yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the things you're excited to see, chatters out there, we'd love to know what you are excited to see. Please let us know in the chat. We do see No One Cares 2000. It looks like there is something that they care about, Willobeez, and that is that purple steel. That Amethyst Steel deck.
Oh, yeah, that Amethyst Steel deck, which, I'm curious to see what the meta share breakdown is really going to be. We're going to be doing our best as soon as we get started, as soon as we have all those deck lists in, approved, and looked at, to be bringing you guys in a couple of rounds what the meta share is. It's going to be some quick hand math, so don't get too technical and bogged down on the numbers, but we will do our best to inform you guys as we see it shake out. But, funnily enough, I was able to talk to a couple of players here and there, people I know, people I don't know, just saying, what are we playing? I actually have not heard Amethyst Steel come out of anyone's mouth yet. Now,
I know.
Obviously, we're going to see it, but I haven't heard it yet. So
yeah, absolutely. And we're getting word of the player count right now. So it looks like it is going to be, right now we're at 52 players.
Awesome.
Which will equate to 6 rounds of Swiss.
Nice.
And then I believe the top cut is top 8, which
Yes.
makes the most sense.
Yeah.
So it'll be. We've got a lot of Lorcana, folks. A lot of Lorcana. So for those of you that are in the chat, if you're watching us now here on Versus Games Oviedo, if you're on this Twitch chat, please hit the follow. Make sure you show them some love. Let them know that you're hanging out with us. Click that button.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, just hang out with us. We've got so much to come and so much to talk about. I'm really excited. Oh, let's see. We see Princess decks. I gotta say, I've seen a few of those running around.
Yeah.
So Princess decks are a lot of fun. It'll be exciting to see how we run that.
Yeah, I mean the most notable princess right now in the meta is going to be Cinderella, Dream Come True, I believe,
gracious.
with the beautiful enchanted.
People just can't stop shutting up about her. All they do is talk about her.
So I mean she is of course the prettiest girl at the ball, even without her slipper.
Right.
Which
how can you not find her? I know who she is. She's everywhere. There's 4 of her everywhere I look. Get
everywhere,
out of here.
yeah, you can't find. So
oh my God.
So that's going to be exciting to kind of see that card put in some work. I think one of the big things for Lumineers was when we figured out that she counts herself.
She does.
Right? So you get that effect right away.
Yeah.
And something about, like, the chat is suggesting Sapphire Amber. I'm curious to see if we'll have it. Some people say it's not their time. But if there's going to be a princess deck that's going to make the most use out of that ramp ability in drawing a card, it's going to be something with Cinderella, Sapphire, Amber in it, right?
It will be. And the other princess that people are sleeping on, in my opinion, is Rapunzel, who just came out this set. Really cool effect. Whenever somebody is targeted with support, that character does not take damage at least one time. So that first amount of damage does not go through.
Right.
And you need a second time to do that. So that's another one that we haven't seen used too much. That's a card that should see some play, and it does feel like one of those cards where over time it gets better as more support cards come out. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any of that out there.
Yeah, there's a couple of cards I think when through the lorecasts and the things that we've seen the devs speak about, some cards that they've mentioned, even if we don't see it kind of have its time in the sun now, they're only going to get better. Which of course they know what's coming down the road, and I think one of those cards is the Black Cauldron Legendary in Amber is something that they said that, hey, maybe right now it might not have its time, but we know something's coming down the line that's going to make that really good. And I think that ability to pay one to put a card underneath it and then potentially be able to pay one again later to play that card.
Yes.
Sure, it's not free, but there's going to be things that reduce some of the cost of those abilities and things like that.
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
I'm excited.
I cannot wait.
Really
It's gonna be wild out there, and there's this hush over the room. There's this moment that's happening out there. Me and Willobeez were able to go out there, talk to some of the players. They are excited.
Yeah.
A lot of them are excited to come on stream. They're asking us, hey, Gabe, Willobeez, do me a favor, put me on camera. There's so many people out there that are so excited to showcase what they have for you all. So if you don't know what you want to play, if you're not sure what it is, that you're going to find something today.
You're gonna find something.
I promise you're going to find something today.
And hopefully something you've never seen before, which is going to be fun for us to hopefully showcase some of those decks. So we're going to keep a close eye on it. As you can see in the chat, PlayHub is doing its PlayHub thing.
We love you, PlayHub.
we love you, PlayHub.
Great job, PlayHub.
We're talking to you. So, no, PlayHub is doing its thing. So we are working on it. We promise this is going to get started. We want the games as much as you guys do, okay?
Yeah.
We are so ready to watch some Lorcana, but this is the perfect time, okay? Send the stream to a friend. Tell them to get in here. We have not started yet, and we have some really great players coming up already in round 1 that are going to be on stream. We're really excited about it. So it's going to be good. I'm ready to go, and of course, as soon as PlayHub starts acting up or finishes acting up, we will be on to it.
We will be.
And we're going to be locked in. We're going to be making sure everything's done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see in the chat, I got it. Sorry, I got to shout him out. Monty, a South Florida player, not able to make it up today, but he's in the chat hanging out with us. Monty, thank you. We appreciate you being here, bud. I know him. He's one of my friends. He's cool. He's a nice guy.
Oh, it's okay. We can do chat shout-outs.
Strenuous,
hello.
Hey,
Thank you for being here.
Oh, look, they're here for Willobeez. I am too. It's the only reason why I showed up. I was like, I'm not gonna go to that place, and then Willobeez is like, can you show up? And I'm like, fine.
All right.
You said to go, I'll go. Fine. I guess that's fine.
Shame I couldn't make this one. Well, hopefully you can make the next one. I think this is something that they're looking to do more frequently.
Yes.
And this is definitely something versus we were able to see the store. It's huge.
It's huge.
There's plenty of play tables, lots of space, lots of singles. They got some gacha machines out there. We'll have to go hit those up later.
I'm gonna spend all my money here for sure with those gacha machines.
Versus games is no joke. It's really, really cool. I think it's a great spot too, kind of being in this mall. You can in between rounds, if you get a buy, you got to go watch a movie at the movie theater.
You can go watch a movie. If you want to go to the the parks. Hey, it's about a 45-minute ride just
right
up
down
the road.
Yeah,
not too far away. You can go to the Great Illuminary directly and spend all your money there if you want.
Absolutely. At some point, I'm gonna put this on. Okay, so I'm ready. I've brought my Great Illuminary merch. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm ready to support. I'm ready to show my support to Disney Lorcana and see some of these great.
Yeah.
We'll see if it stays on.
No, we're gonna get you some pins. I'm gonna get you some pins when we get out there.
Yeah, just clip it on.
Here, does this work? Can I take this off and put it in your
Just
hair?
put it on my hair.
We'll figure that out. Oh, another shout out to another South Floridian, of course, Wochuck, Alex. We love you, buddy. Sorry you couldn't make it. It would have been fantastic if you could. But yeah, I'm loving seeing everybody in the chat. Bring them on. Send the link to all your friends. Let them know. Willobeez and I, mostly Willobeez, but I'm here too. Let them know that we're here. We're here to talk about Lorcana. We're here to talk about this wonderful game, this fantastic game, and the great meta that we're seeing that is building out of the Whispers in the Well set, and just to showcase all of the Floridians that have worked so hard.
Oh, yeah. I think Florida's no joke. I think the scene is no joke, and hopefully we get to showcase that and showcase those Illumineers here today. Something I'm excited for deck-wise that we actually didn't even touch on is going to be Emerald Amber.
Ooh.
So that green-yellow. Now, traditionally, this is a dog's deck, and I do think it's still a dog's deck.
Wow.
But recently,
Woof,
we've kind of been seeing, finally, some really good use coming out of that Circle of Life card.
Yeah.
So this is a card we got last set. It's a legendary. I'm excited for the things that this card is able to enable, especially when we consider, specifically in that color pairing, the Tramp.
Yeah.
That is 7 cost, so you only need a 1-drop. You need a Bobby Zimmerowski on the board, and you can sing that Circle of Life to bring back something like a Prince Philip.
Yeah.
If we played a Malicious, Mean, and Scary. So I'm ready.
I am too.
I kind of like the high rolls. I know not everybody's a fan of the high roll decks, but they're fun to watch, when they get going.
I say that, but then I played a lot of Whole New World in pre-rotation.
You don't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, I've lost all rights to claim that I don't like high rolling, but I love that card. I think another. So in terms of that Emerald build, and to your point, like, what are they calling it now? Reanimator? Is that the name we're calling it?
Is that what we're going with?
Yeah, like with the Circle of Life. Like some of them are using Chippendale. That also does that. It's being referred to as the Reanimator deck.
Okay.
Fancy term, kind of scary for a Disney property, but that's fine. I like that build. And one of the fights that are happening online, like there's like a civil war amongst these like dogs versus Reanimator fans.
Okay.
It's does Webby belong in the build? And some people say yes. Zan on his podcast recently said Webby belongs in there.
Sure.
Some people say it doesn't belong in there. It'd be interesting to see where everybody lands on that argument.
Yeah, I think it's definitely meta dependent, right? So if we are seeing, I think, like you said, those first 2 weeks, meta was solved. It was Sapphire decks, which are
we solved it, folks.
Well,
we figured it out.
We actually solved it before the cards had even finished releasing.
Correct.
Right. The Lorcana players are very quick that way.
Yeah, so good.
So when Sapphire was predominantly going to be, the big dominant deck, obviously that ramp with that shift ability is going to be great.
Yeah.
But I think if we are seeing, some Amethyst Steel kind of combat some of those decks, then it might change whether or not the Webby is a good inclusion. But regardless, it's inkable and it's questing for 2.
Yeah.
So, and even that 1-drop that gives the +1 to something, it's an additional tramp at least in that deck.
It is.
I mean, why not?
And if you're playing the dual ink lady, that counts as an additional strength.
Yeah.
Which superpowers that lady and allows her to quest potentially for 3 in some of the weirder spots. Webby's pretty good. That's a pretty good card.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty good.
Which notably, the Purple Pansy is here.
Oh,
some
I
people
like
might
him.
know him. And you know what? He traditionally, I don't know what he's playing today. I didn't talk to him. But traditionally, he's been a fan of that color pairing. So if anybody's going to make that work, I'm hoping that we can see him on stream making something like that happen. So it remains to be seen.
Yes. And unfortunately, Ghosty is not here today. So for those of you that are looking for, as we call him, the dog father, the dog father is not here.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So you'll have to learn it from someone else.
Yeah, so we'll have Purple Pansy in his place.
Yeah, absolutely. And some more love in the chat for 954305. So we got some South Florida fans out there. We appreciate you. Let's go SoFlo. We started our own version of the LC3, except it's only Florida. So instead of cross-continental, it's the LFC. Right? I guess it's the LFC. There you go.
Yeah, and you know what? There's so many players. I always say about Orlando. Orlando is such a nerdy city.
Oh, my goodness.
And some fun little trivia for the non-Floridians out there, which you, of course, know this even though you're not here.
Of course.
Disney is not actually in Orlando.
Correct.
Disney World is in Kissimmee. So
Yes.
fun little fact there. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's Kissimmee players, there's Orlando players, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, right? So it's all over. It's all over. And then you got even people in Daytona, over in Tampa.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of the Maelstrom guys are over there. So Florida's no joke.
Florida's
no joke. It's really a melting pot of all these different Lorcana players that are coming to bat. So
it is.
I'm glad to see a lot of them showed up. Really happy to see South Florida show up here today in some significant numbers, and hopefully they can take it down and show everybody, hey, we might have come up here. It's not our turf, but we're still here to play.
They want to take the food from everybody's plate. That's the goal here. They want to take all the food, and just in terms of, I gotta stop you on something though, because you mentioned that like Walt Disney World is not technically in Orlando. I feel like we do that for a lot of stuff. So like I'm technically not in Miami,
right?
But I tell everybody I live in Miami because it's just easier to say that. So I feel like maybe people can relate to that a little bit more than you think, right?
Yeah.
Like how many times do you go somewhere and you're just like, I'm from. Well, maybe you can actually say Orlando. So maybe that's more accurate for you.
Well, but I'm not from Orlando, but I will say Orlando.
You see, I'm telling you. No, Crippin, I did not see Tall Man Purple. I did not see Tall Man Purple.
I didn't see him here either.
Yeah, so you can see that towel from a million miles away. He's
see,
not
you would
here.
know. You would know.
Yeah, you would know. Yeah, for sure. And yes, I'm being called a traitor because technically I'm not even in the right county. Like the county,
really?
I'm one county north. I'm technically, if I said Fort Lauderdale, I think I'd be closer.
Okay.
Than Miami, but who knows Fort Lauderdale?
Never heard of it. I've never heard of it.
I never heard of it. I'm from Miami, folks. Okay, 305 till I die. That's the way it is.
Is it still 305?
It is. So only if you're an OG. You got to be an OG to get a 305. Now it's like 754, I think is the other. It's a lot. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
I think as long as you have a 305, you could say
Correct.
you're from Miami.
Which I do. Don't dox me, but I do.
We've already got 3 of the 9. We're actually not too far off.
You're not too far off. Yeah, you're right. So you're halfway there. Well, a little bit less than halfway there. But we'll figure that out. But I'm loving seeing the engagement in the chat. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Again, if you have not already done so, please hit the follow button. Let Versus Games know that you're appreciating the stream. Let us know. I want to see that player count. I want to see that subscriber count grow, that follower count grow.
Oh, yeah.
So click those buttons. And then if you can ever get out here, you should.
Oh, yeah.
This place is pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely worth making a trip, and hopefully some of those South Florida guys can attest to that after they've played today. I didn't get a chance to because now we're live, so I won't have my phone out, but I wanted to tweet a picture of the setup that they have. I cannot wait for you guys to see it. It is really high quality stuff. The cameras, we're going to have cams on the players, we're going to have cams on the board. It's going to be great. Gabe and I are ready to see it all, okay? We've got eyes in the skies, we are going to be ready to be watching. We've got Andrew is our head judge for the event. He has been to many official Lorcana events judging as well. So we've spared no expense here, and we've really gone out, and it's going to be some top quality stuff. Coming soon. We promise. We're getting to it. We're getting to it.
We will be getting to it. They are working through the details, and we are going to get you up there sooner than later, we promise you. But in the meantime, you've got us, folks.
Oh, yeah.
You've got us. So for those of you that were in Milwaukee, I'd love to know how did it go for you in Milwaukee. So how did Milwaukee go for you? Talk to me about your experience in Milwaukee.
I had a great time in Milwaukee. I think DLCs are great. Just being able to be there, seeing the community in person. I really love DLCs for not only the competitive aspect, but that celebration of the community to come together. And it's something like this, like Versus, where you have people coming from everywhere. But now in that case, in a DLC scale, it's players from all over. So you're able to drive up. Now imagine all the Illumineers are flying over to the same place and being able to see everybody. We saw each other in Milwaukee, which was great. And it was awesome. I got my Mulan.
Did you?
Okay, so
Congrats.
I got it while it was still 3 wins.
Nice.
Now it's going up to 5.
Yes, me too. I'm glad I got mine. Holy moly. Boy, was that a fight.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, and it's no joke, and it's great. They've changed the prizing structure, too. So I'm right. I've got my Elsa pin. Gabe's wearing it right now.
I stole it from Willobeez. So we're gonna open up the fourth wall for you a little bit. Okay. So I showed up, and guess which pin I had? I had the same pin that she's got. So of course she's like super sweet about it. She's like, hey, so if you didn't want to wear the same pin, then like I've got a bunch of pins that you could wear. And I'm like, no, I think I like this pin. And she's like, no. But if you don't want to wear the same pin, so I said, okay.
I said, it matches. You guys can't tell as well on stream, but it's purple. I said it matches the nice little color. So it's actually, we're keeping them stylish, okay?
Yeah, and she's right.
You know how it is. Right. We show up to the prom in the same dress. One of us is going to have to change.
One of us has to change. One of us has. You know what the funny part is? And I'll tell you this. Like, having done a few of these, I can tell you right now, these blazers are not staying on.
No.
Like round 2 or 3, I'm taking the blazer off. So if you have some level of professionality for me that you're expecting, I'm so sorry. Ravensburger, I promise you, we're professional.
We are professional.
I promise you, we know what we're
we
doing.
had them on. You'll see screenshots of us in the beginning wearing them, okay? So
yeah, they will be coming off. Let's say round 3.
Round 3? Okay.
Let's say round 3.
But, it's not too hot yet, okay? Maybe once the action starts revving up and we start, to be like, that was crazy.
Let's go. That guy just played 4 year welcomes at the same turn.
God.
Let's do it.
Oh man, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Something I am curious about for you is what deck do you think is gonna take down this whole thing?
Ooh.
If you had to put an early prediction, I'm willing to lock one in right now as well.
Okay, I'm worried it's the same one.
Okay.
So I've been testing. So as you all know, I'm a member of Team Illuminati. I've been testing a lot of different decks, and especially seeing some of the decks that have kind of come out in the last week or so. I gotta say, the one that I think might take this, and it might be even not a sleeper, but I think it'll catch people by surprise, is going to be the Ruby Amethyst deck. I really think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be Ruby Amethyst. It does a great. It's faster than some of the aggro decks that are out there, which is impressive to say. It's got a lot of 2-questers in it. There's a side of it that can be really fast, and oh my gosh, talk about controlling your opponent's game with characters like Lumiere, being able to put things down like the Headless Horseman, the Terror of Sleepy Hollow, and then just having characters, Diablo, for example, that's normally a 3/3. That Diablo can get all the way up to like 9 strength.
Yeah.
Just insane amounts of control, and it's so unexplored, and I think that it's going to be so under-tested by some of these players.
Yeah.
I have to say that if there's a deck that's going to come in here and just surprise people, I think it's that one.
Okay. So we're putting an early bet on Ruby Amethyst.
I am, yes.
To be fair, I wanted to say that one, but I did have a backup in case we were feeling the same thing. We often are thinking the same thing. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength, him and I. So you know what I will say, and it's a little basic. I think the chat would love to hear me say something spicy like that, Emerald Amber, but I'm gonna say Amethyst Steel. I think if I had to place a bet on something outside of Ruby Amethyst, I'm gonna go ahead and lock in Amethyst Steel, and I think this is a matchup that could very well come to be later. So I'm excited to see. We will have to put a little side bet on it, us as casters, what's going to happen, whose deck is going to reign supreme. But, I think the thing is with that Ruby Amethyst deck, depending on the build, I've seen some players go all the way up to 16 uninkables.
Yes.
And I know in set 1, like you said, you could see it with something like Amber Steel, with that a whole new world. You could have 20 uninkables. Now, Ruby Amethyst doesn't, it draws cards, but I've been testing it. There's times where, you don't really see the draw when you want to. So I do think there's going to be an opportunity. While I think Ruby Amethyst ultimately probably is a little bit more favored into Amethyst Steel, I think Amethyst Steel, if it can see the evasives at the right time, and maybe Ruby Amethyst just kind of gets a little clogged up, maybe a little awkward, not able to ink to where it wants to, I think Amethyst Steel is just really well positioned to take this thing.
Now, I know it just happened. I don't know if you saw this morning's LC3 match versus it was Bradley versus Zan.
I missed it.
Okay,
you're gonna give me spoilers?
Well, I'm not gonna tell you who won, but I will tell you something that I would love to see.
Okay.
And it's a combination of cards that I've been thinking about it, but Bradley might have figured it out.
Okay.
And again, I'm not telling you if he won or not.
All right.
What I will say though is Demona. Both ilks of Demona, the 4-cost Demona, the 6-cost Demona, and the Grimorium Arcanium. Or Arcanium Grimorium, I believe it's called, the book. For those of you who don't know what it does, it is an item that when it's in play, all of your characters named Demona have rush, and every time one of your opposing characters is exerted, you gain a lore.
Wow.
Boy, oh boy, was that spicy.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
So even in this color pairing that we solved already, there is still so much growth. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah,
oh,
so
my goodness.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I can't wait. We have locked it in. If you're in the chat, if you're listening, we'd love to know what deck, off the cuff, without even seeing what's here today, what do you think could win it out? We want to know. We're going to put some bets on it, okay? And I'm excited. I'm excited.
I am too. I'm so stoked. This is going to be so crazy. And I do see, just so y'all are aware, I do see that there are players sitting at the stream table.
Yep.
They are shuffling up, so it shouldn't be very long before we are able to put them on stream. I will tell you that I can't see who the second player is. I do see who the first player is. The first player, should I spoil it or should we wait till they're on stream? What do you think?
Oh.
Maybe you know what? Since we're like doing a non-spoil, we'll wait.
Well, we're going to make them wait for it. We're going to make them wait for it.
Oh, Ghosty's in the chat, buddy.
Okay, welcome.
Ghosty says whatever Mikey's playing. Well, I'll let you. I'll give you 3 guesses what Mikey's playing. I'll give you 3 guesses, and you probably only need 1.
Yeah, only need 1.
You probably need just 1. Yeah. So okay. All right. So we'll see. We'll see if Mikey can pull it up. Mikey is here. I did get a chance to speak with him before the event.
Yep.
He's excited to be here.
Yep.
Sploosh is here as well.
Yep.
Sploosh, a member of Freedom Gaming. So they're just little known fact. Well, maybe some people know this, some people don't. Mikey used to be a member of Freedom Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're both friends. They're both childhood friends. They've known
Yeah.
each other for a very long time. That's why they started the team. That seems
Nice.
to make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's exciting to be here. We're gonna see, like we said, they're shuffling up, so we're gonna get it soon. All right. So we promise we are getting into the action very soon.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I can't wait.
I cannot either. Yes.
Is there anything that we need to cover before we jump into this first round? Because I heard the judge giving his little spiel. Okay, we're about ready to start this thing. Is there anything else we need to say before we get spoiled? Before we see what's out there round one?
I mean, I feel like we've said the things that need to be said. I am so ready to just get to the gameplay at this point. I'm so excited. I'm sure everybody here is just stoked. They're just waiting to see it. I mean, what time is it? Depending on where you are, it's currently 1:10 p.m. Eastern time. Whatever time it is for you, grab your favorite meal of choice. Get ready.
Yeah.
Don't plan. Today's Saturday, so hang out at the house. Don't plan on doing anything but watching us. We'll be doing this for a few hours.
Oh, yeah.
More than a few hours.
To say the least.
To say the least. As we're getting ready, we're shuffling up the deck. So we're going to showcase those players in just a moment.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Like we said, Ghosty is in the chat. So, Ghosty, thank you for being here. If you want to share, we were talking about the dog stack earlier.
Yes.
We know you are the king of the dogs. If you have
the dog
anything,
father.
The dog father, thank you. If you have anything that you want to, kind of share with us a little bit, we talked about some of the cards that have made its way in there, Circle of Life. If you've got something that you think could be a little spicy that we might see today, we'd love to know from the dog father himself. But it's going to be good. I'm getting antsy. I'm ready to go. I know the chat's ready to go. The energy in the room is electric, but we got to keep the Blazers on.
We
okay.
Do. We do. Yes. At least for now. At least through now, as we see. Okay, so we've got our first player on stream. That is Aaron.
Aaron, here
and
we go.
It's Mikey.
We've got Mikey.
It's hazed
on stream. The players are shuffling up. So we are about to jump right into the action. I believe we are doing our altar phase here. Yeah, so we are starting to look at some cards. It's nice to have that player cam. We're going to see those reactions. Hopefully we can get a look. And I'm seeing already on the really in both players' hands, I believe I'm seeing Amethyst.
I do see Amethyst cards. Now I didn't catch a second color from Aaron.
Caught a second color.
I'm assuming that we know what the second color is from Mikey, of course.
Right.
So we are going to take a look here as they shuffle up. We did not catch who is on the play, but we will find out. Obviously, the first person to drop in will be on the play clearly, as we figure that out.
Yeah, I'm excited. It looked like Mikey only altered 2 cards.
Correct.
Which, again, if he's playing Amethyst Sapphire, it means that he's got his ramp, he's got his key pieces, and only throwing back 2 cards, he's ready to go, right? I'm excited to see this could be a good start here, and that's what we want. We want these games to be toe-to-toe, back and forth in the action.
Yeah, they don't. We do. I'm sure Aaron would rather just be very one-sided, but that's just not going to be the case here if I can help it. I'll go out there and throw the table if I have to, just to make sure these things are competitive. But I don't know if the judge would appreciate me doing that.
Oh, man, I'm ready. It looks like we are about to see. So I thought I saw Aaron had some Amethyst cards.
I think I see Steel.
Might be Amethyst Steel.
I think I see a Thunderbolt. Yes, I do see. Yes, so we're looking at Amethyst Steel.
Okay, nice. So it's going to be Amethyst Steel, presumably against Amethyst Sapphire. I didn't see the second color in Mikey's hand, but if he's gonna brand himself as the Blurple guy,
right? We're
hopefully gonna see some Blurple.
Right.
Today.
Don't play with my heart, Mikey. Make sure you show us that. We want to see what Amethyst Sapphire can do. Of course, that is a color pairing that was very successful last format, as we sometimes call it. And I'll tell you, I'll give you a little insight. So Mikey, I know Mikey. Me and him go we go way back, all right? And so what's really cool about Mikey, and one of the things I love about Mikey, is that he likes to think outside the box. So much so that when Blurple was the most popular color pairing, he was upset about that. He wanted he's the kind of person that likes to combat the meta. He likes to be the one that is fighting what is conventionally known as the best. So he had a difficult time with it, but he of course pushed through it because those are his colors. He put in the work, so why let other people benefit from that? And I guess you shouldn't. You shouldn't at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's fun, and it's fun to see these underground color pairings kind of get their time in the sun.
Yes.
I think it's important that every deck kind of has its time to shine. And so while Mikey was the pioneer, absolutely, for Sapphire Amethyst, I think being able to have it kind of go mainstream, so to speak, it was great because now players had someone like him who had been working on this deck for a while and really understood it, be able to look at it. But I do believe I did see an interview one time, or maybe it was on stream when casting, Mikey saying that, seeing Blurple kind of be an up-and-comer, he was like, oh, man, now people are going to try to play the deck, and they're just not as familiar, so then they're going to give up on it a little too quickly. So
correct.
You always got to be ready to learn the decks. If you're going to play something new, you got to really put in the hours, and that's why I think it's going to be particularly so fun to see someone like Mikey on stream today, because he's someone that knows what he's doing. And if anyone's going to pilot the deck well, it's going to be him, and he's going to hopefully give us some masterful coaching here. We get to see it, learn by doing, learn by watching.
That is definitely one of the best things about watching these games. You can get coaching from many players. Watching the gameplay is a huge element of that. So for those of you that just want to get better at playing the game, understanding what makes the most sense, oftentimes there's a lot of weight put on deck builds.
Yeah.
We tend to really hyper focus on what is in the deck, what cards, like what is the perfect 60 is a phrase I hear very often.
Yeah.
I challenge that convention. I say that the deck is about 65 to 75% of the reason why you're successful. The remaining percentage has to be through your ability to take those cards and do something with them.
Absolutely. And speaking of, we're off to the races. So we are seeing a Royal Guard go into the Inkwell playing a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. That is already spicy.
Yeah, and Iago in the Inkwell to play a Basil. Okay.
All right. So we do have an Amethyst Steel versus an Amethyst Sapphire. Historically, Amethyst Sapphire is going to be favored here, at least in terms of last set. So I'm curious to see, what these new tools are going to help Amethyst Steel kind of combat this and come back. Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you that having seen a few of these games, having streamed some games myself, that gap that was there against Amethyst Steel and Blurple has definitely tightened. It's not as narrow, or it's not as wide as it was before. It's significantly much more narrow, and Mikey knows that. Mikey's done a lot of testing. You don't drive all the way up to Orlando and not test that out before you figure that out. So
absolutely.
Mikey knows his stuff. As we see the Woodchuck's Guide enter the Inkwells, another indicator that we might be seeing something like a big shiny crab. Yeah,
that's definitely interesting to me. Seeing players play this build. I mean, it's putting it into their builds, having it be able to draw 2 cards. I get it. In some ways, it's kind of like a Friends, right? It was cost 3, you get to draw 2 cards, although you don't get to sing it, so you're not doing it for free. But it's interesting. It's interesting to see something like that make it back. And will we see crabs? How many Tamatoas potentially to bring that back, or is it just good enough on its own? Right?
That's a great question. I mean, I guess the question becomes: is paying 3 good enough to draw 2 cards? And some people might argue yes, as we see a giant cobra come down with no trigger. By the way,
that is going to be very interesting. We're going to elect not to gain the 2 lore. I think that's interesting, just because typically Amethyst Steel does want to go a little bit faster against this Blurple deck. Yeah. Once Blurple gets into that late game, they're really going to have a lot of controlled pieces. So, but maybe that's showing us that Aaron's got whatever is in his hand is just too good to let go.
Yeah, there's a couple of conventional rules, so to speak, when it comes to when you should trigger that giant cobra. Some people think that there is such a thing as too early to do it. Mm-hmm. There's of course the evaluation of the cards in your hand. Is it worth losing these cards in hand?
Yep.
I do believe we see a dock in Aaron's hand, so getting closer to emptying your hand to play that dock may not be what he wants to do if he's enjoying some of those pieces, maybe delaying that dock play for later.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see, he hurled his Thunderbolt.
And he paid the full price for it.
Yeah, and we are not singing that. We were paying the full price, getting rid of that Iago. Notably, Iago has vanished, so because we targeted it with an action, even though we didn't do the full damage, he is going to be banished into that discard pile.
Yeah.
I mean, very nice to see this card come out early. It's not in every single one of these decks.
Oh, and there's Hades looking for a deal. Does Aaron accept the deal? And he does. He accepts the deal.
He is going to put that to the bottom. So we are saying you cannot draw 2 more cards. That's interesting.
That is interesting. Everyone that you talk to, not everyone, but most people that I speak to will say the draw 2 is almost automatic.
Yeah.
So choosing to do that, and then looking at Aaron's board state, he's left with a Calhoun, a lone Calhoun, as we ink in Iago. Oh, just kidding.
And we're making a deal back.
Yeah. That's what
we are playing deal or no deal, and in this case, Aaron gets to draw his 2 cards. So a deal has been made.
The deal has been made. So there you go. So Aaron knew. Aaron's like, that's fine. We're about to have a pretty relatively equal board state. Aaron making a good call here, I think, in not giving Mikey those cards.
Yeah, I see now Mikey's got 3 cards, it looks like. Aaron, I believe, also has 3 cards. So at least in that regard, you're feeling good. I'm not too sure how much ink is there on Mikey's side, but it might be time for him to start throwing down those big threats, so we do have to be careful. I like playing out this Genie, getting to draw a card, but if we're able to answer up with a Hades Infernal Schemer and put something like that into the inkwell, our board might not be as wide as we want it to be.
There's a Mr. Smee, the ally that has evasive on its turn. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting choice here as we see the Hades turning sideways for a quest. Aaron now all the way up to 5 lore to Mikey's 0. Of course, when we think about the Blurple deck, it does function very close to what you'd consider a control deck. So this is fine. We're still okay. We're fine.
Okay, we do see Demona come down. That is going to go ahead and exert every single character. She's the leader of something. It's a really long name there.
Yeah.
But she's going to exert every single character. Each player is going to draw up to 3 cards. I believe in this case, Aaron only drew 1. So Mikey decided that was something that was worth the risk, giving him an extra card, which again, in these Amethyst Steel lists, can be closer to getting them to like a dock or something like that. So maybe keeping him off of that dock. He's saying maybe you drew it, but now you've got too many cards in hand. You can only ink and play before you get to that dock.
Yeah, which I mean, it's a double-edged sword because you can make that dock useless, but I could feed you things that you might want to play anyway.
Right.
And so, it's tough. It's a tough spot to be in, but that's kind of the gameplay here. Oh, as we see Giant Cobra, do we trigger the Cobra?
Do we trigger it this time? We're thinking about putting a Calhoun. Okay,
and
so
we
do put that Calhoun in the discard. We are going to gain 2 lore from that. I actually think Aaron is looking pretty good. Obviously, that Demona stat line being a 5/6, questing for 2, she's a big body, but we've got a lot more bodies here for Aaron, and things like that Hades being a 3/4 is going to favorably trade in that case.
Absolutely, and Aaron is definitely in a position of control here. Aaron's got the board state. Aaron is highest on the lore count with 10-0. Hand size is okay. Aaron's got to be feeling pretty darn good about where he's standing at this point in the game.
Absolutely, but I think, like we mentioned earlier, the later this game goes, the better it's going to feel for Mikey, especially if he has the ink to start playing down some of these threats. But notably, as we see that Ursula hit the inkwell, so we see that something like a Hades is going to be good removal. That Demona, is going to be very nice to clean up. That's me. Okay, so now we've managed it a little bit. So that was a very nice thing that Mikey was able to do to clean up that board state and still keep a lot of his big characters on board.
Trading a Tipo for a Hades, not a bad trade.
Right. We'll do that all day of the week. But see, this is what we were saying. As we're drawing this, our opponent more cards here, Aaron now has found this dock. He's getting 2 more cards, which even if he's not deploying more threats, doesn't matter because he's got 2 more cards to play next turn.
And Pete, of course, in effect now. So Pete down. Pete can be very scary, especially at later points in the game. If you're questing, you got things that we won't have to worry about are things like Into the Unknown. Potentially, there's other cards that you can consider. Now, I will say that actions are not heavily featured as much in the Blurple decks.
Right.
It's primarily like the card draw, as we know through what we've seen is through Woodchuck's Guide.
Right.
And it's a lot of characters that do things. So. Oh, but there is an action that does matter, and that is Strength of a Raging Fire.
Absolutely. Yeah, that strength is going to be very nice. I mean, the Pete is going to shut off any actions, so that way that Cobra can stay nice and healthy on that board. But like you said, I don't know that Mikey's even going to be playing things like Hypnotic Strength.
Ooh, and a Sudden Chill. Or, sorry, Sudden Chill.
Sudden
Scare.
Sudden Scare.
Different sudden, yeah.
So, coming down, getting rid of... Okay. Wow.
Okay, all right.
Very, very nice. It's definitely back and forth. I think right now the issue for Mikey is that Aaron's lore is just a little high. I think it's not too high, but with these Amethyst decks, especially once they start getting to like 16, we're kind of in Cobra range. And playing down 2 evasive threats with these Genies, Wish Fulfilled.
Yikes.
That's a little scary for Mikey because we've already got 2 Hades on board. And, but maybe we'll see an Elsa or something come down, but it's not going to be enough, right? We're only playing 1 threat a turn. It's not going to be enough to clear this board.
It's not. And the thing about Amethyst Steel, the thing that makes it so frightening is that while it's sitting at 17, it's basically sitting at 20 lore. Because you've got all these ways to burn, as we call it in the game. You've got cards like that Giant Cobra that we've seen. You've got cards potentially like the White Rose that can come out. As we see the Woodchuck's Guide down and popped on Mikey's side to draw cards.
See, I think it's great that Mikey's able to draw cards, but again, given this board state, I just don't think it's what you want to be doing. You'd much rather be playing an Elsa or double playing Elsas, depending on how much ink you have, to start getting those threats off of the board.
Oh, and another guide, which again, this.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It's great to have so many cards, but unfortunately, which is kind of Blurple's downfall last set as well, is just you can only play one thing a turn, and so sure you get to play two, but neither of them are a character.
Correct, and certainly we were able to control what we could, but Aaron's got 2 genies on the board, so next turn, turning those two things sideways, Aaron is going to be sitting at 17, a very scary number. Mikey is not excited about where we're sitting right now as he sits at 2 lore.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need something to take care of these evasive stat. I believe if we can't take care of them next turn, and the Pete is not making anything easier, we're not, like you said, we're not going to see any of those into the unknowns and continuing to put on that lore pressure, even though these are only 1 questers. Like you said, sitting at 17, we're basically sitting at 20.
Absolutely.
So it's really going to be big on Mikey here to try and figure out what he can do. He's got a lot of cards in hands, I believe, so hopefully we can make something happen here. He's thumbing up a couple of things. I think I saw something Sapphire hanging around in there.
Yep, nope.
Yeah, we just can't get there.
Yeah, we can't get there, so we call it. And, of course, Mikey knows. The other enemy of this game, other than your opponent, is time.
Yeah.
So knowing when to say, hey, you know what, this game's done, let's just move forward. Mikey's really good at that. Mikey understands the need to move forward. These rounds are never long enough, especially if you're playing a color pairing like Blurple.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really great early, in round 1 to see a player say, you know what, the writing's on the wall, I'm going to save my time, start shuffling up, get a good shuffle in, and just go next. And I think the first round, whether or not you're on the play or draw, really is just about learning what the other person is doing. And so now, for example, we know, okay, he has Thunderbolt. That's something that I might have to respect on turn 4, or if I see a Singer for it, I have to respect that as well, because not every Amethyst Steel is running that. Some of them only opt for things like Strength. And so now we know it's in the deck. Is it 2? Is it 4? Regardless, we're going to have to respect it. So Mikey's going to be a little bit more prepared, I think, this time, especially on the play, to play the cards hopefully in his favor.
Yeah, I agree. And it's an interesting decision here. You would think that that's something that you wouldn't be worried about, is whether or not you'd assume that they have it. But with the existence of Sapphire Steel, the existence of the Headless Horseman out there, being able to pull actions out of your hand, causing you damage, a lot of changes are happening to these decks to make sure that they are as best suited to win every match they can. So for some people, not having that Thunderbolt is 2 less, 3 less, 4 less actions that the Headless Horseman can pull out of your hand, potentially damaging characters. So it looks as though Aaron has said, that's great. You can pull cards out of my hand. I'm going to go ahead and blast you with this Thunderbolt. I don't care.
Right, absolutely. And that was impactful. I think that was definitely one of the more turning points of the game. I don't think Mikey was expecting that. And it's interesting, we saw Aaron go from a board state where we put that giant Cobra underneath that deck. We're saying, well, he's only left with a Calhoun. But clearly, these players know what they're doing. They've play tested, because he fired back, and while it looked like for just a moment his board state was going to be lacking, where does he recover from this? He turned it right around.
He did.
And he was really able to pilot the deck the rest of the way to perfection.
Yep. And shout out to Snobby in the chat. Thank you for letting us know that the sound is too low. We're working on that now. But Snobby, thank you for everything you do. You're a hero. We love you, buddy.
Oh, yeah. It's really awesome to see Snobby in the chat. Thank you for being here. We are getting ready to go into the next one. In this case, we are going to have Mikey on the play. If you're the Blurple player here, as we're doing this altar, what do you think he's looking for? What do you think is really going to make the difference against this Amethyst Steel deck in the early game?
So when you think about what he needs to do, we've got to get to the point of controlling the board much sooner. Aaron is quickly moving along when it comes to getting that lore. So Mikey's looking for things that'll control the board, that'll help give him an advantage in the board in that board state game that generally happens midway through this game. We did see that he does have ramp in hand. I did catch that as we were looking at that. So ramp is not a concern. Right. He's able to kind of mulligan for the pieces that allow him to have what might just be the most ideal sequence to get to like the Hades, to get to those Demonas, to be able to just turn things sideways, attack things, or challenge things rather, and making sure that you can just say, hey, I got to keep your board in check so that way I can quest later in the game as I do as a control deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even though Mikey is going first, he's still going to want to be reactive in this case, because as the Sapphire player, you're going to want to be ramping. You're taking turns off of playing characters to kind of build up that inkwell. And meanwhile, it's going to be Aaron's job to take advantage of that and really say, okay, how can I go under this as quickly as possible? What cards is he playing to help him go faster? Is it a mid-rangey? I don't believe a Timothy Q Mouse. I
No.
didn't see a Tinkerbell Fast Flyer, things that are going to
No.
quest for 2. So, he might go too slow. And if Mikey is ready for this,
Yeah.
okay, this is interesting.
And speaking of slow, Mikey had to ink a Monstro and say pass, and oh my goodness, he just drew another Monstro. So
wow.
this is definitely a slow start. Mikey's got to figure this out in order to be able to take charge of this game, because this is exactly what Aaron wants.
Right.
Aaron wants Mikey to just kind of hang around a little bit, just put some ink down, maybe draw a card,
right.
but not really do anything that advances the board state.
Absolutely. I think this Royal Guard is an interesting choice as far as 1-drops go. I haven't seen it so far in Amethyst Steel, so I think that's fun. I'm excited to see what kind of work it's going to put in. We're going to see this Cobra hit the inkwell. Yeah, we're going to turn that Royal Guard sideways. Just start questing.
Why wouldn't you?
Feeling pretty safe. I doubt we're going to see a Rush Rafiki 3-drop throwing it all the way back to the first chapter coming down.
No.
So... Oh, we're only tapping 2.
Oh,
so
no, Mikey. No, it's just continuing
to ramp. Yeah, that's just not what we want to be doing.
No, it's not. It's not. This is often referred to as dirtling in card games, the idea that you just kind of draw things but don't really have anything to advance the board state. Right. Mikey is unfortunately in a dirtle state right now. He's just kind of drawing stuff and hoping for the best here.
Yeah, it's definitely, he's got a lot of ink right away, which is going to be nice. Maybe he's got some of those bigger threats in hand that he can start deploying as early as next turn. Maybe he can drop a Hades, get rid of that Calhoun, but then you don't really have those late game, right?
No.
We are going to see a strength hit the inkwell of Lexington come down. So this is interesting. This tells me that there's going to be another strength in hand because that is a singer. So whatever Mikey's able to play, as long as it's not a genie, hopefully it's big enough to survive 4 bodies.
You would hopefully. I mean, for Mikey's sake, Mikey's gonna have to figure this out. So we see him turning Hades. Yep, for Hades. So choosing that Lexington.
Yeah, because that is the singer. We're gonna try to get that off the board. Aaron's thinking about it. And, yeah, he does not want any of those cards to go to Mikey. I can kind of understand why he's doing that, because Mikey's inkwell is now getting so big. He's saying, you know what, I'm going to make you draw him yourself.
Yeah, that's a good call here. I mean, Aaron is in a commanding spot.
Yeah.
He is. I mean, he's able to have this board state. So losing that one character, not the worst thing in the world. Aaron's sitting with plenty of cards in hand, can continue to empty his hand. And the cool thing about Amethyst Steel is that where other decks would play one character a turn every time you ink, there will come a point where Aaron says, great, now I get to play 2 characters.
Yeah.
And then 3 characters on this turn.
Right, absolutely, which is unfortunately not usually what Mikey's going to be able to do. So we're seeing him thumb up that ink. It looked like he was grabbing 4, maybe 5. So he's got some options here. He's doing his best. We do see this Dumbo come down, which is evasive. It's also the evasive game is happening, right? So
it is.
We answer back with that Genie Wish Fulfilled, but at least on its own, it's not going to be able to take out that Dumbo.
It's not, no. And granted, Genie is evasive as well, but that's not what you want to be thrown at a flying elephant.
Right, absolutely. So Aaron's looking good here. He's going to be able to draw cards, keep his hand healthy. That Calhoun is keeping that Hades in check. Something like that Royal Guard as well, even just because every time Aaron draws a card, it's going to get +1 strength. So right now that is a 2/2. If he can continue to draw, I believe I see another strength in hand. So we can potentially play out a character here and get rid of that Wish Fulfilled. This is going to be a world of hurt for Mikey if he can't keep something on the board here.
Yeah, this is definitely not. I mean, granted, Aaron, although having a fast start, not that far advanced in lore as you'd expect.
Absolutely.
Like, nowhere near as quickly as he was last game.
Absolutely, yeah. So that might be Mikey's saving grace here, especially if he's able to find some of those things like that guidebook with so much ink in hand. I believe
Cheshire Cat.
We're playing down that Cheshire Cat. So now we have 4 bodies on the board. This is going to allow us to exert that Dumbo, sing on that Genie, Wish Fulfilled, get rid of it. So now all we have is a lone standing Hades here.
Yeah, Mikey is just having a tough time getting characters to stick. These things have butter on them that just keep sliding off the table. It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's got a couple of cards, though. It's not like he's top decking. So we have some options here. I believe I see a Woodchuck's Guidebook. I believe I see a Hades Infernal Schemer. So, but what do you hit? What do you hit?
Right. Exactly.
Because you could get the evasive, but then you still have that Calhoun, so you can't turn your other Hades looking for a deal sideways, right? It's going to be interesting what he goes for here.
Yeah, and I mean, now granted, we see Hades hit the table choosing that Dumbo. We're done with deals. Hades is done playing games. I don't care. You don't want me to draw 2 cards? Fine. Get rid of your Dumbo, bro.
Put it in the inkwell. And we have to, right? We have to target that evasive because otherwise, at least right now, we've got nothing to deal with it. So
Correct.
Kind of the choice being made for us. That Cheshire Cat is kind of scary. If we're able to put an Elsa, exert some things,
Oh, so we have deal making happening again. Let's see.
Yep.
Mikey, what do you do? Do you let him draw or do you give him the deal? He says, nah, bro, you got the deal.
Wow.
Win, lose, or draw, he's going under my deck.
This is an interesting decision. You have to think Mikey's never getting to that Hades, right? It's at the bottom of the deck. It's not what it once was digging-wise. I guess we can check, what he has in the deck to dig, but I don't think he's ever going to get there. So I'm curious, with such a wide board state, why he elected to do that. Obviously, he knows his hand. He knows his strategy. He's been practicing against this. I bet this is a deck that he's gone up against. So he has to know why he made that decision. He has to feel confident in it. But right now, sitting here looking at it, it's looking scary for sure.
It is looking scary. I mean, I can understand why you make that choice too, because especially in an Amethyst Steel deck, losing one character or giving your opponent the ability to play 2 a turn, that's ultimately what Mikey's deciding here. Mikey had to decide, do I lose this 1 or do I give you 2 that the way your deck is built, you will play them probably on next turn anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have this Elsa, 5th Spirit, come down. It's going to exert that Cheshire Cat. Going to be able to take it out with Rush. This is nice to get a character off the board. I think what's scary about this is now that Calhoun can clap back. But this is okay because it would get the Calhoun off the board, and now we're not able to move damage with that Cheshire Cat.
Correct. And at 3 lore, Mikey's fine with that. Mikey's okay with giving a little bit of lore to that Calhoun, accepting that trade. We do see the Mr. Smee hit the table, the character that can be evasive on turn. However, Thunderbolt says, Elsa, your time has come.
Which... it's nice to get rid of that Elsa, but I believe we have no cards in hand, and that Mr. Smee could have done it all on his own, right? Because he does have evasive on your turn. So I'm curious if we deployed this Thunderbolt too early. Maybe it's perfect. We just want to keep questing if Mikey's going to play any evasive threats.
Oh, and Mikey capitalizing on the Woodchuck's Guide. The cool thing about it, he paid for it. He paid 2 last turn, only had to pay 1 this turn to draw those cards. And look, we see an Iago, we see Rafiki. Can this be the turnaround for Mikey? It's still possible.
I think this very well could be the start of the turnaround, especially with no cards in hand. If you're Mikey, that's absolutely what you want to see from this Amethyst Steel player. Now, of course, they've built their deck in such a way that just something like a dock can kind of help them get back into this game. Aaron, seeing an Iago off the top is nice. I'm not going to lie. It's nice to have an Iago of your own. Going to keep that Iago in check so it can't just start freely questing, right? So this is interesting. We're going to quest that Calhoun. We're going to quest that Hades. I mean, this Rafiki's going to be able to clean up that Calhoun, but again, at the cost of your board presence.
Yeah. As we see Dumbo entering Mikey's hand, we have some decisions to make. We see Rafiki coming in saying, hey, Calhoun, get out of here. We're done with you.
Yeah, he wants nothing to do with it, and I don't blame him. He's got a couple of other cards in hand. I do believe I see a Dumbo, which if... okay, he's in the Inkwell. He doesn't even want to draw the cards. He's not interested in it. So what are we going to see played instead?
More
2
Iago.
Iagos is better than 1. I like this answer because it's saying if you are going to trade into it with something. Oh, wow.
Nothing can hold me back. Okay, an inclusion from this set. Interesting. So because we are choosing Iago, the chosen target, it has Vanish. That means it goes bye-bye.
Yeah, so it does not matter how much damage was moved to that character. The fact that it was chosen at all. And there is that Pete just a little too late, Gabe. Could you imagine if that had been earlier?
Look at the look on Aaron's face. He's thinking that same thing. He's like, how dare you? How dare you, Pete? Show up too late.
And now this is going to allow Mikey to quest freely, or excuse me, use that Breaking Records ability to draw cards off of his evasive.
Goodness.
Mikey is back in the driver's seat, folks. This is a turnaround. This is a game. This is what we wanted to see today.
That's crazy.
Coming out of the first round of the Versus FL Oviedo tournament. This is awesome.
This is insane. Mikey might do this. Let's see if we can do the spin around as we see a Captain Hook at the table. Yeah, so Aaron's in a weird spot. He's got no cards in hand. We're just playing whatever shows up on the top of our decks. Should have plenty to play for anything. The problem is, though, Aaron doesn't want to be in that position. We want to see a dock. We want to see cards that bring more cards into our hand.
Funnily enough, normally players are very happy to see a Genie Wish Fulfilled come down. I think in this case, Aaron is not happy with it. When you have 3 evasive characters and 2 of them are Iago, that's the one time you're not happy to see that Genie. It would have had to been a dock, but we are not out of it yet. Mikey is only at 2 lore, so he's got a lot of hands, but a lot of cards in hand, but all it takes is 1 dock off the top for Aaron to get him back into this.
Genie in kind, the evasive war is in full effect here. We ink the Hades because we do not want to give Aaron more cards.
Any more cards.
And Elsa is going to say, hey, you wanted to keep that Genie safe. Too bad for you. Iago's hungry. Let's challenge that Genie.
Yep. Iago, that Spectral Parrot, just showing those wings, blowing away that genie, and we can even take that Pete,
That's
cleanly,
crazy.
because sure, if you're gonna throw your Smee into one of my Iagos, it doesn't matter to me, right? Because you have no board presence, you're gonna be left with a forceful duelist, and I have Mikey's got a full evasive board.
Doc hits the table. This is exactly what Aaron wants to see. Let's see if it matters. We see a Captain Hook. What else is it? Oh, and a Lexington.
You know what? I'm happy about that Lexington for Aaron. It's not perfect, right? Those Captain Hooks currently can't hit anything on board.
Correct.
So we don't want to see more of those. But that Lexington is a potential singer. If we see, I believe we still have 2 strengths left in the deck. If we see a strength, we can get rid of some things. Or on his own, he could take down that Dumbo to, at the very least, stop the card draw.
Yes, and Aaron here is trying to stop that, is trying to get control back of the game. Mikey was well on his way to controlling this game, but Aaron is saying, no, this Doc is going to give me a little bit of board presence. Now, granted, the characters on board, they're not the same. There's certainly a higher level of quality character. Oh, as Hades comes down and sends Lexington away.
Turning that gargoyle back to stone, getting him out of there.
Get out of here.
The inkwell. I love this. This is such a crazy back and forth. I believe we see an Into the Unknown in Mikey's hand, but doesn't even need it.
No.
Just going to start drawing some cards. We can take care of that Captain Hook every day of the week.
Elsa's just waiting. Just like, Captain Hook, that's cute. That's cute. Let's go ahead and let's keep playing anyway.
And this is a board for Mikey. We see those 2 questers. We're even seeing that Into the Unknown hit the inkwell. That's how good we're feeling right now.
100%. I mean, and why not? Right? Just keep playing out threats, keep being able to afford those threats. And Aaron drawing and putting down a Diablo. This has got to just feel terrible, Aaron.
Look at the look on Aaron's face saying, what can I do? If I race, he just loses my entire board. I can't do anything back to his. I think Mikey could probably ignore the board for the rest of the game and be fine.
I would think so. I think the math pans out that way, but I did miss that episode of Sesame Street, so I'm not 100% if that's the case. So I guess we'll figure that out.
We are doing our due diligence. We are paying. We are drawing more cards because why not? We just want answers, right? So we have the evasive characters on the board. Keep going. I mean, this is everything that Mikey wants to see. This has been a great comeback, and it looks like we could be going to a Game 3. But once again, we saw that Doc off the top. We're going to be able to use this Diablo. Actually, if he doesn't turn that Hades sideways.
And Bell.
If he doesn't turn that Hades sideways, there's nothing that this Diablo can even hit to draw a card.
Correct.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I hate to call it over, but this game is over. I mean, just take a look at that as we turn those characters sideways.
Hey, you know what? He gets to draw a card off the Diablo. Maybe this could be the difference.
Yeah, this will be it.
This is the one, Aaron. Let's see it. Top deck, we don't even get to see what it is.
Show us what you got. We're turning 4 sideways. It is a genie. Okay.
Still drawing more cards and scooping it up.
No, that's a good call. You got 35 minutes left.
Yeah, plenty of time. And now, it's 1-1. Aaron knows he's going to be on the play. He gets to take his time with this next one with 35 minutes. And look at Mikey. He's all smiles.
He's cheesing.
Come on. It was looking a little rough at first, but, I mean, masterfully played, very patiently played, coming back from double ramp, things like playing the guidebook. But you know what? You play the cards as you have them. He navigated it turn by turn, and he did so flawlessly. I think that's really great for the folks at home to be able to see how we navigated from a losing back into a winning position.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say about Mikey, having seen him play so many times, very patient player.
Yeah.
He knows the outs in the deck. He plays the deck so much. He knows what he needs to do when he needs to do it, and like he sees lines that he's like Doctor Strange. He's looked into a million timelines, and he knows the one he needs in order to win, and he always finds it.
Absolutely. And it looks like both of these players are seasoned players. Obviously, we all know Mikey from here in South Florida, but even looking at Aaron, seeing him wear that Disney Lorcana Challenge shirt tells me that he's been around the block, right? Because those were only available at a couple of challenges. So these are clearly 2 players that are here to play. They've come. Something that I thought was interesting was seeing that Can't Hold It Back anymore from Mikey. What a fun card to see come out. I mean, this is a new set 10 card, and I don't know about you, but it definitely caught me by surprise.
It caught me by surprise too, and it's interesting because I will say that having tested quite a few games, I'm noticing that Iago is finding its way back into different decks.
Yeah.
And I think a big part of that is the Headless Horseman. The effect that the Headless Horseman has had is a reduction in actions because of this fear of being able to take out characters.
Yeah.
So that creates the perfect environment for a card with Vanish, a card like Iago to come out and say, well, if you don't want to play actions, cool.
Yeah.
I'd love that for you.
Yeah.
Because I'm coming down and I'm going to hang out with you.
Yeah, can we get this Can't Hold It Back anymore on the screen for the players to see? I think what's so interesting about this card, just while we're getting ready to do the alters, I want to talk a little bit more about this card. So this is a new card. What's interesting about this is in some cases, Can't Hold It Back anymore, right? It's kind of similar to Everybody's Got a Weakness in the sense that, we are moving damage from a character or from characters on our board to another character, right? This one also, though, it's singable.
It is.
Right? So it's the same cost, but it's uninkable, but you can sing this song, and it's going to move all damage counters. So in this case, you're not going to get to draw cards like you would with Everybody's Got a Weakness, but you are still exerting a character, so that's effectively more Elsas in the deck. And like you said, if players are putting things like Iago's, things like that Cobra is a Vanish character as well, we're getting ready. We're targeting things that we're able to get rid of them.
We are, and that 4 number is a pretty key number for Blurple.
Absolutely.
So like the largest saturation of characters is sitting at this cost in this deck because of that ramp. Because we're skipping that 3, 4 is where the most tend to be. So it is a great card. It is easily accessible by any of the characters that you're putting down at around turn 3. What a great card that was, and to be able to see that in effect here, just dominate that board just by being able to remove an Iago. And again, we didn't even get to see it for its effect.
No.
The effect is great and all.
Yeah.
But it's an action.
Yeah.
And it chooses things. And that's really all we needed in that moment.
Absolutely. So we're jumping right into the action. This time we are putting Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist into the Inkwell, playing out that Royal Guard. For Mikey, we are having a Demona hit the Inkwell, putting in a Basil.
Basil's good. I like Basil here. Basil's fantastic, especially if you're playing against an Amethyst deck. If it puts down, if Aaron were to put down something like a Genie, for example, on that turn 4, which is like the Ink 5 for Blurple, being able to just Elsa to tap that character, and then having the Basil and the Genie by itself, or having the Basil and the Elsa by itself, clean up that the Genie, that's a fantastic play.
Notably, though, it's keeping this Royal Guard in check. However, I believe we just saw Miss Ramp. From Mikey's side, we played a guidebook on to instead. That's not what we want to be doing.
No,
so
it's
this
not.
Heron instead is going to be able to quest while that Royal Guard can't. But, I mean, if you're Aaron, you're feeling pretty good about that. But it's never over till it's over, folks. We're going to draw some cards. We're going to see if maybe we draw some ramp right here. And it looks like we did.
Ramp on 3 is okay.
Yeah.
It's not ramp on 2, but it's ramp on 3.
It is. And you know what? But this board is pretty big. But, hey, if we're using that Lexington to sting strength on our Basil, I think we're pretty happy about that, right?
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be okay. We're going to be able to recover from this. And now we've got the ramp. So hopefully going into next turn, we can start doing some big things.
We can. And I did see the Elsa in hand. So we are entering into that turn 5-ish, or rather the Ink 5 turn, I like to call it.
Right.
Because it's never really the right, when you're ramping, it's never. Right. So we'll call it the Ink 5 turn. And we do see that Elsa. So, granted, and yes, people in the chat calling out did miss ramp, but we were able to recover on 3. So we'll Mikey may still be able to figure this out.
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't even know that we sing, on this Basil. Even if we had it, I'm not sure if we had it anyways. Because sure, you can have the Elsa to tap down your Genie, but then you can answer back with the Lexington. So we're kind of able to keep that strength. I do think we have the strength. Yeah. So we're notably not playing it. I think I agree with that play here.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. But just like we saw last game, it's never over till it's over. No. And so with a player like Mikey, he's in the think tank now. He's sitting down thinking, what is my best play, right? Everybody understands when you miss ramp on turn 2 as a Sapphire deck, you are not in a good position.
No, but that's putting it lightly.
If we stopped there, that would be the end of it, right?
It would be,
and there's more life left in this game. So he's taking his time. It looks like we might have – okay, we're thinking about some things. We're putting down a Tipo into the Inkwell.
Okay, and what are we doing? We're playing Elsa.
We're playing out that Elsa. We're going to exert that Lexington.
Okay, but opting not to take it out.
Okay, so the reason why – I love this from Mikey. The reason why we're going to choose that Lexington to exert is because Aaron has 3 cards in hand. And notably, that ability on Lexington, he cannot ready if he has 3 or more cards in hand. So that is very heads up from Mikey being able to say, once again, turning those gargoyles back to stone. I love it.
Stone by day, warriors by night, they said. And unfortunately, we need to move away from the equator because we're a little too close to the equator. The sun is out way too long. Lexington, please go somewhere where it's colder, and maybe you'll be able to be turned sideways.
Absolutely. See, it's awesome to watch these players play because someone like me, I'm just looking at that wish fulfilled. I'm like, oh, I can take that. Oh, I can take that. Somebody like Mikey saying, hey, we're going to tap down that Lexington instead. But we play out this Dumbo. We're going to sing with our Genie to get rid of that Elsa. That does feel pretty good to be able to get rid of that Elsa, not allow it to get rid of our other evasive threats like that Genie. So Mikey's still got an uphill battle here. Still got a lot to answer, but he's got plenty of cards in hand.
He does, yeah.
So
he has slowed down Aaron. Aaron is at 4 lore. We do, Aaron, of course, in control of the board right now. But yes, with that very heads up play, able to slow the bleed a little bit. Let's see, can Mikey claw back? That's going to be the key here. If Mikey can claw back, he's going to be. Oh, what are you going to ink, Mikey? What are you going to ink, buddy?
It might have been the bell. I guess we'll see it here in just a second. He's still thinking about it. Yeah. So he puts that bell into the inkwell. He does have a guidebook in hand. We're playing down the Iago. Okay. So what's dangerous about this Iago is I do believe Aaron has that strength in hand. That's going to be able to get rid of that right away. And I wonder, does the game fall in Aaron's favor just off of the back of the removal in that spot?
It really can. I think there's really a double-edged sword to consider because there's nothing that we can really do to remove that from Aaron's hand. So play something that maybe encourages him to use it as well. Because, I mean, if you really take a look at where Aaron's at with characters, we're at 6. Oh, wait.
Drawing with the dog. He did not have the strength.
He inked it.
And he used it on the Elsa
Oh,
as
that's
well.
right. That's right.
So,
Thank you. Yes.
2 of those strengths are now accounted for. So maybe Mikey paying more attention than us.
Right.
He's ready. He's saying, you know what? I don't think he's got it. It's nice, to be able to draw 2 off of that dock. Mikey's not going to be happy to see that, but we don't then see characters exert to sing. Right. So clearly he didn't get it yet.
And JDZ in the chat, hey, buddy, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you. As we see, we're in the middle of Game 3 of Round 1.
Yeah, and it has been a beautiful back and forth. Looks like JDZ knows Aaron, who is our featured player on stream, alongside Mikey. Pacific Northwest, stand up. I think I got that right.
Yes, that is what the PNW means. Absolutely.
Awesome, perfect. So yeah, like I suspected with the challenge shirt, we've got 2 notable players here, and really competing for all the glory. So looks like we're gonna go ahead and start with a quest. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so we see the quest happening. Now, of course, this Genie, without any intervention, is not long for this world if that Iago is still around.
But it looks like, I believe maybe we drew off of Dumbo.
Oh,
okay.
There's Thunderbolt.
So we got into a Thunderbolt. So I believe we drew that.
It looks that way.
Off of the top, which is nice.
It's better to be lucky than good, Willobeez.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And with the rest of that, we're just going to go ahead and quest. So here's the thing. This board from Aaron is huge. And now all we have is that guidebook, which is notably not a character, and, of course, that Basil. So Basil can buff up something, but it's got to have Rush.
It does.
Yeah, we are going to see Mikey taking a moment to reflect because this board at 7 lore, it's starting to get a little out of control.
Yeah, out of control is putting it lightly. Mikey is definitely thinking through these plays. Now, thankfully, they have plenty of time still to figure this out, and they can think through this.
Absolutely.
But this is not looking fantastic for Mikey. Mikey is going to have to fight and claw. If he's able to get this, he deserves a pat on the back.
Absolutely.
For that work, because this is going to be tough. As we see inking the Hades.
Yeah, interesting. We're opting not to go for that form of removal. I mean, in this case, Aaron might have put something under his deck just because he's so far ahead, but Mikey's not interested in it. He's got bigger plans. So we're going to play out this Elsa, and now we're going to choose to tap down that Calhoun. This is a tough decision, though. So, yes, Basil can buff up Elsa to swing for 4. She can take out something like a Dumbo, a Lexington, a Genie, but it leaves this Basil open for that Calhoun to feast on. And we have a lot of characters on board as well. So we're only going to be able to remove one thing.
Yep, so we're questing with Basil, giving that. Okay, so opting to get rid of the Dumbo, deciding that the 2 lore from Calhoun is okay, rather not let Aaron draw, which makes sense.
Yep.
Drawing is not something you want Amethyst Steel doing, because they can just keep playing stuff, and Dumbo is kind of scary in this deck.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Aaron has just kind of been in that sweet spot where he has had 2 cards in hand, so he's 1 card shy of keeping that Lexington tapped down. So that Lexington is going to be able to answer back. We're tapping for, playing out some more evasives. This is tough. I can't tell exactly how many cards Mikey has in hand, but regardless, we're only playing presumably 1 character per turn. So yeah, that Calhoun beautifully going to clean up that Basil. It's going to take a damage, but it's gaining us 2 lore. We're feeling pretty good about this. I believe the lore total is now up to 9. That Lexington cleanly taking out that Elsa, going to stay up and ready after that. Wow. I mean,
and we're just questing out. And nothing short of a miracle is going to save Mikey, I think, at this point. We're just too far wide. Unless he cheats and he puts Malicious Meaning Scary and Prince Philip in his deck, I don't know if there's anything that Mikey will be able to do to get out of this spot. But, hey, we'll give him a chance to prove us wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it just goes to show massively played on both sides. Mikey doing his best to have heads-up plays, showing that he knows the deck really well, showing that he knows his outs really well. That Lexington play, the chat was saying it, we're saying it was so heads-up. It was so smart. But sometimes just off of that Dumbo draw alone, getting us into that Thunderbolt, that was the key that really put Aaron back into this game and opened it up for us. In looking in Mikey's hand, I think I saw some little guys. I saw another guidebook, which doesn't get us out of this. After we saw a Basil, right? Like, it's going to be tough. I mean, he's going to do his best, though, and that's all we can do. So we're going to start by drawing some cards. We see the Monstro, but I wonder if it's too late.
I mean, very well. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's too late, as we call it. Mikey knows it is too late. But good, valiant effort from Mikey. Thank you, Hayes, for those of you that don't know.
Yeah.
He put in a valiant effort.
And I'm sure we'll see him back again later.
Oh, 100%.
But Aaron, what a play, taking it down, doing it flawlessly. I mean, he got to be on the play, so that's always going to have some advantage, but he played that beautifully.
He did.
And it was, what a showdown right out of the first, like we said, Florida is here to play. So to see Aaron masterfully navigating that deck, getting around those things, and you know what? It's not just top decks, because he knew to draw that card off of the Dumbo, knowing what's in his deck, knowing his odds to draw a card that would bail him out of it, and he did.
That's what we call playing to our outs, Willobeez.
Absolutely.
We played to our outs, and he did. And boy, oh boy, like I said, it's better to be lucky than good. Now, Aaron coming down from the Pacific Northwest. Shout out from JDZ to Aaron.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron's coming down here trying to disrupt this Florida thing we got going on. Okay, and you know what? I'm all for it.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron, I'm behind you, buddy.
Yeah.
You got this.
Let's go. Give these Florida players a run for their money.
Let them know. Let them know.
We've got some more Lorcana coming up for you very soon.
Yes.
Some things that we want to do, mention to you guys before we kind of throw it to some ads, that way we can always see the action. We're going to do our best to time the ads so that you are not interrupting any of the gameplay. Something we want to mention, though, which, again, what these players are playing for is this Pro Play Game Summit coming right here to Orlando. Tell us a little bit about what players can win.
Yeah, well, you're talking about $65,000 in guaranteed prizing across all of these games that you're seeing on screen here, including, of course, Lorcana. Look at that beautiful Mickey iconic on that screen. And please, you see that QR code. You can go ahead and scan there and register if you've not already done so. The top two players in this tournament are going to win themselves a first-round bye at the Lorcana event for this. So take a chance here. Come on down. If you don't do too well, good news is you can always go to Disney World, but you'll do fine. You should all come down here because you're all going to win.
Absolutely. And those round one buys, they're really nothing to sneeze at. I mean, the buys famously are your absolute best tiebreaker, right?
Yeah.
We did the math on it. Snobby, who was in the chat earlier, confirmed that at least PlayHub wise, that is the best breaker that you can have. So lots on the line here for these players. We hope to see you all. Both Gabe and I will be at the Orlando PPG Summit. So shout out to them for giving these players in top 8 as well. Going to get lanyards, playmats, all of those things. But we're going to throw it to an ad break really quick. Stick around, though. We've got plenty of great games of Lorcana coming up after this.
Welcome back.
We are right back into it. We are already doing the altar phase, I've heard, for round 2. So we are getting right back into the action after already a very exciting game 1. I mean, we saw Mikey going out, playing Blurple against Aaron, and Aaron just managing to take it right from under him in a very impressive way.
It was, and on stream now we've got Travis, who we'll figure out what they're playing in just a moment.
Right.
So we're jumping right into this. We also have Kylie, one of our female Illumineers. So excited to see.
Yeah, shout out.
Shout out to Kylie. She did win her last round. Congratulations on that. So we're gonna get a chance to see how these folks fare.
Yeah, and we're not 100% sure what the decks are, at least for Travis, but I did hear on Kylie's side that we are going to be seeing a dogs deck.
Let's go.
And a more traditional dogs deck, like you said, as opposed to that kind of reanimator style. So we're going to be seeing Emerald and Amber here, which is going to be exciting. That deck's going to want to go fast, right? It's going to want to potentially, we could see the Chromicon come back as we saw, in this last metagame. I'm curious to see, when you're not playing this Circle of Life version that's kind of going around, what are the tools that we're going to see coming out of this? And is Travis's deck going to be ready to slow something like that down?
Well, Travis better be ready. He doesn't know it yet, but this is going to be fast, especially if Kylie ends up winning the the die roll here, which we don't know yet. We'll know once they drop the ink.
Start.
However,
I'm seeing Amethyst on the side of Travis.
Oh no! And Kylie gets to go first with the speed deck. We're in danger, Travis. It's okay. You'll figure it out, I'm sure.
But it's all right. We are putting a go-go into the inkwell, playing out a Webby Vanderquack. And look, we've got Travis has some supporters in the chat. Okay, so it looks like some people are familiar with him. Shout out. It looks like we're gonna see an Amethyst Sapphire. So we're putting Tipo into the inkwell. We don't have a turn 1 follow-up, which is not the death of this deck. It really can come back from it as long as we've got ramp and I see another Tipo in hand. I believe that we are gonna be okay.
I agree. Yeah, and Kylie, of course, deciding what to put down here. Now this deck traditionally does not need that much ink.
Right.
It's probably going to play one more ink and then play it cool, as she's just kind of confirming here. So taking a look and seeing what options she will have available to her. We do see. Okay, so we get to see her hand. Great job with the hand cam, my friend with the hand cam.
So we're inking a second go-go here. So hopefully we're not going to need those late game. But as we are on the play, it might not come up. So we're going to go ahead, get our first quest for 1 in, and we're going to play that Scrooge McDuck. This is going to allow us to do some filtering. Obviously, we're going to elect not to do that at this time.
Yep. And the Shush Agent, Scrooge McDuck, an interesting card as well. Whenever it would be challenged, it instead gets taken back to your hand, which will allow. Okay, and Travis being a great partner in this matchup and just letting Kylie know that she does have the ability to do the filtering. So if Kylie didn't know that, Travis being a good sport about it. So that's good to see. That's what we like to see here.
That's what this game is all about, right? Yes. Where you never know when you sit across from somebody what their level of play experience is. And I have no doubt that Kylie is very experienced winning her first round. So we are going to see that Emerald Chromicon come down. I love it early.
Yes.
I mean, sure, some players say it's a little early, taking a turn off, but for her, she's ready to go because you don't know when you're playing a Blurple deck, you don't know what they're going to be able to hit you with, and being able to get to those rush characters sooner rather than later. So taking her lore and saying, hey, this Tipo, not that it could have done anything anyways, but if you can buff it up somehow, it's still not going to be good for you.
Absolutely, yeah. Not good for you is definitely understatement of the year here as we try to figure out, Travis, how do we get out of here? We've got the Emerald Chromicon down. That's going to slow down our ability to just deal with the board. Of course, Travis needs to be thinking about what characters go down. This is, of course, we're seeing that sudden scare. A little bit of a slower deck on Travis's side, which is not great. We do know that the Tipo. We just need. Let's pull up the Scrooge McDuck real quick because I'm not sure if that Scrooge McDuck goes away on challenge or on banish.
Yeah, so we're gonna see
you might
what it is.
Yeah, we may need to pause the game potentially. Let's just double check that. Oh.
All right, so we are getting some confirmation.
Yeah, we're just getting some confirmation here.
We do have a head judge available, but he is not sitting right at the stream table. So we're going to take a look at this. We're going to pull up the card. We're going to take a look at what it does. Obviously, we are able to very quickly talk to the player, so it's all going to be good. We are going to make sure this is straightened out. We do see a Madam M Elephant potentially go into play here. So we're going to be waiting. So we're looking, we're seeing some people catching it in the chat, and that's okay. These players are stopping the game, so we are waiting for things to happen. I believe, looking at the Scrooge McDuck text, that quest for 2 right next to that one, it is an emerald card. So I believe, based on what that text says, we're going to pull it up and look at it right now. It should be going back to hand. So we are going to get that worked out. No worries, chat. Yeah, here we go. When we play this character, we can draw a card and choose and discard a card. And then also, when this character is challenged,
so the Scrooge should be back in her
hand.
hand.
This card should be returned back to hand, which again, while we do have a head judge at this event who's going to be doing a great job, he is also watching other tables. So bear with us. We are growing this thing from the ground up. And so, we are doing our best. We have paused the gameplay. We're letting our players know. And, it's a new set for everybody.
Correct.
Right? So we know that, hey, there's going to be things.
And it looks like Travis has figured it out. Travis actually may have got it figured out before we even got the judge over there.
Well, perfect. So yeah, it's no issue. It doesn't change the state of the game at all. All that matters is that it needed to go back to hand, and it did, so we are good to go.
Looks like they solved it.
Yeah, so we did it. Good catch, Gabe, and we are moving on back into the action.
Yes.
Like we said, guys, it's a new set, so sometimes these things are going to happen. We're still getting used to the cards, but it's all good. It's all good. We keep it pushing.
And to be fair, I only know this because I am an Amber Emerald enjoyer.
And
that's one of my favorite things about Scrooge is that it keeps coming back, so that is awesome. And yes, our production team here, Versus Games, talking about walkie-talkies for the win. You are 100% right. We love a good walkie-talkie, folks.
Yeah, and it's coming in clutch here. So we see that Scrooge come back down, okay, and Lady is going to be accompanying it as well. Yep. So we're putting on the lore pressure here, right? We're taking it in stride. All we have is this Madam M Elephant. Not a lot of strength on Kylie's side because that's not really what she's trying to do.
Ooh, Demona. We love to see that. That is the 4-drop Demona. What's really cool about this one is it is a challenger 2. So in effect, when it is challenging, it is a 6/6. Very strong card.
Yeah, absolutely very strong card. Yeah, so we are going to see this Demona come down. So we're seeing Travis set up a board that is equally as wide as Kylie. So he is ready to go toe-to-toe to challenge these characters back, exerting that elephant, saying, hey, even if you could put, 1 damage on it here or there from a Lady or a Webby, I'm going to then get to move that damage to that Scrooge. So it's not even going to go back to your hand, right? Because it's not going to trigger that effect. So Kylie, I think now that she's kind of getting into the groove here, realizing, okay, I might have to be a little bit more careful about when I'm exerting and when I'm not. But that's the thing about these dog decks is they can build their board up to 20 and then just quest out.
And just when you think you're safe, you've got that Emerald Chromacon just forcing all kinds of weird gameplay on Travis's side. Travis having to do all kinds of crazy math to figure out what we need to challenge, what needs to survive. How do we get to 20 before Kylie gets an opportunity to just keep sending cards back to my hand?
Yeah, absolutely. So we will definitely be keeping a close eye. We will make sure that those triggers are respected. Like I said, it's a new set for all of us, so we are all learning together. I think I see some shiny cardboard in Travis's hand. I'm excited as our Inkwell continues to grow what we're going to see come down, but I don't think it's quite time for that yet. So I believe...
Ooh, is that Alice?
I believe it's Alice. It's a little shiny, so forgive us. It is a little hard to see. This may be the promo Alice here, and we are going to exert to quest both of our characters. I mean, I love this from Travis, acknowledging, hey, you may have a lot of questing power, but you don't have a lot of challenge power.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of the dance of being against this. Oh goodness, here we go. We see Tramp hitting the table. So the way Tramp works, you draw as many cards as other characters on the table, meaning 4 in this case, and then Kylie's got to discard those 4. Now, the good thing about this card, it offers a lot of fantastic resources, because a big part of this deck is, and we're seeing one of it, is Lilo being able to play cards from your discard, being able to pull cards back from your discard with cards like the Shift Lady to be able to pull these characters back. So a fantastic resource here. Your discard is basically your second hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And in some cases, like we said, players are also utilizing things like Circle of Life to bring these cards back. And at this point, so we're gonna discard some cards. But what this has allowed us to do is also craft our hand a little bit more to make sure we see the pieces that we want and get rid of the ones we don't. Right.
Absolutely.
So we saw Kylie throw back into the discard something like an Under the Sea, which we can see, given this board state, that's not going to be very helpful here. I like it playing down an evasive threat, even though it's just a 1 quester, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, putting down another tramp,
yes,
2 tramps in 1 turn.
Wow, we are in effect. What's the lore count here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're at 11 lore on the table, which means we call that a 2-turn clock, my friends.
Yeah, because she can go to 15. Now Travis, to his credit, is doing a good job building up his board on the other side. But if Kylie is able to sniff this out and say, you know what, I'm going to make you have it. I'm going to make you have some exert effects in order to attack me, because she could very easily put 5 more lore into play and quest for game in 2 turns without having to turn sideways before then.
Yeah, and those tramps are they're quite big. They're quite heavy, and they can withstand quite a barrage of a challenge. Kylie, of course, doing the math right now, saying, hey, do I do this now? Do I wait a turn and then force a very crazy next turn? So just doing some quick math as we figure that out.
Taking a look, seeing what it's going to be. Chat letting us know that Travis is familiar with this matchup and something that he's used to playing. So so it's interesting. We're going to see how it's going to come out. But Kylie doing the math and keeping it all important, right? So and these players, especially when you're playing against something like Emerald, Amber, you have plenty of time usually, so we don't have to worry about this match going to time, because this deck, it's either going to quest for game and we're going to tell that story, or it's not going to get the chance, right? So she has time to think about this, think what specifically is worth questing, or what's potentially worth challenging.
Absolutely. And interesting lore in the chat. That's my favorite thing about chat, is we get so much lore.
Yeah.
So apparently Travis has suffered a traumatic experience with Chroma Dogs, and that's why that Alice is in the deck, because no, we don't want to see any more Emerald Chromacons. We love to hear stories like that.
We are going to see that Daisy trigger. It looks like we are going to put that card to the bottom. I don't actually believe it was an action card, but of course, the players, can choose to put that card underneath. So not something that he was interested in. Fair enough. So here we go. we are waiting to see what it's gonna be. Travis is all smiles here, looking at this board state.
And flammable gases, to answer your question, what happened to the Chromicon? That Alice that is on the board right now on Travis's side has this really nifty effect. It's called Accidentally Adrift Alice. When you play this character, you may put chosen item into its player's inkwell face down and exert it. So what happened to that Chromicon? It fell under the sea.
Yeah.
It went down into the water.
Yeah, Travis Alice that.
Yep.
Chromicon, good catch there, chat. That is a really notable thing that happened, which is going to allow Travis to be able to freely banish those characters without having to worry about getting things bounced back. So very good catch. It's all happening so fast.
Yes, it is.
So it's interesting. So we're going to use this Rafiki. We're going to take out a Webby. It looks like we used Demona to take out something else. And so we did opt to quest here on Kylie's side. So Travis is getting to do a little bit of cleanup. Now that Scrooge is going to go back to hand. We have learned that. And it's going there, which is good. We're going to be able to replay that depending on how many cards we have in hand. We might really like that.
Oh, Bell.
Wow,
okay.
Taking out that evasive threat.
And not just any Bell. I mean, what a fancy Bell. That's quite the Bell to come down and say, no, Pegasus, it is time for you to go away.
Yeah, absolutely. So I love this. I love both of the players. Just really, you could see the attention that they're paying to the board states. I love seeing things like the hands go through, counting. Kylie's thinking, do I pull back that Lilo? Do we not? And notably, with not a lot of cards in hand, I kind of agree with this decision to get that Lilo down because it's going to stop Travis from questing and force him to start putting some of these characters into her characters as well.
Agreed. Yeah, and the way that these Lilos in the discard pile are treated, you really want to treat them as an extension of your hand. So there is such a thing as trying to pull them out too late. Getting them into your board when you have no cards in hand and just throwing these Lilos out is not an effective way to do it. So while you still have a hand, while you're still able to do things, you kind of intermix what you're doing with these Lilos. And look at that, a second. Well, although that,
Travis is helping us along.
Travis helping us along.
Us know that that one is not coming from the discard, so it does get to stay straight up. And it looks like we are thinking about what to do with the rest of this board. I can't tell quite underneath her hand if it does have enough ink to play that Scrooge or not. I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
But it could be hidden underneath there. So we are doing some counting here because she is at 9, right? So we're basically halfway to our goal.
We are.
Travis here is going to have to continue to not be able to gain lore because he's going to have to challenge every turn if that's what Kylie wants to do. And like we mentioned, these cards like Tramp, having that 6 willpower, they're not the easiest thing in the world to remove. Now, having the Demona is going to make it a bit easier.
It is, yeah. And these Tramps they've got quite the willpower count here. So they are pretty hard to deal with. Now, in this color pairing, notably, there are cards like Into the Unknown that can deal with sideways characters without having to challenge them. So, Kylie might be putting herself in a tough spot here, choosing not to just fully quest, choosing only to quest with one Tramp, trying to get closer to that 20, but not close enough where she puts herself in danger of just having her entire board wiped out.
Right, absolutely. And remember, she does have Go-Go in the deck. We did see 2 of them,
we did.
But still a chance that we could see some more.
And that Demona, putting in that work, Demona is a Challenger 2 with its 4 attack. That equals 6 total health. The Lilo being dealt with as well. As we take a look here, let's...
And something that Alice did, so we did see that when that Alice quested, she was able to give that Tramp -2, so we didn't have that Demona taking any damage back. Very heads up from Travis, masterfully navigating through this aggro deck, being able to say, hey, I look like the aggro deck now. Look at all the lore that I've got on board.
I thought you were supposed to be fast, Kylie. What's going on here?
What's going on? So, yeah, I mean, this is really a back and forth, and these really important decisions are being made, when to quest, when to not. We see Kylie respecting, that ready, set, draw with that Lilo trigger first, not going to draw her cards until she pays for it, keeping him off of the lore, right? If Travis is challenging into that Lilo to get rid of it, it doesn't matter that she doesn't have a lot of strength because what it's doing is keeping him off of questing with that character that he uses to banish it.
Absolutely. And Kylie can she's got characters in hand. She can afford them. She's opting to play that Bobby Zimmerowski. And we do see that she draws the Tramp. I believe it's the Tramp that she drew in her left hand.
It's a little hard to see. That looks like a Scrooge going into the discard. So what
it is. It is.
Okay, yeah. So she does have the other Tramp. She is going to play that down.
I believe it's called Enterprising Dog. I could be wrong on that one, but the 2-cost Tramp, what that one does is when it comes into play, you choose a character, and it receives damage, or plus strength rather, equal to the other characters that are in play. So in this case, that's 4.
Yeah, and using that to get rid of that Alice, notably seeing that ability that makes it -2, saying, hey, I want your guys to take some damage back,
Yes.
so that way you just can't keep freely getting rid of my characters here.
Yeah, we like fair trades here. No unfair trades. Travis, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
Let's make Alice go away so that's not the case, as we see Travis now debating, okay, well, what do we do? How do we get there? Travis, of course, has 10 lore, a little bit closer than Kylie probably wants. Closer than Kylie wants Travis to be.
Right.
But here's the thing. Travis feels the same way. Kylie's
Right.
at 13 too. So.
Right, and that's the thing. I think if you're just plainly watching this game, you might feel like Travis is in the driver's seat. But Kylie's lore is nothing to sneeze at here. And like I said, the more that Travis is being forced to challenge, the less he is questing. So he could have quested up to 17, but because of Kylie's choices to quest, wow.
Oh, the Spirit of Winter.
Spirit of Winter, come down, tapping down those two characters. That's going to make it a little bit easier to get there.
It's
for
so
Travis.
cold in here, Willobeez. I'm so cold.
It looks like the Blazers are staying on.
Yes.
Maybe
round 4 we'll take off the Blazers because it is too cold with the Spirit of Winter running around. As we see, Kylie looks like it is being called.
Yeah, looks like we're scooping it up here. And Kylie recognizing with that Spirit of Winter coming down, she was doing her best. She got to 13 lore.
Yep.
But, wow, Travis seeing everything he wanted to see there, seeing things like that Demona, even that Hades, that Alice was such a game changer to get that Chromicon out of the way. I mean, because imagine if Kylie had 2, maybe we'd have a different game on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And after this game, we'll talk a little bit more about the specifics, but I think what's relevant to this game that you all should know, we did do the math in terms of representation. We'll go more in depth with the other color pairings, but I'll just talk specifically around Amber Emerald. And I'll tell you that there are currently 7 Amber Emerald in the field. That is tied for second place.
Wow.
Yeah, so choosing to tech in that Alice might not have been a bad call here, given that it is tied for second most represented deck. And again, we'll talk more about the others, but I just wanted to talk about that because I find that interesting. When we choose to do tech options, we do so for a certain number of for what we anticipate to be in the meta. And Travis may have made the right call here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dogs are always going to be out to play. I think once people kind of started figuring out those decks, it's done nothing but get more and more cards, right? So seeing it be one of those second most represented decks, tied with a couple of others, I believe you said, it's a significant showing here. Travis, like we got some lore drop in the chat earlier, has clearly been play testing against it. So, but it looks, I mean, look at both of these players. It looks like all smiles. We're getting along. We're chatting, and that's what this is about.
100%.
We're coming together. It's a new format. We are learning what's good, and it wasn't easy, right?
No.
And it's never going to be easy for either of these players if they see what they want to see and they get it off the ground. So, maybe Kylie knows, okay, now he plays this Alice, which I would say is a pretty spicy tech choice.
I would agree.
Specifically for this list.
Yeah.
Now she knows, okay, maybe I don't want to play out that Chromicon too early. Maybe I want to wait to drop it until I'm going to quest out all my guys and say, now I've got 2 on the board, right? So it's definitely going to be interesting. Kylie going to get to go first again as well, which is very notable with this dog stack. It's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy.
It's not, and Travis has got to be feeling good. Anytime that you can win a game when you are on the draw, you're going to feel really, really good about that. We often refer to that as "quote unquote" stealing a game. The idea, of course, is that it's generally tougher to be on the draw than it is to be on the play. So to be able to win and put yourself in that kind of advantage has got to feel good for Travis right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm excited seeing these altars. It looks like Kylie only threw back 3 cards, so I like it. I mean, it means that she got what she needed.
Yep.
And I love that the cheeky little looking at the top card just to see what you've gotten. When I was playing Blurple, I would do that too to be like, what I've got in the ramp.
Should I have done one more? Maybe I should have.
Yeah. So it's always fun. It's all in good fun. And shout out to these players being here, getting ready to put on really a show. And that's what we all want. We want to see these good games. We want to see it go to a game 3. So I'm excited. Notably, Dogs has been not the best against Blurple, but this is a new set, Gabe. We've got some new cards. It's got some new tools on both sides of the field. Yeah. So what can we do to really make this interesting and Kylie can get the win here?
I mean, she started, but then that Alice kind of changed things up for her. She was on the right path.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought she was going to win this thing, and then I had to take a double take. I saw that Alice come down and just completely changed the complexion of the game.
It really did. Yeah, we had to look that up ourselves. Yeah. That was crazy.
So I would say she did the thing she was supposed to do, and now we do see 1 Emerald Chromicon, maybe a second one in case the Alice.
Might be a second one, but we definitely have at least 1 in hand. We're going to see that Webby hit the Inkwell, play a Lady down instead. Now, this is nice because if we can start spamming little guys, our 1-drop characters, we can start buffing up that Lady to help her quest for 2.
Yes, we can. And Lady is a part of a bigger plan because her effect says that when there's a tramp in play, she gets an additional she gets an additional lore pip, so she gets the quest for 2. So of course, the whole point here is we got to get that tramp down. We're trying to get to that 7-cost tramp. We're trying to figure that out so we can start to quest with her as much as possible and get as much points as we can. But that Rafiki does not like Lady. Rafiki says, "I dare you."
Yeah,
try me.
Absolutely. So the Rafiki keeping that lady in check.
Ooh,
playing
Ursula.
down this Ursula. All right, so we're going to get a look at Travis's hand here.
No hits.
We are not going to get an action, but this is going to allow Kylie to kind of game plan what her next couple of rounds are going to look like. Forgive me, I got the ability text wrong on that lady, but either way, she's getting an additional lore if we can get a character named Tramp.
Yeah,
play.
correct. Yeah, that's what. Yes,
we were sort of there.
I know what you meant. You're halfway there. That's fine.
It was close enough. I know that she gets some extra lore pips. So
absolutely.
Now it is. We've got 2 characters on the board. We would have loved to see something, but we didn't see it. Come out of the hand. That's okay though, because we're gonna keep trying. So we got this Tipo. We're gonna see what we're gonna ink here.
Yeah, it's so. Travis, of course, committing to the plan. We ramp on 2. We play 4 characters on 3.
And it looks like we're not even reaching for an uninkable. We actually were between that Elsa and that Belle. So we want to keep that Hades Infernal Schemer here, even though it is uninkable.
Yeah.
We're playing that lady into the Inkwell, the one that lets us play another character with 2 costs or less, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So we're going for it again. We're going for that Chromicon on 3 once again. I want to see if this means that we are going to quest or not, because
it's a tough spot to do that. Because if you quest with these characters, that Rafiki comes down, you give back a Tipo, you're just giving him ink. So keeping that Hades was the right call if that's the case. So notably, Kylie does not do that and says, Travis, you can go. But that elephant, that Madame Mim elephant, brings the Tipo back anyway. So you don't want to give me the Tipo. I'll take that Tipo.
Yeah, it's definitely this elephant is really keeping these cards in check, keeping Kylie's deck in check as well.
Oh.
But boom, just like that.
I'm sorry.
Just like that.
We don't even have to tap cards. Just throw cards on the table, Kylie.
Yeah. So we are gonna play these tramps down. However, their cost is gonna be reduced because we have a character named Lady in play. So we're gonna get to play this lady. We're gonna get to play 2 tramps. And here, I believe we see the lady that is gonna get.
That's
plus.
correct.
So there we go.
Decisive dog. Yes.
Some of the ladies do some of the things, and now we know which one it is. So this is a flooded board. Now, for now, they all quest for 1, except for that lady that has a tramp in play. It's going to quest for 2.
Yep.
But it doesn't look like we're going to turn it sideways.
Yes, as Meyer Madness says in the chat, which, by the way, hi, buddy, how's it going? That is a lot of dogs.
What
the dog doing? What the dog doing?
Well, the dogs certainly are going to be questing in just a moment here.
You're not kidding. Woof, woof, as the dogs say. Holy smokes.
Yeah, but you know what? We also have a lot of ink on Travis's side, so we're not quite to that Infernal Schemer yet, but we're getting close. And again, this Madame Mim elephant, keeping damage on it, we're going to be able to start pinging things.
It is, yeah, just huffing along as we yes.
Yeah, we're going to take that Chromicon trigger. We're going to get rid of that elephant. I think that's smart.
Yeah.
I think, sure. Why not, right? We are going to see this Elsa come down. We're going to exert that lady, which notably has no strength to it. So that Rafiki is going to be able to cleanly take that lady, no problem.
That is a fantastic trade on Travis's part. That Elsa was not what Kylie wanted to see. Slowly getting control of this board back. Now, as we noted, of course, these characters that are in play right now, these tramps, these ladies, they're not that big.
No.
There is a big tramp, but that's not these guys.
Nope.
As we see a shush agent, Scrooge McDuck, hit the table.
Now, I do believe that is a required trigger.
It
Perhaps
is, yeah.
we can pull up the card on that Scrooge McDuck. We may need to let the players know.
Yeah, they may need to pause for just 1 second as we confirm.
Just so they can make sure that we do the draw and discard. But it's okay. We've got production here. We are on top of it. Yeah, we are telling the players. Travis is letting them know as well. So
yes, it is not a May trigger. It is a must. It must be done.
So you must draw a card and discard a card, which is no problem because you know what? We didn't want that under the sea anyways.
Yes.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, we are all good to go here. Now, this is interesting. I want to note, Kylie made a choice not to bounce the Elsa and instead bounced the Rafiki. Personally, I like the idea of bouncing the higher cost characters, especially against Blurple, because then that's really how they lose this game. Is not being able to play down their threats because they're so expensive.
Yes.
So now we've kind of maybe given Travis an in here, but Kylie's not questing, so it doesn't matter either way.
No, yeah, Kylie's kind of putting Travis in this weird spot of like, well, if you're gonna make me, you're gonna have to force me to turn character sideways, and then Travis has the ability to do that. That's a big part of Amethyst's suite of abilities. Cards like Elsa that turns character sideways, and being able to do that. However, Travis, of course, putting down a Rafiki, and just kind of playing that waiting game just a little bit, just to see where we stand. We see another Shush agent. I'm sorry, what's?
We're seeing this Ursula card come down. I believe it's an Ursula. I believe it has a boost. I'm trying to find what it is. I want to talk more about
Ursula Deceiver. No, is that it? That's not it. I'm sorry.
It might be a different card. It's a new card to this set, so we're gonna try our best to find it. I think it's interesting. In the meanwhile, before we can talk about it, because that boost ability is gonna be relevant. It's gonna let us know what it can do. But Kylie here, we'll talk about it in just a second. We're questing. It looks like these tramps. Now again, as long as we don't see this Alice come down and get rid of our Chromicon, we are feeling good on the side of Kylie, because anything that Travis is potentially able to take out, we are just as easily able to bounce back to hand. And again, if we bounce back these more expensive cost characters, that's going to do some damage. So let's take a look at this Ursula.
Yes.
Whisper of Vanessa. Tell me what that does there.
Yeah, so it's a boost 1, which of course when you pay 1, once per turn, you get to put a card underneath this card. And while there's a character under this character, she gets +1 lore, which would take her to 3. Wow, that's insane.
Wow.
And she gains evasive. A
Wow.
4/5 with evasive.
Wow.
Who wants that?
So that might be a prime target to bounce back. We did see Travis go ahead and boost this character. So now looks like we are thumbing it up.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that we're trying to just keep the lore pressure down. We see that lady exiting the game here, or being banished to the discard pile from that Ursula.
We do get a Chromicon trigger now, so Kylie is thinking. But again, what I recommend here is going to be something expensive, right? We don't want to bounce something like Rafiki, because even though he can follow up and challenge, we want Travis to have to continue playing those high-cost characters, so he cannot use all of, or so he does use up all of his ink.
And notably, Kylie choosing the boosted Ursula, which means that booosted card goes in the hand and then immediately plays it. It was Alice.
Dude, was that a bait?
No, he couldn't have known.
Oh, he's right.
He couldn't have known.
You're right. It comes right off the top of the deck.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. These are the moments we live for in Disney Lorcana, folks.
Kylie.
Oh, my God. But you know what? Kylie could not have known either, right?
Exactly.
So like we said, we read that ability because this is a scary boost effect. But, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that counts as a top deck to me. What a top deck.
Yeah, that's a thing to get. That's a thing to get. That was crazy.
Yeah, and you could see Travis. He wasn't sure, obviously, because it comes right off the top of the deck, goes under, face down.
Yep.
He pulled it, he looked at it. But, hey, Kylie's not giving up. We play a go-go.
Okay.
Do we have enough to gain a lore from it? This is my question, how much ink we have.
Yeah, no, I think we're taking a look. Yeah, no, that is not the case, because that go-go went back to hand, it looks like, as Kylie's kind of deciding and thinking through what can be done, choosing some options here. I guess opting to play that go-go, and gaining the lore from it. Yeah, so she did have enough. She did turn it sideways. She's choosing the tramp as well to deal with the Rafiki.
Okay. So interesting. We've got an interesting board state here. A lot is happening. A lot of going back and forth going. We're doing our best to keep up with it. So it looks like we're taking this Scrooge potentially on a quest. We know that if you challenge, even though we don't have that Chromicon, it is going to go back to hand. So that's kind of a way to do some bounce shenanigans.
Yeah, that is a way to do it.
Keep our lore pressure, being able to deploy threats every turn.
Yeah, and that tramp, having dealt with something, is being dealt with itself with an Elsa, as we see the Cheshire Cat from Whispers in the Well. The Whisper Cheshire Cat boosting that to send the Scrooge McDuck back into the discard pile. This is not a challenge, of course, so that does effectively do it. However, the Alice is going to scare that Shush agent Scrooge McDuck right back to the hand.
Yeah, so we've effectively dealt with this board pretty nicely. This Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, obviously when boosted, going to be able to kind of have that bell effect, right? Moving 2 damage, so was able to very cleanly get rid of that Scrooge. And now, even though Kylie's lore is at 10, Travis is only at 2, he's got a big board. So Kylie is thinking here, what do we want to do? So it looks like we're throwing our go-go into the Elsa to play another go-go and gain 2 more lore. So we are now at 12. I believe that's only 2 Go-Go's played, so we might
Those
have
two?
2 more,
Yep.
or maybe one hit the inkwell, but I think we have at least 1 Go-Go left.
Yep, potentially. And 12 is a scary number for an Amber Emerald deck to be at. They can jump real quick if they can get enough characters down. Now the benefit to Travis, of course, is he's playing a color pairing that deals with characters pretty well. So the question becomes, can Kylie outpace characters on the table compared to Travis throwing things down like Hades or more Elsas, as we see 2 Scrooge McDucks, 2 of those shush agents. Shush,
So
stay quiet.
we are going to draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards.
Yeah, so
so once again, that is and Travis catching it there.
No. Yeah, you're good. I was about to say, okay.
These are new cards,
Yes.
folks. These are new cards. We are still getting used to it. We do see a Go-Go in hand, so we might be able to do some shenanigans here if we can kind of map it out.
Yeah.
But not really, because this Scrooge does not do any damage,
No.
notably, and neither does this other lady in hand.
Oh, and yeah, of course she has to. I think you have to, right? She chooses to get rid of that Go-Go, knowing that her current characters don't really support that line of play. Of course, we see Travis saying, okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and make a run for it and turn things sideways.
Sprinting towards that finish line and then still having, we've seen that Enchanted hanging around in hand for quite a bit. So playing that very pretty Infernal Schemer, sending one of those Scrooges into the Inkwell. And this is looking a bit tough now because Travis, both games in a row, has been able to kind of claw back from the initial aggressive lore start.
Okay, as we see the 5-drop lady hit the table, this will allow Kylie to grab 2 characters, which could advance the game for her. But is it too little, too late, Willobeez? What do you think?
Yeah, it just might be. I mean, we're at 13 lore. It looks like we're questing for game on Travis's side. So it's nice. I think it would have been nice a couple turns earlier. And obviously, like we said, these decks don't really want to ink too much. They kind of want to keep their ink low. So even if she's pulling something back here, she's not really going to be able to play it out, right? So even if she was able to fish back 2 Daisy Ducks, it's not like we can spam those on the board and then have, a thread of the story on board there. So
unfortunately not, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say Travis has done a fantastic job of being able to deal with the scariest bits of the deck here. Of course, the Alice twice now, 2 games back-to-back, having a huge effect on the game, removing the Emerald Chromicon, which is a big part of the strategy here of controlling the board. So just not having access to that Emerald Chromicon, just really showing how powerful that card is and how important it is to the strategy of Amber Emerald, specifically the Dogs build, as Kylie is trying to figure this out and see if she can find her way out of the hole that she finds herself in.
Yeah, so we're thumbing up this Scrooge. Unfortunately, it does not hit for anything, so all we can do is turn that sideways, and there it is. We're going to get a good handshake going. We're going to start cleaning it up. So Travis is able to take it. He looks happy, right? And it sounds like, based on that lore drop, like we keep referencing, he was ready for this. So very, very back and forth, interesting match. I mean, it's great to see Blurple has gotten the keys and be in a spot where it can now deal with such fast, all gas, no brakes aggro decks.
Yes, I mean, that Alice, of course, a very
what a card!
Yeah, what a card that
What a
is! Like the
card.
inclusion of that card. Like you think about things that it can deal with. If you've got a person playing the Woodchuck's Guide and maybe leaving it for a turn, that Alice can catch somebody off of guard.
Yeah.
There's a number of items out there that it's a good play for.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna be looking at that for my deck. I'll tell you that.
That was a very nice inclusion, and I think being able to see it work out that way was beautiful. So we're going to talk about a couple of upcoming events before we throw it to the next round. Some things that we want you guys to be looking out for right here at Versus Games in Florida. So upcoming store events, Gabe, what do we got coming up?
So we've got the Master the 4 Elements Sealed League. This is happening every Monday at 7:30. You can earn some exclusive swag, which is really cool. Of course, that is while supplies last. So check it out, Avatar: The Last Bender. Did you ever watch that growing up? Is that something you
it's
watched?
my favorite piece of media of all time.
Is it really?
Right behind
Fire
Disney
Nation?
Lorcana, of course.
There you go. Yes, absolutely. So come on out for that for sure. And again, we are in the Oviedo Mall. You come and see us as we take a look at that. We also have coming up
the Rift-bound League of Legends trading card game. So we've got $1,000 going into the prize pool for the top 8 summoners, right? So this is going to be on November 29th. Entry is going to be $30. Once again, we've got that QR code up on the screen for you right here. Versus Games Florida, Versus Games at the Oviedo Mall. You can check us out in the West entrance. This is going to be awesome, right? Rift-bound has been all the rage lately, and we've been seeing a lot of Lumineers playing it. So come, play a 1K, try your hand, see what you can do.
Absolutely, yeah. We've also got some other stuff showing up for you right now. And this is, by the way, I love this game. This is a fun game.
Nice.
Gundam, yeah. So we got the new Type Challenge 2, December 4th at 7 p.m. $15 entry. You're going to get some promos as well. Come on down again and hang out with us. And again, we are near the west entrance, so you'll see it is by the brewery side.
Yeah, I mean, Gundam is I've heard great things about it. I've heard it's very fun. Top Cut's going to get promos participating, right? Just for participating, you're going to get some stuff. So as you can see, here at Versus Games, we do it all. So we've got some production for Lorcana. We're in here, we're streaming, but we've got plenty of other things to come up and see. So if you're in the area or if you're ever taking a trip to Disney World, you're looking for a card game store to come to, Versus Games is the place to be. Regardless of what game you play, whether it's Lorcana or anything else, you are going to be having lots of options, lots of singles.
Yeah, of course. And the next thing we want to make sure we talk to you about, of course, is one of the reasons why we're here, my friends, the Pro Play Summit Orlando. The top 2 players in this event that you are watching right now, they are going to earn themselves a first-round bye. Aside from Lorcana, of course, being the thing I care about the most, because, I mean, that's why we're here.
Absolutely.
But other than Lorcana, there's a lot of other games. Cookie Run Braverse, you got Riftbound. I mean, all the games that you could possibly want to play are there. Check out that QR code. Scan to register December 12th through the 14th. It's an entire weekend. I plan on being there. I'm excited about it.
Absolutely. Over at the there as well.
Yeah, over at the Osceola Heritage Park. Check it out. And
all right. So that's all the events that you can look forward to coming up. Like I said, visit us here at Versus Games. If you haven't already, drop a follow on the stream so that way you can be up to date with everything that we are doing here. They always stream events, so it's really cool. It's a really cool place to be. Come hang out, get yourself featured on stream.
Please do. Yes, absolutely. And correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe we're getting ready to move to a quick break.
Yep.
So we're going to go ahead and do that. When we come back from that break, we will certainly talk to you about what the numbers look like.
Oh, yeah.
I know a lot of you really care about that. But, my friends, be back. We'll be here.
Don't touch that mouse.
Don't touch it.
And we are back, Illumineers. We are going in
to
round 3.
I know.
Here at Versus Games. And we've got a banger of a matchup, if I may say so myself. So we see the player cams here. First up, we've got Jake versus Ikaika. These are both players that are local to my personal Central Florida scene. Jake going to be on Team Rebirth. I don't believe Ikaika's officially on a team, but definitely has made some waves. We've seen him at plenty of big events here in Florida, also over at Lorcana Challenges. So I think this is going to be one to watch for sure.
I agree, yeah, and they're getting ready, and you're already seeing what's in Ikaika's hand, which is pretty spicy. In fact, I'll tell you right now, what you're seeing there is Emerald Steel. And Emerald Steel, there's only one Emerald Steel in the entire field of players. And guess what, folks? We're watching it right now. And we're seeing it against what Willobeez and I were speaking about earlier. Look at that. It's Ruby Amethyst, folks.
Ruby Amethyst.
This is going to be a fun one. I think before they get started, they are doing their mulligans, and they're debating what their mulligans are. I want to quickly let you all know what the field looks like. I know some of you are very curious about that.
Yeah.
So first most represented deck in this tournament right now is actually a tie for two of them. Blurple and Ruby Amethyst are both tied for first. There's 8 of them, 8 of each of those. That's about 15, just under 15% of the field is either Blurple or Ruby Amethyst.
Wow.
Second most represented is a 3-way tie.
Wow.
Yes. So just under 13% representation. We've got Sapphire or Emerald Sapphire. There's 7 of those as well as Sapphire Steel, as well as Amber Emerald.
Wow.
So green, blue, blue, steel, yellow, green. Now I will say notably for the Amber Emerald decks, 3 of them are reanimators, 4 of them are dogs.
Okay.
So I found that interesting.
A little bit of a split there.
Yeah, and that's very notable as we see the fist bump and we see an inking of a Lumiere for a Palace Guard. It's notable because when you look at other tournaments, usually there's a pretty significant spread.
Yeah.
You're talking like in the 20s sometimes, and what's really notable is you're talking about less than a 2% difference between the first most represented and the 5th most represented deck in the field. This is a diverse meta. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise, Willobeez.
Yeah, absolutely. For a meta, it is looking interesting. And also, if you're Jake, this is going to be very interesting, right? So he has now seen both of those colors. We inked that Tinkerbell, played down that Webby. So this is going to be the only Emerald Steel that he faces today. Who knows if he's play tested against it? Who knows if he's ready for it? So it's definitely going to be interesting. Ikaika probably has been testing against these top decks, something like Ruby Amethyst, that's starting to get some notoriety.
Yeah, and Emerald Steel is a bit of a, I don't want to call it a sleeper pick. There is a bit of a niche group. Oh, and as we see the prospecting Webby, and sings Thunderbolt
out of the gate, singing the Thunderbolt, getting that Lumiere off the board. That Lumiere very famously going to give +1 to every character, so that Palace Guard would be a 2/4, which still is not enough to get rid of our Webby here, but it was also going to beef up anything else that Jake may have played to the board.
Yes.
So Akaika wanting nothing to do with that Lumiere and getting rid of it early.
Yes, that Lumiere is a big problem. If you've seen any iterations of this Ruby Amethyst deck, you're talking about that Palace Guard could very easily, with a combination of Lumieres and the new Headless Horseman, can jump up to like 5, 6, 7 strength. It is crazy what can be done. And so a great play here as we see Cheshire Cat being played by Jake. A great card for helping to help control the board. Webby, of course, is she's pretty hefty, though. She's got that 4 willpower.
Yeah, and if we choose to quest here, she is going to allow us to ramp as well before Akaika inks, right? So this is going to be an interesting decision here. But having this Cheshire Cat, I kind of like having this Cheshire Cat for Jake because it is going to keep him off of a character, but we can kind of start to do some swingy plays with the damage that we have, even though we're only going to have 2 characters on the board.
Yeah, as we see Calhoun hit the table, and we're singing another Thunderbolt.
Another Thunderbolt.
Webby, best friends with Zeus, apparently, as she just keeps on singing that Thunderbolt.
I want to know how many Ikaika has in his deck, because that is interesting to me.
Yes, it is. Let's see if we can find that. I know is that it? Yes.
Oh, he's got 4.
Oh, yeah. No, so plenty more to come.
Yeah,
Jake,
he's still got more.
Watch yourself, buddy, because there's more coming.
Yeah, and we do see that they never come back, hit the inkwell for Jake. Very interesting inclusion. That is going to be able to tap down 2 characters and keep, or excuse me, it doesn't tap them down, but if they're already exerted, it'll keep them exerted. So kind of like that Elsa ability.
Yeah.
So we're going to quest that Webby. Are we going to take that ink? Yes, we are.
Yes,
so we're ramping up a little bit. Not what Emerald is known for, but Webby is saying, hey, we want to start doing these things.
Yeah, it wants to do the ramp. It's like, hey, I want to play with my Sapphire friends, and I still want to get you with a Malicious, Mean, and Scary and a Prince Philip that we see just slinking away into the inkwell. So we know that there's a possibility that Prince will just come out and take care. And, it could be very frightening.
I think, again, so heads up from Ikaika to get rid of that Lumiere, because now we would have seen something like, this Palace card, this Genie, being able to trade with things like this Calhoun, trade back with things like this Webby. So, I mean, getting rid of it early, 2 of those Thunderbolts gone, but him saying, hey, I've got 2 more, so I'm not too worried about it. So we've got Jake inking. Are we going to see this Headless Horseman?
Oh, yes, the terror of Sleepy Hollow, the Headless Horseman. When it enters play, it banishes a character of 2 strength or less, and this also takes effect because this happens during your turn. Whenever an opposing character is banished, each of your characters get +1. So that Genie notably will swing for 3. That Palace Guard now swinging for 2.
Yeah. So if we want to, we can start cleaning up things like this Webby. Ikaika would potentially be able to swing back at that Palace Guard, but I mean, maybe it's not so bad if you're kind of clearing the board.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we're seeing some thoughts here, some discussion happening above the table. It looks like they may be counting. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, we're all good. These players play with each other all the time. They see each other at plenty of events, so everybody's just keeping it honest, and there's no issues here. We've got that Genie Wish Fulfilled going on a quest. It's our only evasive quester, so I agree with Jake here. I think we're feeling calm, feeling confident in questing that. We are not too worried that anything's going to happen to that until we see an evasive character hit the board.
Absolutely. Now, we do see Akaika's kind of slowing down play a little bit. We're inking cards. We're still maintaining a Webby. We still maintain a Calhoun, but no advancement of the board.
Yeah, inking and passing.
Not
interesting
great.
Here. I think he only has 1 card in hand. I wonder if this is a situation where he just doesn't have enough ink to play it. Could it be something like that Prince Philip that notably costs a lot? Or is it an uninkable and that's why he's not able to play anything at all? Meanwhile, Jake's got a little bit of ink to play with here. He could do something like throw this Lumiere and this Mother Gothel down. It doesn't look like he's interested. I believe he has a Demona in hand. It doesn't look like he's interested in putting that down. He doesn't want to feed Ikaika cards here.
No.
At least not until he can get more of his own cards with it. So okay, we're choosing to ink that Lumiere.
Is it Mother Gothel here? It is Demona.
Okay, we are going to go for that Demona. That is notably going to exert every character on Ikaika's board, going to allow both players to draw up to 3 cards. So I'm curious, because we have this Headless Horseman on the board, which, as you said, every character, when another character is banished, is going to get +1.
Yep.
I want to start seeing, can we clear this board right here? I think we can.
I think we can, and you've got the Demona down. It allows Jake and Akaika to get to 3. So maybe Akaika's kind of glad for this Demona coming down. Maybe gives him some answers as well. But he's not going to be happy because, I mean, how do you not just completely wipe the board here at this point? I mean, you have to. Of course, Jake is thinking about what's the right way to do that. What's the correct, sequencing, as we call it in gaming. So making sure that we're sequencing this correctly. So let's see.
Yeah, because notably, that Headless Horseman is pretty fragile, right? So he hits for a lot, he swings for 4, but he's only got 2 willpower.
That's it, yeah.
So anything that Jake swings at here is going to, I believe, get rid of that Horseman. So we kind of have to make sure, like you said, sequencing, the order matters here. And Jake taking a moment, even though he's in a commanding position, you never want to get ahead of yourself. You want to make sure that you take the time to make the correct play. And I love this moment from Jake, being able to slow the game down and decide what is the best play. So we take out Calhoun with that Headless Horseman. We take out Webby, looks like, with the Palace Guard and the Genie.
Yes.
Now we have a Demona with no damage, ready to go and ready to quest.
And Mother Gothel in hand, so the damage on those characters. You know my favorite 2-word phrase is, Willobeez?
Tell me.
Flinger dingers. Great phrase. Love it. And that's what we're about to do here. But that cow says, hey, let's dance first.
Yeah, and we are going to see this Clarabelle come down light on her hooves because she is moving. And it's going to, I don't believe Akaika got to draw any cards off of it this turn, but she's still a big threat.
Yes.
And if Jake is going to do something like empty his hand, Akaika's saying, fine, but I'm going to get to keep drawing.
Yes, absolutely. And so in a way, this is a blessing and a curse for Akaika, because the more he can empty his hand, the more Jake keeps his. Oh, but no, Jake says we're going to play the Emboldened. I believe that's the sibling.
It's either the Emboldened Warrior or the Empowered
it's
Sibling.
a Sisu?
There's a lot of Sisus out there, and who knows?
Yeah, it
what
costs
they
3,
are,
folks. It costs 3.
It costs 3,
and you know it is medium Sisu. Let's stop pretending.
And notably, for every card in Akaika's hand, there we go, the Emboldened Warrior.
I was close.
It is going to get +1 attack for every card in Akaika's hand. So now Jake has a pretty commanding board here, right? So sure, maybe Akaika's got a lot of cards in hand. Maybe this Clarabelle can swing for a lot, but I don't know that you want to do things like swing into that Demona right now.
No, that's not a great thing to do. If you're doing it, it's because you have to do it, not because you want to do it.
Right.
Because Jake, of course, is sitting at 9 lore right now, looking at the board. One of the things that this Ruby Amethyst deck does really well is it presents a lot of 2 questing threats.
Yeah.
So, it does have the ability to be pretty quick. We do see the Perfect Gentleman Donald Duck and Calhoun come down, and we're seeing another Thunderbolt. That's 3.
Go. So like we said earlier, no matter that we only had 2, we have 2 more, right? So even though we already used them, we're going to do another one. We're going to choose to get rid of that evasive because we have no other way to deal with it. But notably, now this Clarabelle is sideways, which is exposing ourselves to this Mother Gothel. Now, Akaika doesn't know it, but we can see that Jake has another Mother Gothel in hand. This is going to allow him, every time a character challenges, before the challenge happens, Jake is going to be able to move a damage for each Mother Gothel in play. So what that means is Jake could potentially challenge with something like Palace Guard, move 2 of the damage off of the Palace Guard onto that Clarabelle, right? So we are using that here. We are taking that 2 damage off of that Palace Guard. We are moving it to the Calhoun, getting the Calhoun out of play. Now that Demona is going to take damage, but it is going to survive that challenge. And again, we are going to take 2 damage off of that Demona and move it to that. I believe to that Clarabelle. I don't know where it went, but it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
Maybe it's maybe it's on the duck and I just can't see it because the red is blending it.
Potentially, yeah. But we have that Mother Gothel on screen for you. The Vein Sorceress. What a great dueling card she is, and how impactful she is to the board too. But yeah, it's just. But look at this board state. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Akaika's gonna take that gentlemanly draw there with that Donald Duck because he's got to dig for answers here. But like you said, Jake has built up quite a board here, and on Akaika's side, I mean, the Duck is drawing him cards, but it's not really swinging back for much power, is it?
Drawing doesn't help you unless you can put characters down with it and start dealing with this board, and it may be too little too late. We may have already circled the drain here, unfortunately. It looks as though Jake has kind of locked this one up.
Yeah, because we do see Jake at 12 lore, right?
Yeah.
So I believe he can quest for game here. He's got a lot of 2 questers on board. We'll do the quick maths on it.
He
looks
does.
like he
Yep.
does. Yep.
He has exactly
so
the number he needs.
We would need some more of those Thunderbolts, and I believe we've only got 1 left.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's quite going to do it. But you know what? As we said, this is only the first game. So players are still learning what they're up against and what's
Oh!
in the deck. Wow. Speaking of Thunderbolt.
We found it. We
see all 4.
We do. But now we've got, so we don't have game on board anymore. At least Jake doesn't. But we got pretty close to it.
Yeah, we go to 18 here, I believe. Yeah. If we were to just quest out, which honestly, with only 2 characters and all Thunderbolt, gone on Ikaika's side, why doesn't Jake just quest out here?
That's a good point. I mean, Hades is going to try to make a deal, and of course, Ikaika's like, I'm not giving you a cow. Are you crazy? Get out of here with that. Draw your 2 cards.
Yeah, so Jake going to be able to ink, and I believe he has another Whisper Cheshire Cat in hand, so if he wanted to, he could play it out. I mean, I guess we're scared of potentially a Wombo combo. I believe we have enough ink to do that Prince Philip. We're double-checking right now. We might be short.
Well, I believe we're at 8 ink right now.
So
3, 4, 5, 6. It's 8.
Yeah,
he would need to ink and play.
So he would need to have the Prince Philip in hand along with ink, or he would need to draw ink. You know what I mean? Like, he needs to draw it.
Yeah.
So
not a great. So that's not likely in the situation that he's currently in. Although
stranger things have happened.
We've seen some stranger things on stream even. But as we see Jake kind of deciding here to attack.
Yeah, so it looks like what Jake is going to do is he's going to show some discipline here. He's not just going to try to quest out. He's going to respect potential top decks that could bail Ikaika out of this, and he's going to say, you know what, I'm going to use my Mother Gothels. I'm going to start flinging and dinging all of your characters. So slowly but surely, he is going to be moving 2 damage at a time from his other characters to these other characters. So as we see here, this Sisu is going to be able to finish that Donald Duck, and also with that damage that was on that Mother Gothel, he's also going to be able to finish that Clarabelle. Now notice, he could have done something like played out a Cheshire Cat and boosted it, but he didn't want to.
Nope.
Right? Because when you have those Mother Gothels, what's better?
Yeah, and
right?
Ikaika seeing the cards here, the cards do tell.
Yep.
The past, the present, and the future as well. And Ikaika said, let's just go ahead and go to game 2.
Yeah, so look at Jake, stoic as always. It's just keeping a straight face. Like I said, these players play together all the time, a little bit of Florida lore for everybody in the chat. So they're very familiar with each other. They've played each other a lot, but it's got to feel good. Obviously, I think Jake notably, historically, has played Ruby Amethyst within those first couple of sets of the game. He was something he was known for. So to see him back on it again, I would imagine it feels good for him.
Oh, I bet.
On the other side, though, Ikaika is definitely no stranger to Emerald Steel. So I bet as well he feels at home here. And Ikaika's known for his interesting brews. He's always going to have spice. He's always going to have something interesting. Like you said, being the only Emerald Steel player here, I think we're still in for a very interesting game 2.
I would agree. Yeah. So we're gonna see what this transpires into. You've got Jake now playing on the draw. You've got Ikaika getting the opportunity to start the game off, which I'm sure we'd love to see. Webby, of course, plays a little bit differently depending on whether you're on the play or when you're on the draw. Right. You have to consider how that comes down. Make sure that you're using it to maximum effect. Although I will say a turn 2 Thunderbolt like he did last game wouldn't be a horrible thing if you need one. So.
Right. I mean, it felt pretty good. Sometimes you think, oh, is Lumiere the best target? But Lumiere would have just enabled even more crazy things for Jake to be able to do. So I do think it was still notable to slow down that power. But like we said, this Ruby Amethyst can sneak up on you with its 2 questers here.
Yeah.
So players are going through, they're doing their altars. Now that Ikaika knows what he's up against, now that he's seen what Ruby Amethyst can do, and it looks like he's found it, right? Because he only threw back 1 card.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think, though, he's going to try to do here? Is he trying to control early? Is he trying to shift Clarabelles? Or is he trying to go for some early lore pressure?
Well, he's going to get to the ink before Jake does. So being able to get to the Clarabelle first means when you're on the play, you get to take more advantage of that. Jake will be on the draw, meaning he will draw a card. So that's a part of the math you got to figure out too.
Right.
So I think that getting to that Clarabelle, that light on her hoof's Clarabelle, would not be a horrible strategy here, and making sure that you intersperse the Calhoun on that 2 point.
Right.
Making sure that you get those characters down that allow you to just kind of send Jake away, to tell Jake, hey, that's great. We can kind of go toe-to-toe on the board presence, but I don't need you running away with the game. And so we see Webby as the first character played in Ikaika's side of the board here on game 2. Diablo coming down for Jake.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Also, just knowing what actions are available to these players. Jake, notably, we saw they never come back, but besides that, not really seeing too many other actions. We're going to see this Webby come down, do the shift. We're not doing it for the ramp, but rather just for the lore pressure.
Yeah.
So interesting to not put another Calhoun or something like another body down, like you said. We're just going for a nice little 2/4, hard to remove.
Oof, and there's Diablo. This is, I believe, the Watchful Raven. This is a fantastic card. It's uninkable, but what you get for your uninkability is a 3/3 that quests for 2. Some people are comparing this card to like a Calhoun, comparing it to the pre-rotation Mr. Smee. I think it's better than both of them, if I'm being honest with you. I think it's a great card.
Yeah, it's definitely a great card. It's nice to see Ruby get such a cool card in it. I think a lot of people felt that Ruby was kind of lacking last set. I know, like we said earlier, there's a lot of Ruby Amethyst guys that are going to be very excited to see this deck hopefully be well positioned this meta. We're going to ink a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and we are going to get rid of that Diablo.
They just float to the top for Ikaika. They're
yeah,
so
there they are.
they're like 0.01 ounce lighter than every other card. So when he shuffles them, they just go right to the top.
We're playing that Clarabelle Contented Wallflower, which is actually going to enable Ikaika to draw a card. So I like that sequencing there.
Yep, I would agree. Hades going into the Inkwell. That's a great card, but maybe not right now.
In this matchup, right? If we shift that Clarabelle and you've drawn 2 cards with that Hades, you're just kind of drawing them cards as well.
Yeah, and I do want to shout out Hector Harris in the chat, known as Chino. He's calling out his nemesis. His nemesis, of course, is Dreams, who's come down many times to the tournaments down in South Florida and has beaten Hector a number of times, and Hector doesn't like that. But for those of you that don't know, Hector won CCS a few cycles back.
Yep.
Fantastic player from South Florida. It's a shame we couldn't get him up here to showcase what he can do. But, buddy, we miss you. We love you. We'll see you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got these players. We've got Ikaika here. He has put down this Donald Duck. Both of these players are potentially, it is optional, going to be drawing an additional card at the start of Ikaika's turn.
Yep.
So we have to see. Looks like some jokes are being made. We have to see if Jake is going to be opting to draw cards with that or not. Is Ikaika, going to quest out here? What are we scared of if we're only going to 4 ink? It's not like we can play down an Elsa.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. And so what we see here, of course, Jake is setting up a situation for himself where the board can certainly be better for him, but it takes time to get there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ikaika is taking advantage of his first-to-play advantage. He's got that Donald Duck down. He'll be able to draw. He's going to be drawing more cards every turn. Now Jake will too, but Clarabelle makes it better when everybody draws. Clarabelle loves when everybody shares.
Absolutely.
As we see Genie come down and allowing Jake to draw another card.
Yeah, we do see a Mother Gothel in hand. Now, I think this Mother Gothel, typically you don't actually want to play it on curve. You want to play it down in later turns when you're about to start challenging so you can move some of those damage. We see this Diablo is going to hit for 1 because of that Lumiere. We are going to draw a card off of it. We're actually so respecting the Clarabelle shift, not necessarily afraid of it, but respecting it, that we're just going to go ahead and trade 2 of our guys just to get it out.
Tradesies. We're just all friends here. We're just giving each other stuff. We're trading stuff, This is a trading card game after all. And so we're here trading characters, so why not?
Yeah, it is a 2 for 1, but when you think of it as stopping that shift line, stopping Ikaika from drawing cards, you kind of think it starts to be a little bit more even that way.
Yeah, because it's not a 2 for 1 implies that he's not going to draw 1,000 cards.
Right.
You're forgetting about the cards he's not drawing. So it's more. It'd be a lot better in your favor as we see Prince Philip, that 3-cost warded Prince Philip come down as well as that Calhoun.
Yeah, I mean, now the games have kind of switched, right? Where Ikaika has this really strong board state. Now, Jake knew this was a risk. He knew he was trading in 2 of his characters into Ikaika's. He knew he had cards in hand. So Ikaika saying, hey, that's fine, because now I have the board presence. I've got 4 guys on board. This Genie does not have enough strength to take down any of them.
Yeah, we call this a punish.
Yeah.
So Ikaika punished Jake for making a decision, a smart punish. But here, speaking of punishing, we have the terror of Sleepy Hollow choosing that perfect gentleman Donald Duck, saying, hey, let's stop drawing for a second, and let's just think about what's going on in our lives, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. So the good thing about this Genie is while Jake does not have a ton of characters on board, this Genie quests for 2 and is evasive, which right now Ikaika cannot deal with.
No, evasive's nice. We're taking to the skies here. Genie's flying above everybody's head as we see Ikaika just thinking through, okay, well, how do we deal with this?
Yeah, what are we going to do? How are we going to deal with it? Do we have another Thunderbolt floating to the top of that deck? We've got 4 of them in here, so we know that it could very well happen. We also, potentially, depending on how much ink he's got, see a shift Prince Philip. Now, this is notable. We did not see the malicious, mean, and
No.
scary with it, so we do not get to do this wombo combo.
No.
We do not get to banish these characters because there are no damage on
Right.
them. But this Prince Philip is still a monster of a card. Questing for 3 is evasive.
Yep, that is correct, as we see. So, like, do we not get the malicious, mean, and scary? Sure. You know, that's fine. That's okay, because this is still an evasive that quests for 3.
Yeah.
So deal with me, Jake, is what, like I says, with 13 lore, and we've got 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the table. If you don't count that Calhoun could take out potentially that Terror of Sleepy Hollow for an extra lore, which would win him the game. So,
yeah, so potentially go into 20 here, not necessarily through questing, maybe through the means of Calhoun. So that's going to put Jake in a little bit of check there. If he's going to use that Headless Horseman for anything, it's got to be to get rid of that Calhoun, unless it's going to get banished in the challenge from something like that Webby. So, but if he does that, right, then it's going to buff up the Genie, which could take the Calhoun. I mean, it's getting crazy.
Math is hard, Willobeez. Math is so difficult. I don't like it. But here we are playing card games.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this, though, from both players, just saying, hey, you had a really dominant game 1. Now Akaika answering back, saying my deck can do things too. Jake's got notably a ton of cards in hand, but they're not necessarily doing what we need them to do right now.
They are not. They are not. And it might be too slow. We may be moving too slow here. That Dumbo is cute earlier. Right now, Akaika is looking at game on board potentially, again, assuming that Jake turns a character sideways that he shouldn't.
Right.
However, we're too close for comfort, and Jake knows that. So Jake is really considering what is the play here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we didn't see Jake put this Elsa down. He had enough ink to do it, and he opted not to. I know that we can't really banish this Prince Philip with it, but we could potentially have taken care of, in combination with the Headless Horseman, the other 2 threats on board. So there's got to be something that Jake is thinking about here by putting down that Dumbo, something that he's looking to do. It looks like he can ink another card to play out that Lumiere to potentially buff up the rest of his guys, but Jake is definitely in the think tank here, trying to figure out, was this the right call? How am I going to take care of this? Maybe he had an idea, now it's changed.
Yeah, potentially. And I mean, the good news here is that that first game was pretty quick. There are 36 minutes left on the time, so Jake can afford to take a little bit of time here, because we're about 1 or 2 turns away from Akaika taking this game. If Jake can't figure this out,
if Jake does nothing, Akaika just wins as well. So that's also why it's important for Jake to kind of slow this down here. So we are going to see, we're going to ink that Mother Gothel. Might be too little, too late for her. We're going to buff that Headless Horseman with the Lumiere. So he's now going to swing for 5, but instead he's going to take that Calhoun. That's going to buff up that Genie in combination with that Lumiere to get that Genie the 4 strength that it needs to cleanly take out that Webby. So now we are not able to do anything about this Prince Philip, who is still questing for 3, but Akaika looks like it's just top decking.
Yeah, and that Wallflower coming down, that Contented Wallflower Clarabelle allows just a string of characters to come down here.
He is getting everything that he needs. So Jake, I think, played it beautifully, played it masterfully, but Akaika, just seeing exactly what he needs, that Wallflower drawing to put in the Warded Phillips. That's going to make it hard. It's not like Jake is going to be able to top deck something to get him out of it. Potentially, we could see those never come back come into play. We know that Jake plays those last time, but it's at 16 lore. It's interesting.
You're not kidding. So and notably that Prince Philip is warded, which makes interacting with it very difficult. Essentially, Akaika's going to at least be able to, with some very few exceptions, is going to get at least to 18. Yeah. Because there's very little things that Jake can do to interact with that one. So.
Sure, both of those Prince Philips are warded. Thank you. Yeah. That's
well, the little one is. The big one's evasive.
Okay.
The big one's evasive.
The big one's evasive. That's what it is. We're back. We're back. I thought I was right. I was like, something's warded and something's evasive, and either way, it's hard to deal with.
Right. Listen, I said that like as if that was going to be easier.
Right.
We're stuck like Chuck, my friends. And unfortunately, it's a little lopsided, but it's got wabi sabi, as they say online.
Yeah. So this is interesting. All right. So we're playing out what we can. We got that Palace Guard. We're using to exert. The only thing we can exert is that Wallflower, like we said, because that Prince Philip is warded. So now we're back in the think tank. What are we doing here? So we can swing with this Genie into.
It is 3 strength if it wanted to, but we're deciding. Yep. So we're doing the math. We're adding up. Oh, okay. So
there we go.
That is what we call a 2-for-1 in the game, and so choosing to send 2 characters to deal with that Vanquisher of Foes, Prince Philip. We've also dealt with the Contented Wallflower Clarabelle. What is left, of course, is a standing Prince Philip that does not get interacted with, as Ward prevents that from happening.
This quest is interesting, right? I get it because if Akaika wants to trade in instead of questing, we're happy with that. He is top decking.
For sure.
But also,
Uh-oh.
What did you see that chat?
What can I say except
maybe?
Maybe not.
Maybe?
We're going to see.
Quest for 2. All right, we're going to play that. You're welcome.
There
on
it
our
is.
own, guys. So Akaika's at 18. We're getting – look, he took the 2 quests off the board. I get it. But Jake was going to swing into it anyways. We know that, right? With things like the Lumiere, even the Palace Guard could take it out. So Ikaika's saying, you know what? I'm going to draw some cards instead. And just like last time, he drew into some things that he could just play back-to-back right off the top. Let's see what he gets here. Because even if he can't play him next turn – next turn, he can start deploying some threats.
He could. I mean, if he were to have drawn something like a Calhoun, for example, that forces Jake to really consider how he operates. That Calhoun would slow down that Lumiere from questing, for example. So there are a series of cards that he could have drawn, even with just 2 ink available to him, that could have slowed down the game just enough to be able to reclaim some of this victory. Again, Akaika very close to victory, 18 lore, but 18. This ain't horseshoes. 18 is not enough. You got to get to 20.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jake doing what he needs to do, drawing cards, deploying more threats, building up a wide board. Ikaika has some time because, like we said, Jake doesn't play a lot of action, so it's going to be all challenge-based removal primarily. And we did see a Thunderbolt in Ikaika's hand, so he can slow this down a little bit.
And I believe is that another Vanquisher of Foes? Oh, but we do have Tinkerbell.
Okay, big Tink. That's going to clear some things off this board here, so it's going to get rid of that Dumbo, which is notable. That's going to stop some of that card draw.
It is, and all this damage is great because if we do have that Vanquisher of Foes, if we can get to that 9, which right now we're a little bit off. We're too short. We're 3 short, unfortunately. So that Prince Philip, that Vanquisher of Foes is certainly a bit off, but if we can get there, we can take care of this board. And again, Jake is far enough.
Yeah, that big Tink is just big enough. Like I said, you would need an Elsa or something like that to be able to exert the character. We don't have a lot of actions in Jake's deck. Akaika, cool as a cucumber, able to take it back on game 2. We are going into an all-important game 3. And again, that first game was so fast that even though we were able to slow down this game on the side of both players, think about the best plays possible, we still have, I believe, 30 minutes, at the very least, almost 30 minutes going into
just over,
this game
in fact.
3.
They have, they're at about 31 minutes right now of the time left. So, let's say they take about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to do a quick little shuffle, make sure that their decks are properly randomized, which PSA, make sure you all properly randomize your decks as you're playing these games.
Looks like we're seeing some sleeve switch out, which is great, keeping yourselves accountable, saying, hey, I think maybe I shuffled this one weird. Lord knows I can't shuffle, right? Sometimes I bend my cards all the time. So Akaika keeping it honest, saying, hey, I'm going to change the sleeve out just for good measure, and that's awesome. It's good to see the sportsmanship. It's good to see these players going toe-to-toe. Both notable guys right here in Florida doing the thing. And I'm excited. I mean, we're ready to go into a game 3. Jake is going to be on the play here.
Yeah.
How is Ikaika gonna answer back after kind of losing that first one on the draw?
That's going to be an interesting proposition that we find ourselves in, because the thing about this Ruby Amethyst deck, as we've kind of seen, is there is a healthy blend of 2 questers and 1 questers, and there's a healthy blend of characters that can defend itself, that create strong, challenging pressure, strong board pressure. This deck, this Ruby Amethyst deck of this format, feels like I guess a superpowered version of the Amethyst Steel decks, where you can run either speedy or you can run more defensively. You can be able to deal with threats more. So Jake being able to go first means he could, if he can draw the right sequence of cards here and mulligan into the right hand, he could just be an aggro deck. The world's craziest aggro deck if he really wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. So where he doesn't have utility in the form of actions, he has it in the form of characters such as that Headless Horseman that's going to allow him to banish things, right? So it's pretty cool when we're able to do things that actions typically do, but on a body of a character that is going to stick, that is going to quest for lore, that is going to challenge back. So I'm excited to see what we make of this one. I believe Jake made quick work of that altar. I didn't see how many cards he threw back. But
it wasn't many.
Yeah, it looks like he's got some good stuff. I saw that Diablo for turn 2. Obviously, we want to be careful with this deck, how many uninkables we have. But, I mean, we're feeling good. Ikaika, on the other hand, looks like he threw back 3. Okay, so it looks like Jake threw back 1, Ikaika threw back 3. That's telling me both of these players might have what they want.
Yeah, so they both must be feeling pretty good. Now, obviously, Jake being on the play here, he's got to be feeling a little bit better.
Right.
If you're sending back 1 to your opponent sending back 3. Now, the question is, can Akaika recoup some of that tempo loss from not being able to go first? We're going to find out here. I'm excited about this match. This has been a fantastic sequence of games so far. So I'm stoked. As we see,
and look at
great
that, the sportsmanship coming through from these guys saying, hey, good luck, fists, and we're doing it. We're jumping right into the game. That's what you love to see. That's what Lorcana is all about, keeping it happy. So we ink a Diablo, and we play a Mulan, setting up the flinging and the dinging like we talked about.
Isn't it fun to say that phrase? I'll tell you, it's so much fun.
It really is.
Flinger dingers, we love it. We love to say it as we see an Ursula make way for a Webby Vanderquack.
Yeah, and I think Ikaika kind of correctly identifying that there's not going to be a ton of actions in Jake's deck, saying, "Hey, I don't need to hold on to this turn 2 play. Probably have something better that I want to play."
Not only that, but if let's say you do. I mean, is it really that big of a deal to lose a Mulan to a Thunderbolt? Like, is that really the worst thing? That,
right.
You know, like, fine, go ahead, I dare you.
Yeah, no, and it's interesting here. The choice to quest, I guess, Jake is saying, "Hey, if you want to take my Mulan, I don't really mind." you know? So it would, because he would have to shift it, and then he's not quested. So we're going to see what we can do here. It looks like we are going to opt to shift, but we are singing.
Yep. Jake, unfortunately, while it was pretty safe to turn that Milan sideways, he did put down that Diablo. That Diablo is pretty sweet. So I don't blame.
Nice,
I don't
juicy
blame.
target.
Kaika's like, nah.
And you know what's interesting? All 3 games, I believe, we have seen a turn 1 Webby followed by a turn 2 shift Webby. I don't think he's sung on all 3 games, but 2 of the 3 games singing Thunderbolt. I mean, wow.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
He's got it every time.
Max Goof asking all the important questions. And again, I already said we're doing a quick deck check because I do believe those cards have been shaved. They're like 0.01 ounce lighter than the other cards.
Yeah, they are floating to the top. No, but it's great. It's great to see it. It's fun. This is what the excitement is all about when the players have it, right? So this is game 3, and I'm curious how Jake feels because he's kind of, I guess, how can you respect it? But he's not really respecting the Thunderbolt.
No, I mean,
but how can you? What are you gonna not play your cards?
Exactly. Yeah, respect means to stop playing the game. I guess you know what? Go ahead. If you got it, I guess the fair way to think about it is too is like, hey, you spent something that normally, granted, you did it for free. Which, hey, let's talk. We can talk about you stealing things at Kaika. Free 5-finger discounts here. We don't appreciate. However, if I've got to lose a character, I'd rather it be a 2-cost character versus you using that thing later in the game when maybe it's much more critical. I can recover here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jake not letting up on the pressure, right? Putting down a Sisu. He said, okay, now you've gotten rid of my Diablo, but now I have a Sisu. You've got plenty of cards in hand. So Ikaika's going to quest that Webby. This is going to allow him to put the top card of his deck into his Inkwell. So we're also doing a little bit of rampant, which feels good.
Yeah, that Prospector Webby, one of the big cards from this set, really one of the most impactful cards from this set. It's kind of been outshadowed by a lot of the other legendaries, but I would say unjustly so because it is such a good card, this Prospector. Just to see her in action here in this Emerald Steel deck has been very fantastic. Not just to get additional ink, but boy oh boy does she have a set of pipes. Can she sing the songs like? Oh, well, she didn't sing that one. This one, unfortunately, Kaika sang with his ink.
Yeah. But yeah, we see that Malicious Mean and Scary come down. Gonna go ahead, get rid of that Mulan. I mean, potentially respecting a shift here. We know he can't do it on this turn, but just kind of getting it out of there. We're going to play this Wish Fulfilled. We're going to use that Sisu to take out that Webby, but it's going to put a lot of damage on that Sisu. So that Sisu is looking a bit frail. It
is looking frail. And I want you to take notice that the last 3 characters that Jake played, the Diablo, the Sisu, now the Genie, all 2 questers.
Yeah.
So, clearly just kind of prioritizing this moment where, hey, eventually I'm going to break free. As we see and we're running for it because again, just 2 questers on 2 questers on 2 questers. This Headless Horseman is a scary problem.
Yeah, so he went ahead and played out that Headless Horseman, quested out the rest of his guys, and Jake is not letting up on the lore pressure here. We only got 1 character.
Oh no!
Wow.
Here's another one of those shaved Thunderbolts coming up from the top of the deck. Oh, just kidding. There's 2. There's 2.
So 3 Thunderbolts, and what is this? This is like only turn 5.
Judge, we need a deck check out here. This is crazy.
Wow. Talk about they always have it.
Yeah, holy moly. Well, you know what?
Speaking
so does Jake.
Yeah, look at all those Headless Horsemen coming down. Yeah. And now we've got a game, folks.
Yeah, this is getting pretty wild here. So we do see. And interestingly enough, we have Ray in the chat. By the way, Ray, a very notorious Ruby Amethyst player. Thank you for sharing, buddy. Yes, the 2 questers from 2 to 6 are insane. RP, red purple as it's colloquially known. Fantastic. As we see Tinkerbell hitting the table, dealing 1 damage to that 2 willpower Headless Horseman, half of its health.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah, I was going to say that Tinkerbell is very nice because that Headless Horseman, he does pack a punch. He's beefing up those other characters, but he's a little fragile, right? So we're already halfway through. It's willpower. If we quest this Webby, even if we were going to, throw the horseman into it, it'd be gone, and then we don't have a board back. So this has been a really great back and forth, a little bit of a head-to-head. The only thing I could see kind of going sideways here is Ikaika, I believe, has no cards to Jake's at least 2 or 3.
Correct.
So which is what Amethyst wants to do.
Yeah.
If Jake can keep drawing cards, I don't know if Ikaika is going to continue to be in a good position here.
No, that's correct. And we do, as you mentioned, we do see some of those answers in Jake's hand. Now, that Tinkerbell does create a very weird state of board here, and so that also has to be able to deal with it. So we do see using both of those characters doing effectively a 2 for, we'll call it a 1.5 to 1, as Elsa does survive that onslaught, that challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. So now this is interesting. We see a Demona in Jake's hand.
Ooh, do we do it, though?
That's the question. Well, first we got to see what Ikaika's going to put down. Is Jake willing to take that chance? And
I don't think you do. I think you'd be crazy to do it here.
Yeah, you just kind of keep flooding out the board.
Yeah.
Depending on how much ink he's got.
And Jake agreeing with me, apparently, saying, hey, I ain't doing that, Gabe. You're crazy. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I am crazy. Okay.
Let's see. He's thinking about it.
It's got to be the horseman.
Okay, it's the horseman. It's
got to be the horseman. Yeah, there could be way more effect on that Demona, and to give Ikaika 2 cards to just turn one character sideways. I think that's the right play here, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see how Ikaika is going to get out of this. Obviously, he doesn't know potentially a Demona could bail him out, maybe,
Correct.
of this hand situation on the other side. So he's and he wouldn't be expecting it either, right? So he's got to play to his outs. He's got to play the hand that he's been given. It looks like he's wanting to ink, but he doesn't maybe want to let go of this card. So we're inking and passing, folks. That does not feel good, especially when Jake is at 9 lore.
This is now the second time in this 3-game sequence that we've seen Ikaika in this really uncomfortable position, being forced to ink a card. He had to do that in Game 1, doing it again now in Game 3. It is never, never good to be able to ink and not be able to play the card, which of course tells Jake that's got to be Prince Philip in the hand.
Yeah, so now we are deciding to play that Demona where we can get max value from it. Sure, we give Ikaika some cards, but we're in a pretty dominant position because we are going to be able to quest out. We're saying, hey, we don't even care about that Webby, I believe. Looks like, yeah. So we're going to quest. We're going to go up to 12, I believe.
It is,
and we're looking good, right? We're looking good. We're feeling good, and now we got 3 cards in hand. One of those being the Mother Gothel. So we're going to start to be able to do, say it with me, folks, the flinging
dinger,
and the dinging.
That's right, 100%. Let's do it. We love it. We love to see it as we Iago, which has been a very strong card just today. Like seeing it come into play, a few of the different games that we've seen so far. If we can get that out, that could be problematic as well.
Wow, Ikaika's cards come in force. We got 4 Thunderbolts, 4 Webbies. Yeah. It's all. He's got it all.
It turns out when you play 4 of them in your deck, you get way more consistent results. Who would have thought?
You see them all the time.
As Dumbo hits the table, Dumbo, of course, the 9th wonder of the universe. Deciding now, so Jake, of course, thinking.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
JK.
He wants to draw a card off of this Elsa, but maybe deciding if he wants to ink and play something like this Iago instead, or play down that Mother Gothel. So he is going to go ahead and draw. And once again, the Headless Horsemen, they come in force, guys. They come in force.
Sleepy Hollow must be terrified. Like, can you imagine having to deal with 4 of these things in your neighborhood? This is crazy.
This is crazy. So, yeah, that Demona is absolutely going on a quest. We are feeling good. Just such a big body. Having that 6 stat line, not really scared of what that Webby's going to do. And also, Jake saying, sure, you can do something to this Demona, but I can fling the damage back.
You can fling the damage back. Now, we do see that you're welcome entering the hand from the top of the deck. So, Ikaika, of course, deciding whether we use it or do we send it into the Inkwell to potentially play the Prince Philip. It was a Clarabelle. I completely misread that. As we see, so we're dealing damage to the Demona, and yes, here he is, the vanquisher of foes, the Prince Philip, able to clear 2 of the characters by way of sheer force.
Yeah, absolutely. So, once again, big body, hard to deal with for Jake, but not impossible, especially considering Jake is so far ahead, right? So, if all Ikaika is going to do is quest with this thing, he does not mind, because Jake is so far ahead at 16 lore, he can get there before Ikaika can even think about getting there.
Yeah, it's just a dream in Ikaika's head, but Jake, of course, super close to getting there, as we see, just doing a little bit of that turn sideways math. We see a Dumbo hit the table. We see one more to play that Mulan, of course, putting damage on it. So just continue to establish a board as the Mother Gothel turns sideways.
Yeah, now we do, I believe, yeah, Ikaika still's got that You're Welcome in hand, so we have some form of removal, but at 16 lore, is it gonna be enough?
And
right?
folks, take a look at what's also in his hand. He's got the 4th Thunderbolt hanging out in that hand.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, yep. So, I mean.
He's always got it.
He's always got it. Just assume it's yes.
Does he have it? The answer is yes. Now, what is he going to use it on? That is the question. Of course, it is going to be that Dumbo. So, yes, we can fling some damage, but wow. And we're also playing down that You're Welcome. So, okay, we're doing a pretty good job cleaning up this board here. Now, we are giving Jake some cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jake, of course, has a much better character on the table than Jake does. Or Ikaika has one better than Jake, I should say, rather. And the issue here, of course, is Jake's got a hand, because that's what You're Welcome does. It lets you draw cards.
Yeah,
and,
which Ikaika still does not.
Struggling. Yeah, Ikaika's in a rough spot.
But you know what? Hey, if he keeps top decking those Thunderbolts, he might just be.
He might find his 5th, 6th, and 7th one the way he's going.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see, and you know what? To add insult to injury, we've got They Never Come Back in Jake's hand. Will he do it just for the disrespect? He's looking at it. He's looking at it, Gabe.
Yes, he is.
He's looking at it.
Jake, don't be rude. Don't be rude.
Play out your hand.
Come on. What are you doing? No, I'm just kidding. Of course. Listen,
players got to do what you got to do. That could stop singing. That could stop a lot of different things. So He's going to choose that They Never Come Back. It's going to choose a character that is already. It's going to choose up to 2. In this case, it's going to choose one that's already exerted, and it is going to stay exerted. It cannot ready at the start of its next turn.
It can't. What a fantastic card that is.
Yeah.
It also, especially in what we're seeing to be this like heavy Iago meta. You know, it's a great card if we were to go into a purple mirror to deal with the Iagos, being able to select those characters. We see 2 Mother Gothels. We see Mulan turning sideways, getting to.
Wow. So this is masterfully done by Jake. He's saying, hey, even if that Prince Philip could ready, you would still need to take out 2 of my other guys. So we're seeing the fist bumps, we're seeing the GGs. It was well fought on both sides, but Ruby Amethyst back on top against the only Emerald Steel in the building.
Yes, Jake doing a fantastic job securing that. Ikaika, what a valiant effort.
Absolutely.
And just so much respect for both players. You know, both class acts, like I love seeing, you know, they're able to speak to each other like human beings and give each other fist daps. And, you know, it gets stressful. The later you get into the tournament, especially being undefeated, there's a little bit of sweat that starts to pour down your brow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of thinking about what we need to do in order to continue to get to the end here and get to that coveted top spots, so that lets you into the top cut, but also allows you to potentially get first seeding as you enter into the top cut phase.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's definitely very well played by both players. What a match. Fun to watch. Some big guys, very smart guys playing their decks. Honestly, to perfection, right? It's not Ikaika's fault that his hand kind of stalled there. He saw all of his Thunderbolts every game. So, you know, that shows that he built that deck for consistency.
Yes.
But sometimes you don't see every piece that you need.
Not always. But again, fantastic, valiant effort as we see these players. Jake advancing. Ikaika still has a good shot. I mean, Ikaika's undefeated.
Absolutely. Somebody who's very familiar to top cuts. I'm sure we'll see these players again. All these players that have been on stream have been doing a great job. So do we want to talk some of the numbers before we talk about...
Just real brief. Yeah, so where's my notepad here? Excuse me.
Yeah.
I wrote this down. That means it's official. Where do we put it? I think here it is. It's
okay,
official,
we've got
folks.
the numbers. If you guys want to know what the metagame is,
it's right here.
We did it. Hand math.
Yes, we did some hand math for you folks. So what's been going on here? First most represented, second most represented deck. They're tied. So they're tied for first. Blurple with 8 represented.
Wow.
Ruby Amethyst with 8.
Wow.
Mind you, Lorcana Villain just played this thing like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
People were so amped up about playing Ruby Amethyst. They're like, bring out the cards. Let's do it.
Bring out the cards. So Amethyst on top.
So Blurple and Ruby Amethyst tied for first. They're both about just under 15% of the meta. Underneath them, 3 decks tied for second.
Oh, wow.
So we got the green-blue, or what we're calling Emerald Sapphire, of course, being comparing with 7.
Okay.
Sapphire Steel with 7 players, and the Amber Emerald deck with 7.
Nice.
So three decks tied for second. How does that math work? We figured it out. So we got just under 15% of the players were playing Blurple and Ruby Amethyst. We've got 13% of players playing green blue, 13% playing blue steel, 13% playing Amber Emerald. Of note, the Amber Emerald decks, as we know, there's 2 variants. 3 of them are playing Reanimator. 4 of them playing dogs.
Yeah, so it's split right down the middle. Now, before we finish talking about these decks, one thing we want to share, because we know you're curious, next up was Amethyst Steel, which is still notable because a lot of people, like we said, have that on their S tier, have it on top of the pack. But of, the most represented decks, it's still up there, but it's the lower end.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to see such a wide spread. You were saying earlier, you think this is indicative of a very healthy meta.
It is. Generally speaking, what you see in these tournaments, and I've done a lot of these at this point, you'll see the top 2 most represented decks are like in the between 15 to 20% or more.
Right.
And then next down will be like, 15%.
Yeah.
We're talking. So again, Blurple, Ruby, Amethyst, 8 of them are playing it.
Right.
The 2 decks or the 3 decks underneath it, 7 people are playing those, and then Purple Steel, 6 people are playing those.
Yeah.
Technically in math, that's almost no different. That's numerically almost no difference.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a very healthy meta, very even spread here. It's actually quite insane. I don't think we've ever seen a tournament with this even of a spread, especially this is a 50-plus person tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of players, but everybody not really sure what the best deck is going to be, and I think we are going to see a very healthy top cut potentially coming out of this, which is going to be really great.
It's going to be, yeah.
So definitely let us know what your thoughts are in chat on the different decks that we have here. But we've got some more things to talk about before we go into our next match.
Yes.
Of course, we want to let you know.
Let's talk about it. The Pro Play Summit. We've got $65,000 in guaranteed prizing. Look across this spectrum. Look at my friends. All of these card games, including the one that we're talking about today, of course, Lorcana.
Yeah.
That's the big one. And again, the reason why we're even here today, the reason why I showed up, is because the top 1 and 2 players of this tournament that we are talking about today, they are going to get a guaranteed first round bye going into the main event of the Lorcana tournament happening on that Saturday, that weekend, that's December 12th, 13th, and 14th weekend. The main event, they'll be able to get in there. This is happening in Osceola Heritage Park.
Yeah, absolutely. Orlando, Florida. If you don't know, now you know. We got a very healthy card game scene in general here. So if Lorcana is only a little bit your speed, there's plenty of other games that you can play as well. Obviously, Gabe and I are very excited to be looking at all of the Lorcana content at Pro Play Summit. But we've got things like Riftbound, very coveted, brand new. Cookie Run is going to have some qualifiers for like championships and all this crazy stuff. So there is something for everyone. When you see 65,000 in prizing, guaranteed, what are you doing? Scan the QR code right now. You know you want to make it. Shout out to Pro Play Games for providing the top 8 with playmats, with lanyards, I believe maybe some card sleeves of Pro Play Games, and like we said, that coveted round 1 by famously your best breakers.
Correct.
So
we
are playing for something here. We are playing for something, and thank you to PPG for supporting the store.
And thank you to Versus Games for having myself, for having Willobeez here. Just a huge shout out to Versus Games.
Yeah.
I've never been here before. This is my first time here. I got to tell you, this is a fantastic spot.
Yeah.
If you've not been out here, what are you doing?
Yeah.
This place is great. It's huge. The staff is fantastic.
Absolutely.
They've been really nice to me, even though I've been kind of weird and rude. But they've been super nice to me, even despite that. So you got to come out. You got to say hi to our friends.
Yeah.
Check them out. Check them out. Come on down.
And drop a follow if you're watching the Twitch stream. If you've never heard of Versus Games before, drop a follow. Let them know.
Yeah.
How are we doing? Are we doing a good job? Do you want to see more Lorcana content? Then you can tell them by dropping a follow during this stream. Show them the support because they are stepping up for this community, hosting a tournament like this, which is great. I think the prizing is great.
Yeah.
PPG able to throw in some of those things as well is great, and we're having a great time here. So thank you guys to Versus. Thank you guys for watching at home. We've got some more Lorcana coming up very, very soon.
Yes. Stay tuned. Welcome back, friends.
Yeah, we are going into, is it round 4 already?
Oh, my God. Folks, I told you that I was going to take the blazer off after round 3, and I was right.
Round 3. And there it is.
There it is.
We are getting loose. So here we go. We got Kevin versus Ivan on stream, jumping right in to round 4.
Yes, absolutely. And they are getting ready to start as we're going to see them draw their opening hands, their opening altars. So, friends, let us know in the chat. What have you liked seeing so far? What are you hoping to see coming up? Keep in mind, we've got a very diverse meta, so we're going to see it. Oh, as we see Ivan over here.
Already seeing some of those colors showing through.
And look.
Emerald Sapphire is back to play. Now, this is a deck that started off hot for a lot of players. A lot of players were really high on it. They were like, this is going to be really great. But over time, some players have said, just like last set, the consistency is not there for me. So, I mean, we're seeing it show up.
Yeah.
Right? It's at a top table right now. I believe this is table 1 we've got on stream. So, it's clearly doing well.
Correct.
So I'm curious to see how Ivan is going to pilot this.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that this is the deck that I've probably put the most reps into this set.
Wow.
And I'll tell you, I played it a lot last set as well. What I've noticed is that it's not that it's less consistent. Although that crazy combo piece that we're looking for, that Wombo combo,
Yep.
Malicious Mean and Scary, Prince Philip does add a little bit to it. I will say that if you're running things like Develop Your Brains, if you're running Visions of the Future, those kind of cards to help improve the consistency significantly.
Sure.
And I'll say that it does feel less. What's the word I'm looking for? It feels less wonky, I guess. That's a very official term. It feels less wonky this set than it does last set, even though we are trying to dig up this combo that we're trying to lay on the table over the course of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm curious to see. Obviously, we're not sure who is on the play until they start playing. But, okay, there we go. Kevin is on the play. Inking a Lexington playing down a Captain Hook. That is telling me that we are seeing Amethyst Steel versus Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah. Now, I will say that Amethyst Steel generally can deal with the Emerald Sapphire decks pretty well. Like, I don't want to say it's an easy matchup, but they do have the tools that they need in order to be successful.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, we talk about like the potential for high rolling. There is a bit of a high roll here. We do see the Cinderella. We do see a turn 2 ramp for Ivan. So Ivan definitely in a good spot right now when it comes to his hand and being able to lay out a plan for himself. When we think about Kevin and it potentially, and again, we're assuming it's
yeah, we haven't actually
Steel.
seen it yet, but most likely gonna be Amethyst.
Yeah.
So far we're still mono steel.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So yeah, which is maybe a thing, you know, with these champions. Who knows? However, if it is Amethyst Steel, then the thing that does make it better into this matchup is that it's just consistent. Like it draws 7 cards and it can do the same kind of things over those 7 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that Ivan has the turn 2 ramp available to him, but he's also got a lot of other cards in hand. So sometimes, even though you know you're gonna ramp, what are you going to ink becomes the bigger question. Because I think in Lorcana, you can ink a card on turn 2 and cut to turn 10. It's the reason you lost the game.
Bingo. Yes, that's exactly true. That's one of the things about this game that's different than other games. You could have lost on game 2 and not known it till you got to that last game.
Absolutely, absolutely. And something about Sail, which is not a TPO. In some ways it's better. In some ways it's worse. We're gonna now be able to ink again. So Ivan taking his time to think because he knew, yes, I'm gonna ink to play Sail, but then I have to ink again. What if I like these cards in my hand? And we already saw one Malicious Mean and Scary is now in the inkwell. So was a Prince Philip. So that's one of those Wombo combos gone.
Yeah, we went from 4 of each to 3 of each.
Yeah.
As we see that Kevin is exacting the plan, and thank you for confirming that we were right.
Oh yeah.
I'm not used to being right. Usually I'm wrong. So I'm glad that we're right, that it is in fact Amethyst Steel. As we see that Lexington come down, and of course Kevin's saying, "Hey, you're not going to slam a Clarabelle into my Calhoun or my Captain Hook. I dare you to. So we're going to go ahead and get this nice free safe quest."
Yeah, absolutely. Free quests indeed. Feeling safe, feeling good. Because also Ivan probably going to want to shift that Clarabelle if we had to guess. It does look like he has it in hand. We're going to get this Cinderella dream come true.
The dream has come true.
The board. It's very nice. So what this is going to allow him to do is if he played a princess this turn, which he did, Cinderella counts herself, he gets to ink a card, and it does not have to be inkable, I believe, and he can draw a card as well.
That's
so
correct. Yeah, the way
keeping
she's
the hand
worded,
healthy.
The way she's worded is just like Tipo.
Yeah.
And so, so absolutely she doesn't have to be. Now, there is a camp here of people that believe that the right way to play Emerald Sapphire is with Cinderella.
Okay.
But if you ask Pandemonium Heart, he doesn't think that.
Oh, wow.
He thinks it's detectives.
Wow.
Yes.
Detectives is interesting. We do see that Lexington go ahead and sing Strength. I can't see right now how many cards Kevin has in hand. I believe it's just one if we're looking at the cams correctly. So that Gargoyle is going to be able to ready, which is good. You know, it feels good because we got that potential shift out of the way. Yes, we did not take care of that Cinderella, but, I mean, if at this point, if you're singing You're Welcome on me, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not that mad about that. Okay, watch me care.
Right.
But Mother Knows Best, though, that we weren't expecting. That's pretty good. Okay. So seeing Mother Knows Best, that's another card that has been very divisive in these builds, whether or not it's good. There's just straight up arguments as to whether it's even a good card.
Right.
So to see it in play here, it is certainly helpful going into things like Clarabelle Light on Her Hooves. It's another card to your opponent's hand if you bounce characters back. So Ivan believes it's a good card. That's why it's in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this Timothy Q Mouse. I think he's great, especially when you have those evasives. In this case, not the time to play him, so Kevin is going to jam that into the inkwell and continue to quest. I think Kevin has correctly identified his win condition against this deck. He is asking the questions and demanding that Ivan has the answers. And again, when we see, sure, you have a Hades, you have a Clarabelle in hand, maybe even though You're Welcome, but it's only one thing a turn.
It is. It is. And speaking of one thing a turn, boy, oh boy, is that a thing to put down one of in this turn. That Clarabelle, light on her hooves.
Yep.
Now, not a lot of value, I believe. If we look at the hand, we do see that there's 2 cards in Ivan's hand. Kevin was running a little light, although that's a great way to solve a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. So at first it was not looking like a lot of value, but we did see that you're welcome in his hand. And so this is going to enable one to get rid of something. So I believe we got rid of that Calhoun, right? We're going to shuffle that back into the deck, and we are going to draw 2 cards on the side of Kevin. So what that is doing is allowing Ivan to continue drawing more cards as well. And again, Gargoyle is stoned here.
Oh, no.
He is not going to be able to ready back up.
You need to get out of Florida, okay? Gargoyles can't live in Florida. There's just too much sun. You got to stop.
Yeah,
go to New York or something.
It is not good for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at all the cards.
Go to the Northern Lights.
Oh yeah, nice and healthy.
And Ivan, thankfully, catching Kevin, saying, "Hey, well, before you turn that thing sideways, you do have more than 2 cards in hand."
Yeah, it's all new cards. The players are going to need to help each other out. It's great. We've got the judges ready on hand. Everything's in good fun. So yeah, just letting them know, hey, I did this for a reason. I welcome you, and you are welcome. But also, it helped me too because that Gargoyle is not going to be able to take my Cinderella. Now, the Captain Hook can, but it's going to be start to dwindle the characters on board for Kevin.
Bingo. Yeah, that is so true. As we see lots of options here for both, well, at least for Ivan. We do see that Dumbo coming down. Dumbo does represent a couple of draws. You have a choice now with Genie. Do we quest with it? Do we pay 1, which we do. We're valuing the
How
additional
many cards do we have in hand? Do we want to continue feeding Ivan's hand? Ivan's hand might be too big that where we can't afford to draw cards right now.
And we're still I believe we're at the number 3 for Kevin. Kevin, I believe, has 3 cards in hand right now. If he's not able to empty a card from his hand, he's going to be. We're back at the equator, and poor Lexington cannot untap if we cannot put at least 1 more card down.
But sometimes, even if it means your Lexington is going to stay sideways with that 4/4 stat line, you're not really expecting Ivan to challenge into it. He might just say, hey, it's going to stay tapped, but it's a big threat at the very least.
Absolutely, yes. And as we see Kevin, looking through to see what can be done. But it looks like we may be stuck with that card. Lexington may have to stay there. But to your point, Willoughby, who cares? Slam your body into my forehead. Yeah, do it. Watch me.
He's going to hit back for sure. So we are going to elect to quest that Captain Hook. We did not throw it into the Cinderella. I think that's an interesting choice because we did just see him sing a song, right? So we're kind of saying, hey, we're going to let you potentially sing some more things. Maybe he's not too scared of it. Maybe he wants more cards in the form of that You're Welcome. Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see what the Cinderella is going to do.
No, well, Cindy is done singing, and she's starting to swinging. As we see, she says, Captain Hook, you're out of here.
Yeah, and then we see this Hades Infernal Schemer come down. So I think Ivan is really starting to show a dominating position here where Kevin had a nice board, had things like evasives, but now Ivan's gotten to the point where he's got only big threats on board, right? If he loses that Cinderella at this point, he doesn't really care anymore because now he's got things like the Clarabelle and the Hades.
Yes, this is not a Sapphire Steel deck. Sapphire Steel is looking to play as many princesses and reuse that Cinderella effect. The Emerald Sapphire deck pretty much says, you know what, this one time I do this is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
And there it is again. We see another You're Welcome on that Genie. So once again, Ivan saying, hey, I don't really care if you draw cards because, 1, I've removed your board, and 2, I am going to continue drawing into these big bodies.
And Lexington, that poor Lexington,
he's never gonna
just hanging out. He's like, dude, can I please, can I do something?
He wants to be off that perch. He wants to be soaring through the skies. But unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. So we've got plenty of cards in hand now for Kevin.
Yes.
Ivan gonna draw back up, drawing 3 cards. I believe that was another You're Welcome.
Yeah, I think it was. It's summer solstice, folks. Who cares if it's winter? It is summer solstice over here at Versus Games.
It's coming in droves.
Which is fitting since we are in Florida.
Yeah. It's true. Florida never truly gets cold.
Yeah.
So, that sun is shining upon Ivan's hand. We've got Maui in the sun here. We're going to see Kevin ink a card. Now, I'm wondering what he wants to play down because this is only a 1-drop, right? So that tells me maybe he can dump the rest of his hand. If he's inking the 1-drop, he doesn't want to play it for some reason. So I want to see what he's going to throw down here.
Yeah, so we do see a Thunderbolt. And
Thunderbolts!
Thunderbolts in stereo. Choosing to, just say, hey, you know what? That cow is worth it. We do not need you drawing any more cards.
Yeah, and do you think that cow is worth it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, if the amount of value that Ivan's already gotten from that Clarabelle is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, and Ivan's making it very clear that he intends on just emptying his hand every single turn. But here's the thing: we've got Clarabelles, we've got Ducks, we've got all kinds of ways to draw. So Ivan's not really that concerned. I think at this point, Ivan may have already extracted as much value as he can.
Yeah.
What he needs to start doing is he needs to start questing.
Yeah, absolutely. So because I didn't actually notice before, it is 10-0.
Yes.
So yes, Kevin has kind of been falling behind in terms of the control game, but that's not the game he's trying to play as Amethyst Steel either. He's got 10-0, right? So maybe he can start deploying these little threats, and sure, we have this Basil come down and can discard a card, but not if I've played all my cards out, Gabe, and that's what Amethyst Steel is great at doing. So look at us. We could probably empty this hand here. So yeah, we're playing that Cobra. We're discarding a card. We're going up to 12. And again, the magic number for this deck is like 16, 17.
Yeah,
and he's close enough,
right?
Yeah. So I want to see what else can he do with the rest of his ink here. I want to see him play down the rest of his cards.
Yeah, I do too.
I
do too. And now we do see that there is another You're Welcome in hand. So this is going to present a real serious problem for Kevin.
Yeah.
We can play that Clarabelle, and I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, yeah, we would still have to sing that You're Welcome to get max value here. But we do see, Clarabelle's coming down. So we're turning those 7 sideways. We still have 3 available.
3 left afterwards.
So if we want a You're Welcome, which we do, of course, we're going to sing it with Cindy, who's a fantastic singer.
Yeah, and notably, that is going to resolve first. So that Cobra is not going to be banished because the ability text of You're Welcome is going to resolve first. So it's going to stay alive and well. It's going to shuffle back into the deck, and Kevin is going to get to draw 2 cards. But, I mean, as soon as Ivan quests that Basil, one of those cards is going to get discarded.
That's absolutely true. And, of course, we get additional value from a brand-new Clarabelle that is down. So we thought we got rid of the Clarabelle. We did not. However, Basil's quest will allow a random discard of a card. They're resolving that now. Let's see. What do we get? Let's see what we get from Kevin's hand. So we rolled a 2 that shows that we will get rid of Cobra.
Another Cobra. And you know what? That is significant when we talk about here getting to that magic number like 16, 17. Things like Cobra, you can save in your hand to help push you over the edge. And so now that instant lore gain for Kevin is potentially gone. Because who knows where the other one is? It got shuffled into the deck, but we don't know where it's gone. And Ivan now, like you said, he needs to start questing. He's quested up to 7, and he's got basically nothing but 2 questers save for that Cindy on his board.
Yeah, he's able to go to 14 next turn. So at this point we've exited. So there's phases in this Emerald Sapphire deck.
Sure.
Phase 1 is slow the opponent down.
Yep.
Ivan's done that. We're there. However, is that a Saber Wing? I believe that is that might be. No, we can double check that. I want to say it's.
I definitely think it's a 3/1 evasive.
Yes.
Whether or not the title reads one way.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
It's a little hard to see over here in the booth, but that definitely is a 3/1 evasive. We played down Benjo, we played down Lexington, so Kevin is trying to get down his hand size, but the writing might be on the wall here. We see a Prince Philip in hand. I think we see both iterations of Prince Philip in hand for Ivan. I don't even think we need to do the big, mean, and scary combo because we've just got nothing but Questing power. I mean,
Absolutely.
Look at this. Another 2 quester. Boom. Another 2 quester. That one's got ward. Questing. And again.
Yeah, it's too little too late.
Yeah, all these big guys, they've got like, 6, 7 willpower on some of them. Or I think it's all 6 willpower and 4 willpower. And there's not going to be much that Kevin can say about this here.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, we went from 7 to 14. And next turn is a victory for Ivan, and Kevin correctly identifying that, saying, you know what, let's just go ahead and let's move into that game 2.
What a game. I mean, congratulations to Ivan. Kind of masterfully, I think, really playing that deck, showing that he knows it well. I think he did. I think he navigated it really well. He was able to get to his control pieces. He played that early game, mitigated those threats. It looked good. As a Sapphire Emerald player, what did you think of that?
Oh, no, he played that to perfection.
Yeah.
He knew to hold on to the pieces that need to be held on to. There comes a time sometimes where you only have but like one piece of removal, one Basil, but a bunch of T-Pos, or maybe that one You're Welcome. Knowing when to use it and when to be able to gain that advantage to draw more cards from the Clarabelle, that's really the key components when it comes to playing it skillfully. Ivan did it beautifully. That was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked great. It's very interesting. I'm excited, though, to go to a game 2. Again, every single round, these players are potentially playing blind, right? These players have not played up against each other. Sure, maybe walking around you see what people are playing, but for the most part, you have no idea what you're walking into. And so this is Kevin learning the matchup, learning what he's up against, and honestly, Ivan kind of hitting the crazy draws as we see, seeing those you're welcomes every time he needed them. And so now Kevin's going to be a little bit more prepared to say, hey, maybe I'm going to alter a little bit differently. Maybe I'm going to try to go a little bit faster in this early game. I mean, does he have something like Pete in his deck? You know, we'll hopefully we can see if he's going to throw something like that down to kind of hold that maybe in his altar to get rid of those actions.
That would be helpful if he is running that would certainly help a little bit. You know, of course, Kevin now is going to be able to be Kevin was on the play last time, and that unfortunately, you know, the cool thing about the Emerald Sapphire decks, one of the things I really like about it, you know, we talk about it being a high roll deck. Well, what that enables you to do is it creates that ability to quote unquote steal games on when you're on the draw. Fair decks generally can win more games over the course of larger games. So if I play 1,000 games with a fair deck, I'm going to win more games than something like a Sapphire Emerald deck.
Sure.
You know, that's how math works, right? Like more consistency means more wins.
Sure.
But I'm in a tournament, 6 rounds. I'm playing 18 games.
Right.
That is not the law of large numbers does not like that. And so we want you want to try to get as many of those big swingy games under your belt where you just completely blow them out, including ones where you are on the draw and able to figure that out.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I love to say, as this is my first TCG that I have learned while playing TCGs now, is better lucky than good.
100%.
Right? So sometimes the high roll decks, the high roll players love that style of play because they love to say, hey, better lucky than good. And sure, maybe sometimes I can miss my key pieces. I'm top decking T-Pos off the top and it feels bad. But when I'm hitting for your welcomes with my Clarabelles, it is feeling all too good.
Absolutely. And just a little side story as they're doing their final shuffle here. At the Triad tournament, interestingly enough, Wochuk, Alex, was playing Amethyst Steel.
Nice.
And, him and his opponent were discussing whether or not they would ID. And knowing how consistent his deck was, Wochuk said, I came to the Lorcana tournament to play Lorcana.
Yeah.
And so they did.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's something that we're going to see as we go into these last 2 rounds. Typically, players start RDing. I'm curious to see if anybody wants to play it out for seeding. But we are jumping right into this one because this is not over. We are going to ink a Benja, and unfortunately, it looks like we are just passing it over to Ivan. So we don't see a turn 1 play for Kevin.
No, we don't. Which, I mean, is that really the worst thing in the world? Maybe it could be. The issue, of course, being if we want to play on curve every character, the point of that is to be able to strength potentially a character on 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, the thing is the character on 4 that I'm worried about is a 2/3.
Right.
So do I need the 4th character? Maybe, maybe not.
Right.
And so it may not be the worst thing in the world. And yeah, we do see that we inked the Captain Hook. Was it a calculated effort on Kevin's part to maintain a hand, or did he just draw it?
Yeah, that's notable too because we play down at Calhoun, which is an uninkable. We don't know the inkable situation in Kevin's hand. One thing that I think is cool to see on Ivan's side, when he played that develop, he got 2 of the same card. It was 2 malicious mean scary, but you saw him.
That's my favorite thing, by the way. That's my favorite thing.
To just draw the same card.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I just love it.
But you know what I loved more than that was that he took the time to kind of almost do a little bit of a fake out, right? He took the time, he looked at his hand because that's not against the rules, right? He's allowed to look at his hand. He's allowed to think. So, Kevin's not getting any indication that he drew the same card twice. He's thinking he's got a real decision to be made there. And it's all these little micro things that add up to the game that we play.
It does.
So we're going to ink again, and we do have a 1-drop.
Hey.
Yeah. So we're going to play down that Clarabelle, and next turn we're going to 4 ink. So we can't shift it yet, but we're getting ready. We're getting there.
We are getting there. We're getting close to that Cinderella turn. Ivan going to show whether or not he has that Cinderella. It looks like he does. I do believe I see.
Yeah, we do see a Cinderella. We also see a John Silver, a reprint coming in from set 9. It's all the way back from set 1. I'm excited to see that card put in some work potentially. I
love John Silver. It is underutilized. People at this set have, for whatever reason, decided that John Silver is not good enough, and I've seen it excluded from a lot of lists.
Yeah.
I will tell you that I like John Silver. I think it is still a fantastic way to deal with the board. Slows people down, gives you just enough of a creep in order to. Oh, and I see Ben's in my will.
Oh wow!
I am so scared of that card.
That's gonna be something we are trying to get to if we are Ivan for sure. In the meantime, though, we got to play the hands that we have. So we are playing that Cinderella. We are able to ink a card from our hand, draw another one. I believe we drew that Prince Philip. So
we did.
I think this is interesting. That Cheshire Cat is not really fast. This isn't really a fast start, and neither is that Dumbo. But
No, but he certainly threw that Strength of a Raging Fire up pretty fast though, didn't he?
Yeah.
He said, you ain't shifting. You can forget about that.
Yeah. So notably, Cheshire Cat is not a 2-quester. We're not going very fast, but we are able to sing, and so we are going to get rid of that, make him have to hard play that Clarabelle without shifting, which is expensive. So even if he inks, he's still not going to be there yet. So we've kept him off of it for a turn.
Yeah, I mean, which is good. I mean, a turn can be the difference between winning or losing.
Yeah.
As we do see a Develop Your Brain, and look, it's another Cindy.
And another John Silver. I love to see that in the list. He also inked another one. So that tells me this player's on 4, right?
Yes.
Because we have seen 3.
Correct. And I believe that's correct. Now, I'm sure plenty of people may or may not disagree with me. As Ivan is thinking through what else he wants to do, I will point out in the chat I've been asked, and I'm going to ask you too, Willobeez. So I'm curious, I am an Equinox person. Are you an Equinox person, or are you a Solstice person?
Oh, I think I got to be a Solstice person.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Just because in Avatar: The Last Airbender, we see the Solstice, and it's really cool.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Well, so then we are different, and yet we're best friends, and that's just the way it's going to have to be, and that's fine.
That's the way that it's going to go. So we've got Ivan here, definitely making a decision. I believe for sure one of them, or I believe it was Cindy and John Silver, right? So that's what we're still thinking on here. And it's tough because we could ramp, right? We could take that ramp, or now we're seeing Kevin starting to build up this board. We have not really been able to build up ours. We might want something like another John Silver in hand to start, 1, putting on the questing power, and 2, stopping Kevin from questing, forcing him to trade into something or swing into something like my John Silver.
All right, and of note here, electing to grab the John Silver, but it looks like that was the same card that he just immediately turned to ink. So it looks like he opted to just grab the ink to be able to play this Prince Philip. No, so that's an interesting choice there, to grab something that you ultimately are just going to ink.
Now, I'm curious about this Dumbo here with Ivan having the Bend to Will in hand. Is he going to try to let Kevin draw cards off of that Dumbo first and then bend him after? How dangerous of a game is that? What can he find here with this Dumbo that we might not want him to play out, right? So hopefully Kevin's going to ink and play down a character, because if he doesn't, he's potentially losing that whole hand.
Correct.
But we don't know. Is Ivan going to rip that right away? Do you rip it right out turn 7, or do you wait?
I mean, the thing is, while there's a character on board that can still present additional card draw. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
hold on.
Man.
Kevin doesn't realize it, but Ivan is like, yeah.
Yeah, I think Kevin might have kind of forced Ivan's hand here, because he has walked straight into this bend. And I think if you're Ivan, you don't even mind that Cinderella, because the amount of cards that Kevin just drew without adding another character to the board is juicy.
Now, but here's the thing, though. You're right, because we could bend Kevin. We could slow him down. Is that still a high enough value bend to my will?
Especially with the Dumbo on board.
Right, and exactly. It's with the Dumbo on board means I can still draw an extra card a turn, or do I value the board presence here? Because in reverse, I have to now give up the is he going to do it?
Well, he does. I believe he has the Wombo combo.
He does have the
Wombo
combo.
He can shift onto the Prince Philip. So maybe he's not even concerned about the bend.
Yes.
Right? There's only 3 cards in Kevin's hand.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just going to clear that board first, and he can bend him next turn.
Yeah, because Dumbo is a problem. So if you clear these 3 characters, that to me is a higher value turn than clearing, 2-3 cards from your hand. And yes, Ivan identifying that as well as he sings it and then shifts. And, of course, all of those are gone. All of those foes have been vanquished by Prince Philip.
Yeah, so now we could potentially see a bend. But you know what? With Amethyst Steel being able to empty their hand a lot of the time, this bend might end up just being a brick in Ivan's hand. It's really going to depend on what Kevin is able to play down here.
Correct.
Right? Because if he plays something like just a Genie, sure, maybe he'll have some more cards in hand. But if he's able to do, a Calhoun and 2 Captain Hooks and ink and then play another Calhoun, and we don't really have any cards left in hand, that might be significant.
Absolutely, as we see that evasive character.
This card that maybe Chad can tell us the name of, but it is a 3/1 evasive. That I know for sure, unless I'm totally wrong. I don't know. Chad will let us know.
Yeah, Chad always lets us know. Chad is the best Lorcana player of all time, is what I've found out about Chad.
Listen, Chad, if you're telling us you know every single card in the new set, you're lying. So here we go. We see a Calhoun. So this is what we're talking about, right? We're talking about potentially emptying down that hand. So yeah, now if we play this bend, we're getting rid of 1 card. So this is almost shaping up to be a brick in Ivan's hand. This isn't doing anything for him.
It really is not. Yeah, and we do see. Oh, Lena Saberwing, thank you. Yes, it is. I had a feeling. I knew it was a Saberwing. Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. So, okay, did we use that bend? I believe, did we ink that Clarabelle, play that bend out? Because I did see it ink the Clarabelle, get it down. I think Kevin might have only had a card in hand. Oh, yeah, he might have inked the – I think he maybe had to discard the Demona. So, you know what? Pretty good hit, though.
Yes, and for clarity, it is Violet Saberwing.
There we go.
Senior, Junior Woodchuck. I believe that is the character that is on the Woodchuck Guide card as well.
There you have it.
Yes.
We found it, folks. So, yeah, this is tough for Ivan here. But you know what? He finds the Donald Duck. This is going to allow him to start drawing some more cards. But is it too little too late? Kevin's at 7 lore. He's got 4 characters on the board. And every card he picks up with 6 ink, he's probably just going to be able to slam it down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got that Prince Philip. We've got the Donald Duck. So we got some draw engine on board. We're sending that Sail the Azurite Sea. Just continue. Oh, and we found the cow.
We did find the cow. We don't have the shift, so I got to count the ink here. I believe we're at 6 ink left. So we could ink and play the cow, but
the problem
Kevin
is,
doesn't have any cards in hand.
Not only that, but the thing he'd have to ink is a You're Welcome.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah. That's going to be tough.
That is going to be tough. And we see Ivan, he is feeling it, right? Sometimes these players are very expressive. You have a whole spectrum of players. You got an Edmund Chu who's going to sit there, do the Ed Chu stare, and then you've got a player like Ivan that's really showing us, man, we are thinking about it. So he is going to go ahead, ink that You're Welcome, play out that Clarabelle, and just get to draw 1 card. But hey, 1 is better than none, and he's going to Donald for next turn to keep refilling that hand.
Absolutely. I mean, that Clarabelle is just too important not to put down. And he did think about it. But I have to say, I think I agree with him. I think you've got to get the characters down. Your opponent's got 2 evasive threats. They've got the Calhoun. They've got a Diablo. Now they've got a giant snake. Now they've got a Paladin's Guard. It just doesn't end.
But you know what? Kevin opted to go wide instead of gaining that 2 lore, which maybe over time is going to be the difference maker, right? Because that Palace Guard, not the easiest thing to remove, but he does have some big guys across the board. So let's see here. Okay, so we're reminding each other of triggers, loving the sportsmanship. We were just going a little too fast. Because you know what? The most fun part of the game is drawing cards.
It is.
So when he drew that card and he saw a card that would let him dig, he wanted to play it really fast. But look, good on Kevin saying, hey, you have a trigger with your duck. Let's take care of that first.
Yes,
and then we
absolutely.
get to play it out.
Yeah,
so.
and just a reminder for the players here, what makes this game different than other games, if you read the rules of this game versus other games, in other games, your opponent is oftentimes just described as an opponent. In many other games, the point of the game is to overwhelm your opponent with triggers to the point where they're just confused.
Right.
There's games that are designed around it. Lorcana is the opposite. That's why we have a take back rule now. The point is not to overwhelm your opponent. In fact, in the rule book, your opponent is referred to as your partner. Yeah. It is a game where you have a partner that only one of these partners can win.
Yeah, and speaking of the partner Ivan here, he just drew 3 Hades off of that vision of the future. So he's got 3 Hades, I believe, You're Welcome, and maybe a Prince Philip. Yeah. Wow.
Hades characters are going into your inkwell real soon.
3 Hades. That is not what you want to see in this, because now they're all going to the bottom, regardless of what you take. I believe he thumbed up that You're Welcome, but then you know that you're sending a Prince Philip and 3 Hades to the bottom.
Yes.
So that is not feeling too good. Ivan is definitely going to want to slow this down and think about it. But you know what? We still have some time here. If we can wrap this game up in the next 10 minutes, have 20 minutes for the last one, we might be okay. So I think he can slow this down. I think he can think about this.
I think so too.
This is going to be impactful what he chooses, though.
100%. Yeah, I think these are the moments that make the ends of this game for sure, and just making a big decision here.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Well, it wasn't any of those 3 Hades. Instead, we grabbed
we're taking
You're Welcome,
which I can see it. It's removal. We've got the Clarabelle on the board, so we can potentially challenge into some of those exerted characters.
Oof, inking another You're Welcome.
Oh, but we're just inking it. We're using it for ink. Wow.
That's kind of crazy here as we see that Hades coming down and choosing what it is that we want to send into the inkwell. Hades characters will be going into your inkwell. That's what the Hades stands for.
Yeah, this is tough. Ivan is really thinking about this one, because I think why, now that we see that he played the Hades, why he was taking so long to think about it is because he knew that he was not seeing another Hades for the rest of the game.
Yes, yeah, which is an interesting thing to know. They're just sitting at the bottom of your deck like a bunch of rocks that are not going to float back up magically. Well, that's not true. If you get to Your Welcome, you can shuffle your deck.
That's true.
But
you can shuffle your deck. He's got Visions. He's got Develop, but he's already played a couple of those cards. So how likely is it, with the amount of time that we have left? The lore is 10-3, maybe 10-5 now, or something like that after he's quested. How much time does he have to find those Hades again? Realistically, I think they're stuck at the bottom.
That's it. Yeah. And he keeps thinking the You're Welcomes. So you're
not gonna find them.
You're not. Yeah. You keep leaving them at the bottom. That's where they're gonna stay, unfortunately. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Absolutely.
And that's the trick here. You know, and Ivan is doing what he's got to do. He is catching up. He's getting to that 8. He got to 8. We do see Thunderbolt.
Okay.
Okay, so Thunderbolt plus that 3 strength Violet Saberwing is enough to clear that Vanquisher of Foes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we should go with the name Lena. Why not? I liked that. I liked that suggestion.
Yeah,
from
Lena's cute. Lena's a cute name. I like it.
So, okay, so we're doing some things. We're getting some cards off the board. How are we going to get the rest of them off the board?
Yeah, I mean, what is cool about this Saberwing character is, you know, again, it has that 3 strength, which is notable in this
evasive.
color, and she's evasive.
So Ivan doesn't have anything to hit evasives right now.
Right. So I mean, to be able to put that into other things, even if you're forced to attack it, to put 3 damage on a character can be very important in this matchup. He's got the giant cobras as well to finish off things like the Clarabelle or the Hades, even as we see the little Clarabelle as
Getting
well as
that Donald Duck trigger as well, so he's drawing 2 more cards. Hey, doesn't matter that he's inked all those You're Welcomes, because tell you what, I think he's got another one in his hand.
He really does.
I think he's got another one back
we got to. I'm telling you, they're shaving these cards. It's got to be the only way. I got to learn how to shave my cards and then not affect the art. Like I got to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, masterful work today at Versus. No,
Yeah.
Of course we are kidding around. We are keeping it honest over here. But fear not, folks. We will have some tech checks for top 8.
I'm not. I'm going to shave my card. The next time I play somebody, you better weigh my cards. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to catch you.
Next time you pair against Gabe, just go ahead and call it judge.
Yeah, I promise you, there'll be shaved cards.
So Ivan here, he's inking that Tipo, playing out that Clarabelle, and now he's got some decisions to make because. Yeah, we're gonna start some trading. Okay, I like it. So we're gonna take out that Palace card. Just get it off the board because we've got the lore building up here, right?
Yeah.
We're getting to that magic number, like we said for Amethyst Steel, and there it is.
Wow, and we hardcasted it as well. So hardcasting that You're Welcome, valuing that questing ability, wanting to be able to catch up. So we'll see if it works out. We do have plenty of ink, to be fair.
Yeah, we've got a lot of ink left.
Yeah. So it's not like Ivan's like really drowning or not able to get access to the cards he wants to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe he has 6 ink left, if I'm counting correctly. You could play a big threat. Right, and he's got cards in hand, so I don't think he has anything else to play this turn. But now we're 12-12, and you're looking at the strength on one side of the board versus the other.
Yeah.
Sure, take my Clarabelle, take my Hades.
Ooh, double Basils all the way across the sky.
Oh my God.
2 Basils. That is pretty crazy. 6, 8, 10. We're looking at 11 ink on the table for Ivan. Not able to play both of them on the same turn, but still a Basil bouncing a character back, making Clarabelle relevant still with cards. Genie continuing the relevancy as it replaces itself. So, you know, Ivan is excited to see Kevin being able to maintain a hand while maintaining the lowest amount of characters on the board possible, because we are not too far away from a state where if Kevin has another giant Cobra somewhere, and a Lexington to follow, things can get really, really scary really quick.
See, but you know what, Gabe? I'll tell you, at least with the cards that he has available to him, if he wants to swing that Violet and that Captain Hook into that Clarabelle, he's not doing anything else. So he's choosing to keep his characters healthy and well.
Which is an interesting choice here, because here's the thing. Kevin choosing the quest here, puts Ivan in a situation where if he has a Shift Clarabelle, he wins the game.
Yeah. So I think Kevin realizing after the fact, he did some math. Maybe he's just saying, hey, you have it or you don't. I'm questing, and I'm going to potentially show that story on board next turn.
And it was a Tipo that was drawn. It was not a Clarabelle. But, and that was a Prince Philip. Did we? No, I don't think so. We would have slammed that card down.
Oh, yeah. We would have.
Ivan would have snapped that card on the table so quick it wouldn't even be funny.
And is it 19 on both sides? Or both play? Let me count this here.
It is on Ivan's.
No, well, so this one's 20. Okay.
Yes.
So Kevin is showing 20. We know that we can get rid of at least 2 of the characters on board. So it's not quite story on board yet. And, again, plenty of ink to work with.
Yeah, as we're sending that Diablo away, giving Kevin one more card to draw.
I want to know if we're going to see something like a Malicious, Mean, and Scary plus a Prince Philip, because we've got plenty of ink here.
Yeah, you're not kidding. As we see, dealing with the board here is very important, especially against Amethyst Steel. With the ability to burn, with the ability to play things like Giant Cobra, you have to respect that, or else you're just going to get caught up here. We do see a lot of options. We see a Basil that can send another character back to Kevin's hand, and putting Ivan in essentially a 2-0 winning situation.
Yeah, this is really back and forth here, Gabe. I think we are we've got a nail biter because
Yes.
these players are going back and forth, and I think to both of their credit, masterful plays.
Yes.
So let's see what's going to happen here. We're going to play down this Basil. This is going to allow on play bounce a card back to hand. Absolutely,
to
we're
be Genie.
choosing that 2-quester every day of the week. What are we doing with the remainder of our ink? I think we just got to slam bodies down if we can.
And Ivan agrees with you. Ivan's saying, let's get that Tipo down. Let's just put characters down.
And quest.
Yeah, and we're gonna quest 4 more.
Out. Yeah. So Kevin was looking pretty dominant here, but with all of the ink that Ivan has, and now this board state, I don't know that Kevin can do it.
I don't think he can, and I think it's important to note here that Ivan is going to have done this with having been on the draw both times. That's
wow.
crazy.
I mean, it was really going back and forth for what it was worth. Wow. Oh my God!
Wait,
oh my God! The Cobra off the top for game.
What?
The Cobra off the top for game. This
Kevin.
is why we keep saying 15-16 lore is so dangerous for your opponent if you are playing against Amethyst Steel. Kevin pulling it off the top. I don't think he had that giant Cobra in hand.
I don't. The way he was moving, he's either the best bluffer I've ever met in my life, or I don't think he did either.
Sorry, Chad, if the levels are peaking, but we gotta get hype. We gotta get loose.
I am so sorry.
But come on, we gotta let the hype go. That was awesome. We are going to a game 3, Gabe.
I thought for sure this was wrapped up. Okay, so they are. This is a game, folks.
Yeah.
This is a game.
Yeah, and and it just goes to show. You could be down, but you are never out in this game. That is what so many players love about Lorcana as opposed to some other titles, is that every card in your hand is live with the way this Inkwell system works. And I think, that just goes to show it there. So you got to be feeling good if you're Kevin.
Wow.
1-1. But you know what? Kevin is now on the draw.
Correct.
And like you were just saying, when the writing was on the wall, before we got a little surprised, Ivan was able to do it on the draw. You have to imagine he's going to be even stronger on the play.
You know what Ivan's probably saying right now?
Tell me.
If I had just one more turn, I would have beat you. How many times we got to hear that, huh?
That's true. After this, he's going to go to all his friends, and he's going to be like, guys, you'll never believe it.
If I had just one more turn, I would have won the whole thing.
Top. Yeah, I mean, we all do it, right? We all know how it is. I tell my friends all the time, no, lucky top deck. But realistically, it's both players playing a great game, fighting hard, and showing why they're at table 1.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, it's great games. Loving seeing just how intense these matches have been. You can see it on their faces. You can just see it in a lot of the decisions that they're making. There was a moment there that we thought that Kevin may have made a mistake, putting himself in danger.
Right.
He took a huge risk there.
Yeah.
Because if Ivan had that shift Clarabelle, that game was over.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, we've been saying it all day, Willobeez. It is better to be lucky than good every single time.
Absolutely. And I think that's the beautiful thing about Lorcana and about card games in general is it's that delicate balance of both.
Yes.
And Kevin was lucky, but he also played well. Right?
Correct.
Because when it's a nail biter, keeping your opponent just out of reach so that you can have those moments to get lucky off the top is what it's all about.
Yes.
So I think this has been what a day here in Florida, here at Versus Games, the Oviedo Mall. We're jumping right back into it, but these have been nothing short of great games. So we're gonna put that Basil into the Inkwell. It doesn't look like we have a 1-drop. Maybe we have something that we might not want to play just in case.
Yeah, and I will say that it is a perfectly viable strategy, even if you had a Clarabelle, which I don't think he had. He does not have. But even if he did, I've seen it be a perfectly viable strategy to not play that 1-drop Clarabelle. You especially don't want to do it going against Steel that has the ability to just and we do see that small Clarabelle now.
But we've missed ramp.
We did miss ramp, yes.
So we're gonna grab it. So we'll have it for next turn.
Yep.
But not the start that Ivan wants to see here. But he is on the play. So he's going to have a little bit of wiggle room here. He's going to still be able to, if he ramps next turn, do some big things even quicker than his opponent.
Absolutely. And, and what I was just sharing is that sometimes it's better to not play that 1-drop Clarabelle, even if you had it. Save it for that turn after Cinderella because you'll have 6 ink. And as long as you have Cinderella on the board, you can still play the 1-drop Clarabelle. You can still shift the Light on Her Hooves Clarabelle on top of it. You can still sing You're Welcome with the Clarabelle. And boy, oh boy, does that change the complexity of the game.
Absolutely. So we're going to see this Tipo come down a turn too late, but that's okay because now we're back in it. We can ink again. and play down. Yeah, this develops. So we're finding our key pieces. Two of our visions are gone, but we do see a Basil, and I believe it was a You're Welcome.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. So we have a choice here because we also have a You're Welcome in hand. Do we need ink, though, right? I can see that we have a Cinderella. Couldn't see what the other card was. So kind of trying to figure out this delicate balance between how many uninkables is too many in our hand, and we want to be able to play things down for the rest of this game once we start ramping.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, we do see just more ramp on the way in the form of those Cinderellas. We do see that Hades as well. So, having the ability to be able to play that You're Welcome is going to be great, but we got to get characters to do it. As Timothy Q. Mouse, also known as Himothy Q. Mouse, also known as Timothy Chalamet.
Oh, okay.
All of these names, all these aliases for Timothy.
Yeah, well, so one thing I want to say about this Timothy coming down, it's great because it's a potential for a lot of questing power, but notably, we cannot sing Strength next turn.
We cannot. That is an interesting place to be, as we see. Okay, so we're opting to ink the small Clarabelle, of course, which usually is a sign that you don't have the big one.
Right. So we are doing a little bit of telegraphing here, what our hand might be. We're not having to respect something like a shift Clarabelle, which feels good if you're Kevin.
Yep.
But sometimes it's even scarier because it's like, what else do they have coming?
Exactly. Now, we do see that Visions of the Future is in Ivan's hand. Notably, if he were to ink and play that Vision, he still could not play a Clarabelle. So he's hoping for a top deck Clarabelle if he can get one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, certainly being able to do something like a Hades is not the worst thing into this board state as well. He still has the ability to kind of control the board here. Yeah. But a lot of these things really hinge, their value hinge on Clarabelle.
Yeah.
Your Welcome is okay. It's great with Clarabelle.
Absolutely.
As we see the 4-drop Demona, which Challenger 2 coming down, a great card. We've seen her a couple times today. She's a 6/6.
Essentially a 6/6 because she's a 4/6 with Challenger 2.
Correct.
So seeing that Demona come down, I mean, that's a big threat. That's saying, hey, put that Clarabelle down if you find it. That's fine. I can clap back instantly. So what are we going to do here? Are we going to ink something, play down this Hades? If we do, what are we getting rid of? Because we can't really cleanly get rid of this Calhoun, but we also don't necessarily want that Demona to stick around.
It's a very weird spot to be. Now, I will say that if Ivan can get to those pieces, we're getting to the ink counts where you can start top decking some monsters.
Yeah.
So being able to just slowly peck away, maybe draw a Basil, bounce a card back to hand, maybe draw another Hades, maybe draw a John Silver, slow down the questing.
Yeah.
Being able to get into that sequence of play for Ivan is going to be some of the things that will make a difference here. Mm-hmm. As you're putting these characters down, they are presenting 2 quests, 2 lore. The Prince Philip here or there will present 3 more. Yep. And before you know it, you've got game on the board.
Yeah, so Ivan has chosen to get rid of that Demona. Makes sense to me. Now, if he's doing something with this Cinderella, it makes me nervous only because this Calhoun can now start to swing back, right?
Yeah.
Start gaining us some lore. We're already at 6, right? If we put down an evasive, we could go to 10. Because we can quest for 2 with that Timothy, as we see on the screen. He gets +1, so he would quest for 2. That Calhoun would take that Cindy, survive just fine. Also gain 2 lore there. So it's going to be close. We're gonna need to start seeing some good top decks on Ivan's side.
Oh yeah, Ivan. Which I mean, that's why you bring a deck like this. You bring a deck like this because it does the top decks. Elsa though is pretty sweet, as it decides to turn that Tipo sideways. That poor shirtless boy.
What are we gonna take here?
It's got
absolutely. There we go.
Nice
there
and
we
clean.
go. Hey, sometimes they could fall for it though. You never know.
Yeah.
But no, opting not to put a damage on that Calhoun, and now we have an evasive, like I was saying.
Yes.
So we've gone up to 10. Beautifully done.
Oh yes, it is. Kevin, of course, has got to be feeling pretty good. Being at 10 with Ivan at 0, the board state right now is in Kevin's favor. Kevin knows that Ivan is on the hunt for cards that get him more cards. Yeah. He this Clarabelle, conspicuous by her absence, the light on her hooves, not here to help pull Ivan into more high cards.
Well, I believe he just drew it, so he now has it in hand. If he puts that down, he could use the Hades to sing You're Welcome.
Yep.
Yeah, so we might see that Hades sing You're Welcome. Is he going to sing it on that evasive character? Because right now, he's got nothing to deal with evasives.
And this, my friends, we call the turnaround. Let's see if Ivan is a turnaround master. Can we figure this out? Can we get out of this? And we might. I mean, those are pretty notable bodies here. We've got the Clarabelle. We've got the Hades. These are pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've got some big bodies. So that Calhoun is not going to be doing anything to that Hades on her own, right?
No, absolutely not.
I think it's a good choice to choose that evasive threat because he has currently nothing to deal with it on the board, right? And now we're feeding cards to Kevin, and now Ivan's going to be able to draw back up. Now this is helping the hand situation, and we're feeling pretty good here.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. Ivan's got to be lighter. Speaking of being light on her hooves, Ivan's light on his hooves for sure.
Yeah, he's got to be dancing in that chair. Excited to see that card finally come down. I believe it's a malicious, meaning scary. I believe I saw You're Welcome. We've seen some Cinderellas.
Yeah.
So now we're about to start putting on the gas.
We are, yeah. I mean, Cinderella is not horrible here to clean up your hand a little bit, although he has some pretty good tools right now. He probably would rather be hopeful to see a Prince Philip in this spot.
Absolutely.
With one part of the Wombo combo in hand. Let's see what's decided. Of course, if you play that Cindy, do you save the other Cindy as the card you wash? I guess we'll figure that out as we get there.
Yeah, I mean, these games have been so great. It's been so fun to be able to go to Game 3 a lot of the time. And I mean, oh, my God, there's that Giant Cobra, which was MVP of the last one, going to get us to 12. Now, there is no evasive for this Timothy yet. We could Ink, potentially play a Genie Wish Fulfilled. So let's see if that's what we're able to do to turn on this Timothy Q Mouse to get us a little bit quicker.
Oh, it's a Thunderbolt.
We're going to do a Thunderbolt. We're going to do a Calhoun. We're going to get to 14 lore
one
way or another. If we do not exert this Timothy Q Mouse, we could have an evasive coming soon, but it looks like we don't have one in hand. We're just going to go ahead and get the lore instead.
Yeah, and in a way, I'm almost challenging Ivan here. I'm going to say, you know what? You want me to draw cards? Go ahead. Make me draw cards. Put me in a weird position. See if I care. I'm going to play more of these Giant Cobras. I'm at 15 right now. I'm basically spitting distance from the end of this game.
Absolutely.
While you, my friend Ivan, are sitting at 0.
I kind of love this from Kevin because he's saying, sure, you can put You're Welcome on the Cobra. It's going to shuffle it back into my deck.
Yeah.
And it's going to get me closer to gaining 2 lore if I can draw it again. He's saying, I put 4 Cobras in here. You're going to make it so that I have 5. You're going to make it so that I have 6.
I believe Kevin is saying, "Catch me outside." How about that? Is what he's saying. as we see a lot of stuff happening right here.
For a nice, healthy handshake in this wholesome game of
Yes,
Lorcana.
yeah, absolutely.
So Ivan is thinking about it. We have plenty of time. We've got 14 minutes. Okay, we can figure this out. So we're gonna play down a Cindy. I'm curious why he's playing down the Cindy. Maybe he wants to start deploying some threats. Personally, for me, I love to draw first.
Yes.
So I would have wanted to see what I got off of that develop first to then maybe make use of the rest of my hand.
Yes.
But hey, that's why they're over there. We're in here, so we're gonna see what he knows his deck better than us, right?
Yeah.
So what's it gonna be? What's he looking for? What's he gonna be looking to play down?
Opting to ink that develop your brain. So deciding he's got what he needs. He just needs to be able to pay for things.
Absolutely.
And
yeah, clearly this shows me that he likes what he's got. Okay,
so
there you go. So he is going to do it on that Cobra, which is bold considering we just saw last game.
Ivan
the
didn't learn.
Cobra was his downfall.
Yes. You know what Ivan is saying? I don't think you're going to do it again, Kevin. I dare you to do it again. I don't think you will. You don't have what it takes.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding. Ivan would never say that. Ivan's such a sweetheart. He would never say that. But he's being put in a weird position. Ivan has to clear the board here. Ivan is trying to establish it. If we can clear the board and keep this board this way now, we have overcome that first part of the game. Ivan has successfully completed his first objective, which is make that board weak and empty.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to start putting threats. So now I can control your board one character at a time, hopefully.
Yep.
And then be able to start questing little by little.
But the question is it too late? So we're going to see Kevin, potentially be able to empty his hand. He's at 15 lore. He's got a Dumbo. He can keep drawing. When his hand is low, this is what you want.
Yes.
So now Ivan's going to say, okay, I have to deal with this board every single turn or I lose. Kevin beautifully saying, I have an evasive. I can continue to build my hand back up, but in a way that I can play it back down.
Correct.
So you never draw cards.
Which is exactly the strategy you need to have if you're Amethyst Steel. The thing that Emerald Sapphire is really good at is single target removal.
Absolutely.
Very good at it. Of course, let's not talk about the malicious meaning scary combo.
Right,
if you don't count that,
outside of that,
lots of great single target removal.
Right.
So if I can, to your point, I keep presenting threats. I turn things sideways. Eventually, the number 20 will appear in my dreams.
Absolutely. Speaking of that spot removal, we see that Hades choosing that Dumbo. Got to choose it. Don't want him drawn into something like that Cobra, which we have now put back into his deck. So it's going into the Inkwell. And saying, okay, if you want to get value out of this Calhoun, you're going to need to throw everything at this Clarabelle, which even then, I don't even know if that would do it.
I don't think so either. I mean, I think at this point you still race, but we got to see what else Kevin has in hand. That'll determine it. We see Genie. Okay.
Nice. Okay. We like to draw cards as long as we can continue to play them out.
We do, and the race may be on here as we see another. Okay, so there's Benja. Which I think is a very fantastic choice, especially with some of the decks that we've seen in the items they play.
Some of the decks that we've seen here, and also it's still quest for 2.
Yeah.
We cannot forget Benja is questing for 2. So, yeah, we're going to send this Palace Guard on a quest, and we're going to send the Calhoun. Why not?
Yes,
because
absolutely.
We're going to what? Is it 17?
Yes.
Okay, so
that's correct.
So potentially we're going to 17 here, and then we're showing Loreful.
Correct.
Story on board.
Right. The final chapter is written, but it has not been told quite yet, as we see that the end of this book, the final game in this match, this round 4 Swiss round of match, is almost done.
Yeah, I did see a Malicious Mean and Scary, and I do see a Prince Philip, but I don't believe it's the right one, Gabe. And so that is not going to bail him out of this one. He is going to have to remove 3 threats, and one of them is going to have to be one that is not yet exerted. Can he do it?
Have you ever gone to the refrigerator, opened it up, and then closed it, and 5 minutes later looked at it again to see if anything changes?
Absolutely.
He must be doing that with that Prince Philip right now. He must be like, please turn it to the Vanquisher of Foes.
Turn it to the other one. Okay, but we have some removal for a bounce. Excuse me. It's not a removal, but it is removing it off of the board back into your hand, getting rid of one of those 2 questers. We choose the Benja because we don't want him to draw cards off of that genie. That makes sense to me because again, don't want him going into top deck of a Cobra. So we're going to play that Malicious Mean and Scary, put 1 damage on everything. Gets around Ward, gets around Resist, and just puts the damage counter on it. So now, how are we going to clear this board?
That's a fantastic question that needs to be dealt with as Ivan looks at his hand and says, okay, what do I have? Do I have a way?
Is it 1 card left? Wow.
It is a Clarabelle.
1 card left, and I love it. He's opting to just ink it. Because why not?
At this point, I'd rather draw 2 cards.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. He says, hey, I don't want to. I'm just going to do that. So, okay, we're doing it in a way that we get rid of that Cindy and getting rid of that. Boom. And now we get to quest with our Clarabelle, so we're getting some lore on board.
And how do you feel about the fact that the Clarabelle has turned a different direction than Hades? Is that tilting you right now, or is that just me?
I think if they did different things, some Illumineers say it's fair, right?
Fair enough,
so
okay.
the Hades was a challenge, and that's noted for the judge by turning it one way. The other one was a quest, turned the other way. For me, I just put them the same way. But
fair enough.
Talk about keeping it. Oh wow, we've got a Hades here. We're trying to make a deal. Is he gonna give him the cards? You can't, right? You can't. You can't.
Because that's a Cobra.
Put it under the deck, Ivan.
Yeah, he has to.
You have to.
I think you have to. You have to.
So there we go. Yes, that Hades should have a damage on it, but we're not sure if it's going to matter too much because now we're at 19.
Yeah.
So let's see what cards Ivan can draw off the top here. Okay, we have the Prince Philip. But it doesn't look like we have the Malicious Mean and Scary.
No, he burned that up last turn.
Yep.
He burned it up last turn. He was put in a weird position to burn it up, and now he's seeing what he can do. He does have a couple of things that can bounce or remove, but I don't think the pieces are there.
Well, the John Silver is going to stop something from questing.
Correct.
But he doesn't have an evasive threat to deal with what is exerted. So normally he would be able to clean up that genie. And
he could shift. He could shift the Prince Philip.
Okay, that would get rid of the genie.
Which would help get rid of the genie.
Would he have enough to then play that John Silver? Probably. He's got a ton of ink in hand.
Yes, I do believe there's at least 2, 4.
Okay, so that is going to give Reckless. It's going to target that Benja, but we're still questing for 1 if we can't clear that Hades.
Right.
And that.
And yep, that's the call. Yeah.
That
there
it is. That is the game. Oh, my God. You're seeing the handshakes. What a back and forth from both players. Congratulations to Kevin winning it out in the end, but taking absolutely nothing away from Ivan.
No.
Really, really masterfully done.
It was. Both
on
players.
That Emerald Sapphire.
Both players doing such a fantastic job of showcasing what their decks can do.
Absolutely.
All 3 of those games came really, really down to the wire. There was never a moment that any of them really felt completely out of it. And even when they did, they proved me wrong.
Absolutely.
More specifically, that giant Cobra off the top rope proved me wrong as well.
Absolutely. So that was incredible. I have to say, congratulations to Kevin. I think that is such a key piece is to some people get tilted too early.
Yeah.
Right? They lose their cool. They say, you know what? I can't do anything against the sports state. I'm frustrated. I'm scooping it up. But I think Kevin was exactly right. You play it out every time. And he drew that card off the top, and it was exactly the one he needed to get him out of that situation. And in the end, he was able to take it all.
You know what I find? When I'm playing Amethyst Steel, that top card is always a dock when you need it. It's always a dock. It's always the right answers. Man, what a great round 4 match that was. I'm so grateful to have been able to sit here hanging out with you, Willobeez, and watching that game. These are some of the best games that I've seen of Lorcana played, and I watch a lot of games.
Yeah, no, this has been really, really great. But we are here at Versus Games in Orlando, Florida. I mean, we are having a great time, like you said, and the competition is through the roof. We saw people like Mikey, Hayes, Game 1. We saw Dreams versus Akaika back in Game 3.
That was such a good game.
Travis did a great job. Like, we are seeing some crazy players. Kylie also fighting her way through it. And now, what a treat to see the first tables with these guys, Kevin and Ivan. And it has just been back to back to back. And I mean, because we're at round 4, we've got, 2 rounds left.
Correct, yes.
I have no doubt we could potentially see both of these players come back in our top cut. So.
It's very possible. It's very likely. Of course, we're entering into the phase of the game now where some of these players are having to make value determinations. They have to decide, do they want top seeding?
Right.
Or do they want rest? Do they want to play less games? It is often said that the player who plays the least number of games can win the tournament. Yeah. So which one do you value that? For those of you in the chat, if you were in a tournament and you were at this place, I want to know, what do you value most? Yeah. Let me know in the chat. Do you value the seeding, or do you take the ID so that you can lock yourself in the top 8? These players are going to have to make that decision, and we're going to start to watch some important matches, some games that are potentially knockout rounds.
Absolutely.
So you're going to see some of the craziest games of Lorcana you've ever seen.
Yeah, and thank you for letting us know about the volume in chat. Other chatters, let us know, is the volume need to be raised up again? If not, maybe it's just that one person, so we will try to get that worked out for you.
Well, it is Mark, after all. So, you know.
So hey, maybe Mark's just messing with all of us. So, but hello, welcome everybody.
Hey, that's
into
Steph.
The chat.
Steph.
Nice, there we go.
There you go.
Welcome everybody. Thanks for being here with us here at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. What a treat! This has really been some great games, and we've said it a million times today. But Florida has come out to play. They are showing their teeth. They are showing their fangs, and it's been nothing but great games. So I'm loving it. I'm loving the new set. I'm loving seeing these new cards for everybody to see, and it's been great, Gabe. I'm having a great time.
Yeah, my favorite part is when I don't know the cards. That's my favorite part. It's been so much fun. We're forcing our poor producer here to be like, which card is it? And we're like, I don't know. And he's like, I don't know either. It's been a lot of fun. We're having a great time.
No, we're having a good time. We're feeling good. And, I mean, thank you guys for being here with us. Don't forget, check out Versus Games here in Florida. If you can't join us in person, drop us a follow on the stream.
Yes, please.
Go to their website, check them out, see what they've got. I'm sure they've got plenty of inventory. You guys can't see it behind us, but it's a whole room back here of cards that you may need. They've got singles out there, all this crazy stuff. So this has been great. I mean, looking at the meta, I think that this tournament could really help some people make some decisions on what to play come PPG Orlando.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is the whole reason why we're here. You know, we're certainly here to see how that pans out. They're fighting for that first round bye, and so we're going to be taking a look at that as we go through. We're not done yet. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss.
We got 2 more rounds of Swiss. We are cutting to top 8, and let me tell you, the players out there, it is a stacked field. I wouldn't be surprised if one of our Table 1 or Table 2 players are playing for seeding. So we are going to throw it to a little bit of an ad break, but don't go anywhere. Stick with us, because coming back, I would not be surprised if we see a Table 1 playing it out for seeding once again. So we will see you guys very soon. Thanks for hanging with us. Don't forget to drop that follow. And we are back. Welcome back, Illumineers. We are going into round 5. And let me tell you, we have seen who is coming up on stream, and we have another banger. So starting out with Parker.
Yes, Parker is here. In fact, he was the first person here. I was hanging out with him outside for a little bit, and he's ready to play. And as we have Nathan, known by his tag as the Purple Pansy, you may know him on Twitter.
So you may have heard of him before. You may have seen him around at events. And these players are getting ready to play. And one thing about Nathan, he's serious, man. He comes to play. For what I know him, he plays Emerald Amber, right? So for me, I'm expecting to see a Dogs deck. I think he was on that deck before anybody else was. But let's see here.
Oh, I do see a Raja in hand, so maybe half the colors are there. We're going to find out where we're at, but we are sending. Did we send back 6? Is that the number?
It might be.
That was a full send.
That was a full send for Nathan. I'm telling you, this guy, and you would never know that his hand was messed up, because he was doing the edge shoe stare a little bit.
He was,
right. He was locked in, trying to see what Parker's going to do. So we've got a really fun match up ahead, folks. I cannot wait. It's super fun to see what Nathan can do. But I know Parker well. I've played against him in several events, and he's not going down without a fight either. So I think both of these players are here to play. play and are ready to go.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we are at the point now in this tournament where these games are deciding who gets to go first in Top Cut. Very important thing to do. You've got players out there deciding whether they want to, and you, my friend, were correct.
Yeah.
It is the magical combination of Amber Emerald. I am so excited to see this piloted again. I know we saw it in round 2, but
pilot,
my
right?
goodness. We see, okay, so we're inking a White Rose to play the Palace Guard. Okay, all right.
We haven't actually seen White Rose today. We've seen a lot of Cobras, so it's good to see that White Rose. That could come into play later. But notably, this maybe aggro deck is not on the play. So we're going to see how Nathan can navigate his way out of this one. And, of course, we're going to see that Daisy Duck come down.
Absolutely. Brendan DeCandio once told me that a deck that runs Daisy, generally speaking, is an aggro deck when it's on the play. But it was on the draw. He referred to it as a Daisy Duck control deck.
Oh, yeah. Daisy Duck control. Yeah, it's true. So I'm interested to see what pieces we can do. And boom, we are playing Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Emerald. This is going to be a fun one. I completely agree with the chat. I think this is going to be great. All right, we see that. Is it Mowgli? Is that how you say it?
Mowgli, yes. Mowgli.
Okay,
yes.
So this is an interesting card to come into hand because that will potentially get rid of any actions or non-characters, in Parker's hand. But with these Ruby Amethyst decks, I wonder if that's even going to be relevant here.
I mean, we've seen a couple of actions. I know that we saw I believe they never come back in this color pairing.
That.
So there could be something to be sought out for, but I will say it's not many.
Yeah, not many at all. Nathan playing down a go-go on 2. I would say this is not really what you want to be doing on turn 2. But again, Nathan cool as a cucumber.
Yep.
Like, oh, okay, now we're starting to see some emotion.
Yep.
But we're putting the hands on the head. This could mean something. It could not, though. So we are putting that Hades into the inkwell, and is that a Cheshire?
That is a Cheshire Cat.
Okay.
That is exactly what you want to be playing into this deck. A lot of characters with 2 or less willpower. Cheshire Cat is the bane of all things wow.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be a fun one for sure because, this Cheshire Cat's going to be a little bit of the antithesis of this deck, but boom, Nathan answering back saying Emerald Chromacon.
Yeah, and deciding now, do we start taking advantage of the Emerald Chromacons? And Nathan is saying, hey, maybe we do, and we definitely do, as we have an evasive character in that go-go, and we have the Daisy Duck, which does trigger and gives Parker a Headless Horseman, the terror.
A foil one, might we add. So we're not going to be able to get to Headless Horseman quite yet. He is going to come down only on turn 5, so we have a turn to prep for that, but Nathan knows that can banish a character all on its own.
And many of his characters, because it targets characters with low strength, which there's a lot of those in Amber Emerald. If you didn't know that already,
yeah, absolutely,
there's a ton of those, in fact.
Absolutely. So I honestly think a little bit of a slow start from Nathan, though.
Yes.
We see another Chromacon in hand. Maybe I think Ruby Amethyst famously has no item removal.
Right.
So it's going to be tough for Parker to start getting rid of these characters if we can continue to jam out these Chromacons. But I think instead, Nathan wants to take a look at the hand and see what we got. But no. Contrary to chat's belief, there is no libraries in this well, at least so far, no libraries in this version of the list, so we don't get anything from it.
That is tough. You want to get a hit. If you're especially in this color pairing, 2 ink is one of the most expensive cards in your deck.
Yeah.
You've invested half of your ink here. You've invested what is essentially, in the top 75% of the cost of your cards to basically get nothing.
Yeah.
You did get some information, granted.
Yeah.
But the information right now is not as important as winning the game.
And the information is not really what you want to see because we saw some cards that are going to be a little good, let's say.
Ignorance is bliss, for sure.
So there we go. But we're seeing some of that Daisy control. Okay, we're going to start swinging into some things, taking out that Diablo and still surviving the challenge, which is very nice.
Yeah, and we're seeing Daisy doing a great job of holding on to some damage there. So we're taking a look at a very metered, a very controlled approach by Nathan. Nathan not giving up this game yet, understanding that, hey, I still got the Emerald Chromacon down. I was able to put some characters down. If I can force some sendbacks to Parker's hand that can help me get back in the game. And Parker is put in a weird position. Parker has to do some math. Can I be faster? Right now, the answer is no.
Right.
Now, we've seen in Ruby Amethyst the ability to play a bunch of two questers.
Right.
That is not where we are right now. We've got one questers. We've got Cheshire Cats. We've got great ways of dealing with the board with Cheshire Cat. Even that Dumbo's a great challenger at this point. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that does make it a little bit more interesting on Parker's side, though, is this Cheshire Cat, which he was not able to make use of because of that Emerald Chromicon. He bounced it back to hand, so he did not get to boost to move any damage to that Daisy Duck to potentially get rid of it. But we could see him ink here.
Yes, we can.
And then play and boost that Cheshire Cat.
Oh yeah, which is okay. So we're seeing again that Daisy Duck control in full effect here. Is she 2 for 1 characters? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, card's nuts.
Yeah, apparently it's a great challenger. As we see the Headless Horseman, the terror of Sleepy Hollow, taking that tramp away.
So we do see that with, again, that Emerald Chromicon put in some work there for sure. I think it definitely disrupted Parker's game plan, showed that it was something that he had to respect. I love seeing this Donald Duck come down in this list. In my opinion, that's spicy.
That is extremely spicy. You don't generally have characters this expensive in this build. I mean, unless we're talking Reanimator, which I've not seen any indications of that. In fact, Emerald Chromicon would imply it's not. So that's pretty good.
Right, and the thing is here, so yes, Nathan is continuing to bounce this Headless Horseman, which is interesting. I'm not going to lie. It's an interesting choice. But when you consider how expensive that Headless Horseman is, if Nathan can continue to play down 2-3 threats a turn and only be able to, Parker's side, only be able to play that Horseman once a turn, eventually Parker's going to realize he cannot keep
and we see the lady come down, that 5-cost lady, which is going to allow Nathan to bring back 2 characters of cost 2 or less. What a great card to play here. That card cannot be affected by the Headless Horseman, which is probably why he was fine sending it back, because he knew that, fine, you might be able to get rid of my Mowgli, but this lady right here is not the one you'll be able to get rid of.
Absolutely. It's looking like for Nathan, it is all part of the plan. He kept it cool, he kept it collected, and now he is fighting back. Lore totals aren't terrible disparity. We do have 9-6, but I think this is quickly starting to spiral out of control.
As the Elsa, the 5th spirit, enters the play, and we turn that lady sideways, we're taking a look to see, can we do anything else with this 2-ink? Can Parker use this 2-ink to affect change? We do see a Lumiere. Is that the play, or do we have to do something else?
Is it going to be enough? We are going to potentially, we wouldn't clear our whole board, but we would lose our Palace Guard, and then it would bounce that Elsa back to hand potentially.
Yeah.
So we are getting rid of this lady that's big. She quests for 2, but at what cost?
Yeah, she's been a good girl so far. She's definitely brought back some cards. She's been a great dog as we see this.
Order does matter here just because of the bounce. So, yeah, we're going to bounce back that Lumiere. So this time we're choosing not to bounce the big threat, and that is because that Elsa can continue to exert characters.
Correct.
So I can respect that decision. What are we going to see now? Oh! We are going to see the Go-Go. Talk about why we didn't bounce that big character. So
that's a punish.
Yeah, we definitely did get to gain 4 lore from that Elsa damage.
I do believe Nathan baited Parker into that one for sure, and yeah, with huge demand. So that jumped Nathan ahead of Parker in lore count. That's a big go-go with four lore on the board, getting a pretty good advantage here, putting Parker in a weird spot. I think Nathan's done a fantastic job of maneuvering through a very difficult space here, having the mulligan 7, not necessarily having the best start, but still figuring it out. As we see Nathan's infamous head grab right now on camera.
Right, but now that we've seen what he's been playing, the head grab does not necessarily mean he's in a bad position, because he'll have that head grab and then he'll do some crazy plays.
Yep.
So we are going to see this Headless Horseman come down. We're going to go ahead, bounce it right back to hand. This is fun.
And Parker knows it. Parker's smiling as we see the Cheshire Cat come down. Yeah, Nathan, the head grab, what he's giving is call the ambulance, but not for me, is what he's giving with that.
So here we go. We're tapping down some characters. We're tapping our ink, playing a Webby, going on a quest. It's an evasive threat here. So this Go-Go's chilling, right? We are gaining our lore, going up to 12. Potentially we could bounce something later if we start to get some damage on Parker's side to just re-Go-Go for game. So Parker's got a lot of decisions to think about and to be careful here with what damage he is slinging around where.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole point of of course, why not? Just keep sending it back. And as we see, just the endless, the infinity Headless Horseman, boy oh boy, Sleepy Hollow is scared.
Yeah, why have 4 copies of a card in your deck when you could just have one? Keep getting it bounced by
Yeah.
Emerald Chromicon.
Yeah, thanks, Nathan. We appreciate you.
There we go. We are going to use that Webby to ramp us up a little bit. Why not? As we can see, Nathan's deck is not only low to the ground characters, so he is making great use of this ink, showing us that he's got some really cool pieces here.
Yeah, you're not kidding. We see a second Emerald Chromicon and still has ink to play other cards.
Wow.
This is not something you conventionally see from Amber Emerald. Amber Emerald notoriously sits on 2 or 3 ink, and they're kind of okay with that. But Nathan demands more from his deck. He demands more. And so Webby is there to help give him more ink. He is inking up to categories here where he is able to play the Miss Park Avenue Lady at no discount, no shift. It's crazy. Love to see it.
Yeah, this has been really interesting. And you can see Parker thinking, okay, I want to go ahead and quest because I'm going to play out this Headless Horseman again. Oh, wait. If I do that, he's going to keep bouncing my guys. So what do I want to do here?
Yes.
And it's really, I think playing against this Emerald Chromicon when there's only one is already difficult.
It is.
Now you put 2 into the equation. Parker's really got to be thinking this through. And
what does he play? Oh, I can't believe it. He can't. I can't believe it.
It is the Headless Horseman. So he is with the 2 triggers.
Yeah, 2 triggers.
He's gonna bounce back the 2 lore questers. But you know what? Parker's thinking ahead. He's saying, "Hey, I'm not gonna insert my ink yet, so that way I can go ahead and follow this up with something."
And I gotta say, I mean, real smart plays here. He's setting himself up to be able to play multiple characters a turn now. So inking cards, knowing that there's gonna be 2 triggers of that Chromicon every time this happens. This is the way Parker wins this game, is if he's able to just play multiple characters, force multiple triggers of that Chromicon, but still have characters after the fact.
Absolutely, yeah. So Parker is continuing to ink every turn. I think that is definitely the key piece here that is going to potentially keep him in this game. Nathan now in a little bit of a tricky spot because he doesn't have any cards in hand.
No.
So he is going to get to, take out that Cheshire Cat with that Webby because of that buff, which is very nice.
Yes, it is.
And really say, okay, if you're going to try to start playing a lot of threats onto this board, I want to be ready for it and get them down, diminish it as little as possible.
Absolutely, and that Genie stands alone, not scared of what may happen, as we see deciding instead of questing, needing to send away that Webby. So Parker is identifying his placement in this game, which is he needs to recontrol the board.
Wow.
Doing so effectively.
I think Parker's doing a great job.
Great job, Parker.
He has slowed down this game. He has made it so Nathan has no cards in hand, and Parker, has a bunch of cards in hand. And now next turn, gonna be able to dump this hand and potentially not even need to clear Nathan's board.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, we've seen now that the Genie is back in hand, so he'll be able to continue to draw. He can't give up that Headless Horseman if he wants to. That Headless Horseman just will not disappear. As we now see Parker, he's gonna flood this board. Gain lore with the White Rose.
We are getting closer. We are chipping away. We did see him ink that library, which is interesting because it could just kind of slowly get lore. There's no way that Nathan was going to be able to challenge it. But I think Parker's just going to put on the gas here and say, hey, I don't even need the library to gain me my slow lore when I can be putting down 2 questers that are going to gain me a lot of lore.
Absolutely. Parker playing, doing his best impression of an aggro deck right now as he's putting these characters down, just going fast, turning sideways.
Absolutely, yeah. And, I mean, what is Nathan going to do here? Going to filter for some cards, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
No.
Parker has clawed his way.
Can you believe it? He has 2 Headless Horsemen in his hand. Crazy. As we see.
And we go to 19.
Yeah.
Oh, man, don't you miss the GOAT days?
Yeah, back in my day, there was this GOAT. It was great. As we send away the Mowgli with the Headless Horseman, of course, it feels futile at this point, but it matters.
Yeah, absolutely. So, wow. I mean, great games.
And Nathan identifying this game's over.
There's nothing he could do. I want to say credit to Parker, right?
Yes.
Look at that smile on his face because it was looking difficult in the beginning. I think even you and I were saying, wow, this is getting a little bit out of control here with the sheer amount of bounce that Nathan was able to do. But you know what? And choosing to bounce that Headless Horseman over and over and over again, on the one hand, he stopped him from requesting for 2. On the other hand, he allowed him to continue getting rid of every single one of his threats.
Yes, he did. Absolutely. And, I mean, that was definitely an exercise in understanding how to manipulate the board, how to control it, because that board state changed. It ebbed and flowed so many times where, generally speaking, there's like this moment where the game shifts in control and power. But in this game, I think more than any other game that we've seen today, there was like momentary shifts even within the same turns because of those Chromicons. Chromicon is such a crazy card. Forget about the fact that Nathan had 2 of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that was really interesting about this as well is we kind of saw both players in real time learning something about the matchup. And so at
Yes.
first with Parker, we saw that one play where he did a challenge and got his Cheshire Cat bounced back to
Yes.
hand by that Chromicon, so then he wasn't able to use it. And I was like, ooh, that might have been a misplay, right? But he then learned what he needed to do in real time, how to play against the Chromicon. Nathan, on the other side, feeling, I know what I'm doing. I'm bouncing this Headless Horseman every single time, and then eventually learning, whoa, this has now come to my detriment. And I think that is what has been so fun about these matches is both of these players are learning about this matchup in real time. We can see the play patterns changing in real time.
It's insane. Yeah, you're 100% right. Like, the look on their faces says it all. I mean, like, that Headless Horseman really snowballed the game for Parker. I think if Nathan could, I'm willing to bet if we were to ask him would he do it again, he might say maybe not as many times as I did.
Right.
Maybe some of those times were right, but maybe some of those times weren't.
Yeah, and it begs the question, like, things like not bouncing that Elsa, how would that have changed the game? Yes, he got the 4 lore off of Go-Go, but maybe he wanted to get that Elsa out of hand, right? Like, it's just so interesting, the micro decisions, and credit to Nathan, because this is not an easy deck to pilot.
No, it's not.
And he knows that he's going to be making these decisions all day long. And one thing about decisions is you can get decision fatigue.
Yes.
Especially if you're going through these 6 rounds and then going to play in a top cut as well. Each round your opponent is getting better and better and better, right? So credit to Nathan for bringing something like this, and I know that he can do it. I know that he is a smart enough player. I know that he's put the reps in, that he's going to make a spectacle of this, and I think he's just learning, playing against Ruby Amethyst, what he's got to do. So I'm excited to see how he changes it up in game 2.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I believe the mulligan was about 4 cards if I counted that correctly.
Okay.
So we're going to see now. Is this going to be a better position for Nathan? Is Nathan going to be able to speed off a little bit, and so making the decision to ink that Go-Go, and of course to play that very, very fantastic challenger, Daisy Duck.
Daisy Duck, here she is, and honestly, she did some challenging last time. She did. She really made a go of it. So we see the Diablo hit the inkwell, and we are going to play the Tinkerbell. So this is a 3-1 Tinkerbell, a little fragile, but notably, at least against Emerald and Amber, we're not going to have any like kind of chip damage or anything like that to get rid of it. So this could potentially be good.
Webby, and I believe that is the Ilanwi that we see enter the play here. Okay, and the Daisy Trigger does give Parker a card. It is a Demona. We're a long way away from that.
We did just see that Headless Horseman go into Parker's hand off of the top. So interesting. We're going to see if Parker wants to get to something like that. I do also know that Nathan has the Emerald Chromicon in hand. So we might start seeing a repeat of last time, depending on how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, that Chromicon was definitely very strong in play. The activities that it took were fantastic for Nathan. It just didn't secure him that win that one time, but it was a strong card and could have. They were very close because of it. As we see, nope, we're opting instead to play Raja instead of the Chromicon.
Nice. So this Raja is going to come in exerted with that bodyguard effect. I believe this is a 3/3 stat line on that Raja. We're going to see another Headless Horseman go into Parker's hand. So Nathan's only aware of one of them, but we know watching that he's got 2.
Yes.
But we're only going to 3 ink, and now we've got 4 characters on board. One of them is questing for 2. Another one is bodyguarded. If we throw, this Tinkerbell into it, sure, we get rid of the bodyguard. But then this Diablo cannot get rid of that 2 questing Daisy.
No, it can't. I mean, we've got the Diablo, we've got that Tinkerbell. These are great threats. Oh, we see the library. So we were wondering before if that library was in this deck. We have confirmed it is.
Getting rid of it.
But man, those are great things to deal with the board. But that Raja is such a pain right now.
Yeah, that is definitely hurting. You definitely want to get that Daisy Duck off the board. Sure, she's feeding you cards, but she's gaining 2 lore every time. And so I want to see what Parker is going to do to kind of navigate around this here. Where it looks like we're tapping 3.
Hey.
So we're going to put down that Cheshire Cat. And we can't use it this turn, right? We are not going to be able to boost it, but we're setting up for later before that Emerald Chromicon comes down. Parker's saying, I want to be able to move as much damage as possible to clear as many things as possible.
Yes. You got a bodyguard. When Nathan drops that Emerald Chromicon, that's going to be even worse. So, yes, having this Cheshire Cat, being able to help support him in moving some damage is going to be important. Parker may not realize it yet, But this next turn may be the difference, may be the place where he wins or loses it. He may find that out much sooner than he wishes he could.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're passing.
What is that? Was that the tramp? I believe I saw the tramp in the hand.
Oh, the big tramp.
The big tramp, yes.
The big tramp that's doing the big tramp things. Okay, so we're going to see if that comes down. Nathan taking his time, right? We've still got 40 minutes. Again, when a deck goes as fast as Nathan's can, you really aren't too worried about the clock, so I'm excited to see what Nathan is going to do with his hand. He is going to throw down that Emerald Chromicon. I think this is the right time to deploy
100%.
that threat because we have 4 characters on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no question about it. You've got the bodyguard down. So the bodyguard adds this layer of awkwardness. The Emerald Chromicon making it even worse. So, yeah, I think at this point, Nathan, look at Nathan's posture. He's relaxed. He thinks he's got this game unlocked.
We've got the head holding of the hands.
Yeah.
So this might be a good thing for Nathan.
It might be.
When he puts his hands on his head, he's actually in a good position.
Correct.
Here.
Yeah, he's summoning every brain force that he can, and he's doing a great job of it too. As Parker is now realizing the awkward situation he finds himself in. Can Parker get out of this? I don't know. I don't think he can, but we'll figure it out.
I mean, what's going to be difficult about this is what Parker chooses to do is then going to get bounced.
Yeah.
Right? So, yes, he's going to take out this bodyguard, but now we see something is going to get bounced.
Yep. And that's the difficult part here because that Raja is hitting back for 3. I believe the.
Oh, so maybe it's a 3-4.
It's a 3-4.
Okay,
it is a 3-4.
So it might be a 3-4.
So yeah, it is a 3-4. It does put Parker in a weird spot because that Diablo will trade with it, leaving the Cheshire Cat the perfect target for that Chromicon, putting Parker in a really bad spot, having no characters on board and only having dealt with a Raja, effectively being a 3-for-1.
Absolutely. And what's interesting about this as well is if he boosts this character to move 2 of those damage to something else, like even if he's going to clear a Webby with it, he's then going to also lose another character from the Chromicon bounce, so he is not going to be able. Okay, but he's going to do it anyways. He's going to move it to the Webby, and we are not going to quest beforehand. So what is Nathan going to bounce? Absolutely going to bounce back.
Of course.
That Diablo.
Yeah, and then, of course, choosing to send the Cheshire Cat into the Raja, finishing it anyway. Revealing. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, okay.
Okay,
I'm
so
confused here.
there might have been a difference in the amount of strength. So it looks like maybe the Cheshire Cat did not get banished in that challenge because that Cheshire Cat is a 3-4. So I believe Parker just got a little confused, maybe thought that Cheshire Cat was going to get banished in that challenge. So he did reveal the card that was underneath. It does not appear to be intentional. And it doesn't matter because he can't retrieve that card anyways unless it gets bounced to him.
Correct, yeah.
So these things happen. Like we said, we're playing with new cards here. Cheshire Cat's new, Raja's new, Diablo's new.
Yeah.
So these things happen, but we're keeping the game state honest. And Nathan was able to call that out and correctly say, hey, we need to keep that on board.
Yeah. Now, what I find really interesting here is Nathan's decision to send that tramp into the Inkwell. Traditionally, with this style of deck, to say the style of the deck, it's different. It's a little bit more mid-tier.
Yeah.
But what is interesting is you generally want to slam down that tramp as soon as you can. But Nathan's opting here to say, no, I need to value the Webby. I need to get Webby down. It'll get me to higher lore counts, which will allow me to play more of the cards off the top of my deck. Sending the Diablo, of course, into the Daisy Duck with the Chromicon trigger sends the Diablo back to hand.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, Parker's got a full grip. This is what I call a full grip in Parker's hand, right? He might even have more than 7 cards at this point. But Nathan is at 12 lore, right? So we're up 12-0, and anytime we remove a character, we are going to continue to bounce things back to his hand, so he's not going to be able to play them out.
Absolutely, yeah. Now we do see that we've got that Tinkerbell down, that 3-1 Tinkerbell. We have the Wish Fulfilled Genie as well. Both of those characters, fantastic. However, we're going to take a look and see what Nathan does here as he's considering these options.
Another Webby, why not? Hey, it's quested for 2. It's got a nice big butt of 4. And again, even if you're going to use the Tinkerbell and the Genie to get rid of it, you're going to lose the Tinkerbell for 1, and then for 2, we're going to bounce that Genie right back.
That's correct. Oh my goodness, I see a bunch of pumpkin heads in Parker's hand. Here we go again, folks.
He wants to start doing the chain, so maybe at 15 lore, this could be the time. But what do we do? You know what I mean? Because that Headless Horseman can only get 1 thing at a time.
It can, but we're sending Lumiere in order to boost up the Tinkerbell to 4. Yep, and then choosing to send back the Genie. What else do you do, Parker? How can you slow this down?
I mean, we can ink and play another genie. It doesn't look like we're immediately opting for that. Again, we have enough cards in hand,
Yep.
but we do want to ink here for sure. I know we definitely want to ink, like we said, so we can continue to get as many threats as possible on the later rounds. I wonder if it's a little too late, though, being 15-0, and Nathan still got 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, the tricky part here is, of course, that Webby is warded. So we're in a position now where it's going to get at least 2.
Yeah.
And here it is, collecting on at least those 2, plus 1 more from that Ilanwi, as we see the sending of a card from the top of the deck to the Inkwell, because Parker did have more cards in Inkwell than Nathan.
Loving the bodyguards coming out
Yeah.
on Nathan's side, really saying, hey, you have to remove this first, so you cannot get rid of my 2-quester, and if you try, I'm bouncing your stuff back to hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think at this point, I think this game's over.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to bounce characters back. We got Chromicon down. We've got a bodyguard down. You've got enough stuff on the board. You've got a warded character behind a bodyguard. I mean, I think this game's done.
Yeah, it might be done depending on how we navigate this here. I mean, we did see earlier Dreams had something like a They Never Come Back. I don't believe we have seen that in Parker's hand yet. He's got plenty of cards, but I don't think any of them are that to potentially freeze the board state in that way. So, yeah, Parker can take one thing. But then we've still got, and even if it were the Webby, right, ignoring the bodyguard, even if we did get rid of the 2-quester, we then still have 2 lore left on board.
Yep,
so
that's correct.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, credit to Parker, though. He navigated it the first time pretty well and just couldn't get there, it looks like, the second time. But it's never over till it's over, like we saw in that Cobra game. So we're going to continue to look through all of our options. Like we said, we got plenty of time. This is game 2, and we got 33 minutes left. So going into game 3, realizing that he just can't get there. Congratulations to Nathan tying it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that magnificent beard. I wish I could grow mine out like that. As we see Nathan shuffling up the deck, getting ready for that game 3 here, as we start to solve these problems.
Yeah, so this has been very interesting. I'm curious to see how this game 3 is gonna go. A lot of back and forth. Parker being able to take the first one, even though it looked like he was down, but you were down, but never out, right? Nathan, on the other hand, coming back in game 2, saying, "Okay, I learned my lesson."
Yep.
And those headless horsemen were not even a problem this time.
Nope.
So many other players, I think, would get scared, would start to try to play around such a thing, and Nathan saying, "Okay, it is what it is. I learned what I learned," and he didn't worry about it. And he played his game, and it did not come up.
Correct. And now Parker gets to be on the play, which is a pretty good advantage for Parker. Of course, the style of deck that Nathan is playing, it has lines that can be really, really, really fast. And as we've learned from Nathan's deck, it also has lines that allow him to take his time, that allow him to pace himself out. So having that flexibility, having different angles, different play lines to go through, really served him in getting him that victory this last game.
Yep.
Now Parker's going to have to hope that Nathan finds the slower parts of his deck and not the faster parts of his deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to want to see something like we saw that first time potentially. Obviously, there's been so many games of Lorcana, so who knows which round it was. But we did see a turn 1, and then we saw a turn 2 go-go, which was not really the start that we wanted. So we're going to be hoping for that again. If we're Parker, if we're Nathan, we're going to be wanting another explosive start. Talking about the Daisy 1-drop into 2 more 1-drops into an Emerald Chromicon, just like we saw last time. So let's see what these altars are. Looks like Parker, I can't tell. Okay, so it looks like he's getting rid of 6, and he only keeps that Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to make sure that you have that curve. You've got to make sure that you're able to put characters down. You have to be anticipating that Chromicon's going to come down. So are you able to continue to present threats if that Chromicon does come down on 3 or 4? All these things are going through Parker's head right now. Can he enact his plan as Nathan sends back? I missed that number that he sent back.
I believe it was 4.
Okay.
Or 5.
That feels right. That feels right.
It was 4 or 5. I was paying attention, and then as soon as you asked the question,
of course.
it left me.
Yeah. It's how dare I ask you the question? You know how that goes.
But either way, I mean, both of these players at least digging a little bit.
100%, yes.
For what they're looking for, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how this changes, and Parker going to want to go first. Going to want to not get too bogged down at the potential of Nathan to just flood this board, because he can go fast as well. Like we saw, a lot
Yes.
of 2-questers in this deck. So I want to see how he navigates this and not get too bogged down on, oh no, this is an aggro deck. Maybe he can outrace it himself if he plays his card right.
Absolutely. Now, this Palace Guard, of course, a good first turn, especially into this into an Amber Emerald deck, specifically because it's not easy to get rid of. It's not easy to send to the discard pile, especially when you're playing against an enemy who's playing low strength characters. Cards like Tramp can certainly turn that around. Although a great answer here, of course, is that lady, that dual ink lady, because for every character that Nathan plays, that dual ink lady will increase by 1 strength.
Absolutely.
And what that could potentially create a scenario where it can take care of that Palace Guard.
Absolutely. So this is going to be a really great play from Nathan. I don't know if the chat saw, but you can note he had that Daisy Duck in hand.
Yep.
Right? And he chose not to play it. So these are the plays that we like to see from players. Heads up, saying, hey, I could just go fast, but my deck isn't only an aggro deck. It has utility. Let me show you how.
Right. Let me cook, chat. Let me cook. As we see in inking of a Bobby Zimmerowski, we're playing a Daisy. We're playing the Tramp. The Tramp gives +2 strength, which is exactly what we need to get to 4, which clears the Palace Guard, just like I mentioned.
Absolutely, yes. So that lady putting in some work.
Yes.
What a great 1-drop there. Because like you noted, it is not always easy to get rid of Palace Guards, even for decks with stronger strength in their characters. So I like this from Parker saying, hey, I want to go wide too, but I mean, this Diablo's not swinging for anything, so even though he's going wide, he would have to be able to buff it up in some way.
He would, yeah. Lumiere here would be fantastic for Parker. Lumiere would certainly change the complexion. Would make Nathan sing a little different of a tune here.
Sure.
But it doesn't. I don't think I saw one.
No, I don't think
I didn't.
so. And honestly, it looks like he doesn't have anything to play this turn. His hand looks a little expensive.
It looks very expensive. There's a high price in that hand as we start to quest and just say, hey, well, you know what? I'm going to start to gain some lore here.
So what do you think about Does that lady not have any strength at all? Because maybe we could have.
It's a 0-3 right now.
Okay.
It only grows on playing and then ends at the end of the turn.
Okay, so I guess the reason why we weren't able to swing in that Diablo for a card is because, yeah, we would not have been able to have any damage dealt back. Because otherwise, it looks like Parker, I mean, why not? He might want to start digging a little bit deeper. Sometimes just one card makes the difference.
Yep.
Next turn, he has Ink, and I believe he has a Genie, so he should be able to, even if he top decks an Uninkable, be able to play something next turn.
Yeah.
But I mean, with as fast as these dog decks go, will it be too little too late?
Yes, and the question has to be asked, what the dog doing, for sure.
Absolutely, and that dog is probably questing if we had to take
Yeah,
this.
I would hope so. That poor doggy. As we see just the thinking through now, making those decisions, opting, what do we ink, what do we play? Lots of choices to be made here as Nathan is, ooh, I see that Webby in hand. For ink, okay, so we opting to ink that Webby. And 3 brings out that Raja, which we've seen now a few times this game.
Yeah, I think this is correct from Nathan, playing out more threats. Honestly, in this case, you don't even need the bodyguard. That's not why you're playing it out. You're playing it out because you just want the body. And later, when he's able to play out threats, then the bodyguard will become more relevant.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want the Webby. That the Webby's not doing anything. Sure, it quests for 2,
Right.
but the Raja kind of enables him to quest for 2 in the sense that he's going to get more lore because he's got to get it off the board first.
Yeah, I mean, Raja 3-4, that's pretty good. Generally speaking, the Amber Emerald doesn't have bodies like this. This is a fantastic character, a great threat, and to boot, protects your characters. Such a good card. What a great inclusion from Whispers in the Well.
Yeah, I mean, we also see this Hercules come down, but in this matchup, it doesn't really matter because Nathan is not going to be doing anything that is going to, sing any songs to put any damage on that character anyways. So Nathan playing down that Tramp, another big threat, gonna get to play it for only 3. I'm going to start to discard some cards here. So let's see what he keeps, what he gets rid of, and what is left over after. He very quickly, I believe, put in that Go-Go and that Tramp. But the other ones, he's taken some time to think about it.
Yeah, that street smart dog, that Tramp, such a good card and so important to the strategy here, which is why I found it so interesting when he inked it back in game 1. But, thinking about this deck and seeing how it is built, it made sense at that time. And seeing the need to play it here, this is a fantastic card, a 2/6 that quest for 2. goodness gracious, is this a problem for Parker? So Parker's going to have to deal with this. Can't even deal with the Raja yet.
No.
And is then, after getting through the Raja, will then have to deal with a 2/6 tramp. It's just so much to deal with.
Absolutely, and I believe this was a very heads-up play from Nathan, not questing any of his guys.
Yeah.
This was intentional because we do see that Emerald Chromicon still in hand. So he is showing the discipline, saying, yeah, I could quest up to like 6, 7, probably even closer to 10 at this point.
Did
with
you
the
just
amount
say
of
6,
work
7?
I think I did. I think I did.
I won't even do it. I won't even do the thing, folks. Don't worry.
But he did not quest out, showing that discipline because he says, hey, next turn, I'm going to drop the Chromicon, and then you're really not going to be able to deal with my board.
Absolutely. And that Hercules, I love seeing that Hercules. I think this is the first time we've seen it today.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. An interesting Hercules also came out in Whispers in the Well.
Yeah, set 10 card. We're going to have that Hercules there.
Yeah, it is a legendary card. I believe that when it is exerted, it can only receive damage through challenging,
Yes,
and then it
that
does
is
the same
correct.
thing for other heroes. Now, important to note, heroes is the key there.
Yeah, so something like Palace Guard is not going to be a hero, but that Elsa,
She is
a hero.
She's a hero.
So she is not going to take damage back, at least unless... Help me here. What are we doing? It's unless they're being challenged.
Yeah,
There
they
we
have to
go.
be challenged. So no card effects can do it.
There we go. So there we have it, and this is great. I mean, what a back and forth. So now this Elsa was able to take out that character with the Tramp. Actually, the Tramp was removed with taking no damage. So that's what happened there.
It did, and that Chromicon comes down and, of course, as we know, has the ability to just completely change the complexion of this game. We're going to see now, they're both currently tied in lore, so Nathan isn't as far ahead as he probably would like to be, given that he's supposed to be the quote-unquote aggro deck here.
Sure.
But that doesn't matter a whole lot. Amber Emerald doesn't care about what you're doing. It cares about what it's doing.
Absolutely.
And what it's doing is going wow, wow, going bark, bark.
The dogs are out. The dogs are barking. We're going to get a Daisy trigger here. Okay, It was a Ruby card. I got worried it was going to be a Headless Horseman for a second, but we are safe. We are safe from the Headless Horseman. And now, with this bodyguard, with these other characters in play, Nathan is saying, hey, okay, I didn't play anything else out, but you can't get rid of my board because I'm going to bounce yours too.
Absolutely. I mean, this is not an untenable situation for Parker. Parker can recoup this. Parker can figure this out if he can sequence this correctly. Let's see. We do see some cards in hand that could potentially pull him out as well. We see a Cheshire Cat. The problem, of course, is he needs to play this weird game of, do I quest or do I challenge?
Right.
And when do I do those things? Sequencing now is what matters. And the Emerald Chromicon forces you to be the very best sequencer of all time.
Yeah, you have to sequence absolutely perfectly, So, yeah, we're going to bounce that Elsa back to hand. I don't blame him. Everything's exerted anyways, so we're not really too worried about that. And if Parker were to play it down, he would just bounce it again.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So, I mean, this is a very interesting it's a delicate balance.
Yeah,
okay?
and
so
speaking of which, here she is once again.
What is she going to go for? Because as soon as she goes for something, like I said, something is getting bounced.
It is. I mean, she's got options, right? So that lady, of course, has got 2 health left. Yep, and opting to remove that, I think that's a good play here. Because it can potentially quest for up to 3 lore if it can get high enough strength.
Yeah, we're going to see this Tinkerbell come down. I like that. We're deploying some more threats on board. And you know what I think is smart about what Parker has done here? He has avoided any go-go clapback, right, because of that Hercules.
Absolutely. And as we see the Miss Park Avenue lady coming down, that's going to allow Nathan to grab 2 characters that are 2 or less cost and send back to hand.
And speaking of that go-go, he's thumbing it up. So this has been very heads up of Parker to use that Hercules to deny damage being stuck on his character.
Yes.
So if something like this happens where now a go-go can come back to hand, he is saying, hey, you can take a go-go all you want. You can get a go-go off the top all you want, but you are not going to get damage, at least from me.
Right.
You have to throw your characters like this Daisy into something if you want to get damage off that go-go.
Absolutely, and that's the best way to do it. You're trying to minimize the value of the cards. That's ultimately the name of the game. The player that wins the match, that wins the games, is the one that gets the most value at the least cost possible. That's the way it works. And so by forcing Nathan into that position, he could win this game. The problem here, of course, is that Nathan may be too far ahead.
Yeah.
And that Chromicon, speaking of value, just completely dominating the way that this game is being played right now.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a great back and forth. I think here at Versus, it has been nothing but a treat every single game has been an amazing back and forth, and Parker's got a lot to think about here. So he is going to think about it. He's going to math it out in his head and figure out what are the best plays. Speaking of the best plays to make, we've got Dragon John's recent top 4 DLC Milwaukee Golden Mickey winner.
Yes.
In the chat saying, come on, Parker, this is an easy game. I don't think it's easy at all.
Yeah.
I think Parker's got plenty of decisions to
easy
make.
for a 2-time Golden Mickey Mouse winner to say. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, maybe drop the masterclass in chat. Let us know what the proper lines are. We're doing our best to find them, but it's a head scratcher. And again, when we have 20 minutes left, I think it's okay for these players to slow this down because it's for all the marbles here. You know, we're playing for top cut. We're playing to get in.
Yeah, so absolutely, and we're seeing this dance happening right now. The Tinkerbell clears the Daisy Duck, which sends the Elsa back to hand, and of course Parker waiting to see what gets bounced back before he uses his ink.
His ink is the smart way to do it. Absolutely. We do have, like you said, that Park Avenue lady there, which is going to quest for 2. But Nathan's only at 11, so we're not too close to the danger zone yet.
Not yet, but I mean, if we can start to amass just character on characters, that it can very easily get lost. We do see the Hercules coming into play. Hercules, of course, fantastic at damaging things and stopping damage from happening to itself and other heroes, as we just discussed. And again, the goal here is, of course, to slow down that go-go from happening.
Wow, love this from Parker. We are getting such a wide board here, using that 3 ink to play down a Diablo and a Palace card.
Absolutely, yes. So we do see Parker extending the board here. Is it enough? Can we figure this out, or is it too late? Nathan's about to tell us as he plays down a go-go Tamago.
Which is going to get 2. So that 2 lore is significant, but it's not something like 4 like we saw last game.
No, and there's that decisive dog again. The decisive dog coming down. It could swing the game. We do know that Nathan is playing a series of cards that can boost strength, so he doesn't need to play 3 characters to get that lady up to 3 strength. He could play a tramp.
Absolutely.
He could play a Webby. There's a number of things that can help to boost that strength high enough to do that.
So now that we're at 16 lore, this is where I would say it's getting a little bit dodgy, right? So we do have that Hercules, which is going to help keep some damage off of our characters, but there's still damage on that Palace guard right now, and if he's not getting rid of it, Nathan might elect to bounce his own go-go to get him that much closer to winning the game.
Yes, and Parker looks like he may be identifying that, maybe not. We'll see. He is moving it around, so I imagine it's a thought in his head, but we'll find out because you're right. That could be a trap that he falls right into if he's not paying attention. These games go long. That we're in round 5. We've started this thing so many hours ago.
Absolutely.
So many decisions, as Willobeez talked about earlier, that decision fatigue can take effect.
Definitely come in.
Yeah, and that's something we got to think about. And look at that.
Yeah. See, we're thinking, and then we're coming back.
Yeah.
Parker said,
"JK, just kidding."
So, oh man, so yeah, he has bounced that go-go.
That's not good.
That's not good. We need to be able to remove this lady because otherwise, I believe we are seeing game on board. But hold on,
Cheshire Cat says no.
But we can only do 2 damage.
Which is fine. That's fine. It's not game over, but you're right. It at least prevents this game from being game over. So getting one versus getting 3, kind of a big deal here.
Yeah, in this case, it is all the difference. So now I don't believe Nathan has lore on board. Oh wait, no. Okay, so he gets.
That does that is.
Oh, it is.
Yes,
it is.
Go-Go gives +1 strength to the lady. The Webby gives +1, and then her text gives 1 more.
So
that is the 3.
because of the +1 lore for the quest on top of the Go-Go, so we didn't account for the fact that Nathan will be able to play out multiple cards to buff that lady enough, plus the Webby. So this is a new set 10 combo coming into play.
Correct.
Where normally 2 characters would not be enough, I believe.
Correct.
But because that Webby specifically says give +1, it is that particular Whispers interaction allowing Nathan to take the game there.
It is, yeah. That Webby is very, very strong. Even early into the set, people were playing at least that 1-drop. Like that 1-drop Webby was strong enough to go into this build. Nathan is saying, hey, I think the Prospector Webby can go in there too.
Absolutely.
And judging by the way that we just saw this game went for Nathan, I'm going to agree with him. I do think that the Prospecting Webby is a fantastic card for this build. I think it allows this this deck. Sure, you can do the whole Reanimator stuff. You can play the Circle of Life, and we love that.
Yep.
Circle of Life is a great card, but you can still do dog things. You can still go woof woof with a duck in the mix.
Absolutely. The dogs are here to bite. So, wow. I mean, what a game here at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. The new place to be. We just went out there and found out in the previous round they're doing Winnaboxes out there.
They are doing
They've got
Winnaboxes.
side events here.
I know another place that used to do Winnaboxes way back when. There was this one time that I used to play at this one place.
And they were doing Winnaboxes side events, and now we got it right here in Orlando, Florida. You could come to Versus, you could come play some Lorcana, and then go on down to Disney World.
Why the heck not? Listen, you'll catch the fireworks just in time if you finish off this last round.
So Florida's the place to be here at Versus Games. We are so happy that they have us. If you guys are enjoying the stream, please make sure, drop them a follow, use your Twitch Primes, drop them a sub, all those things. We've got some things to tell you about the store, though, coming up. If you like what we have going on here at Versus with Lorcana, wait till you see the new Type Challenge 2. So this is going to be Gundam is up. Come store event on December 4th at 7 p.m. It's only going to be $15 entry, and you get promos for participation, and you get promos for Top Cut. And I've heard Gundam is a very, very fun game, so you don't want to miss it right here at Versus Games.
You can't afford not to play in it. We've also got the Master of the Four Elements Sealed League every Monday. So you come on in on Mondays at 7:30 p.m. There is exclusive swag. I mean, goodness gracious, Avatar. I love Avatar.
It's so fun. Yeah, you get to choose with these sealed events for Avatar. You get to choose like what element you want to play,
That's
and that kind of changes the kind of deck you play, and it's really, really cool. So definitely want to come through every Monday at 7:30 p.m. And that's not all, folks, because we also have Riftbound League of Legends trading card game, right?
Ooh.
Scan that QR code. Come on out for $1,000 cash, baby. Cash prize pool for the top 8, right? And that is going to be coming up soon on November 29th for $30 right here at Versus Games in the Oviedo Mall. Scan the QR code. You don't want to miss it. Like I said, drop us a follow here on Twitch so you don't miss the action. Check out their website. Come check us out in store at the Oviedo Mall.
Yeah, and it is the west entrance. You'll know you're there if you see the brewery for sure.
Absolutely.
Let's also talk about another event that's happening. Kind of the whole reason why we're hanging out here today. The whole reason for this tournament. Aside with this prizing, and hey, you're watching some great games, but also the top 2 players, number 1 and number 2, will be able to win a guaranteed first round bye into the main event for Lorcana. Lorcana is not the only game that they are playing there. You can play Gundam. You can play Pokemon. We got One Piece. Cookie One Brawverse is running a huge event there as well. Rush of Icor, Union Arena, all of them happening December 12th to December 14th. Brought to you by Players Choice Game Accessories. Of course, that is happening here also in Orlando. I will be there.
Willobeez. I will be there as well.
Yeah, and we are going to be hanging out. That's December 12th through the 14th.
Yeah, we can't wait to see it. Pro Play Games, shout out to them for supporting the store, supporting Versus. All right, so we are going to...
It looks like the next round is up, actually, if I'm seeing this correctly.
So I think we're going right into the next round, folks. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Yeah. So I believe...
Yeah, so we're gonna take a short break.
We'll take a short break.
We're gonna take a short break. We want to make sure that to help you out with. We're gonna take a short break. We will be back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go too far. Next round's coming up.
Yeah,
very
don't
short.
touch your mouse. We'll be right back.
Yeah, stop.
And welcome back. All right, so we promised you.
I'm over here falling off the camera.
Hey, we'll go over the space for him. So welcome back. We are jumping in to our last round of Swiss here, and we are not lighting up. We've got another banger lined up for you. So this is going to be Davis versus Patrick. If you are local to Central Florida, or even not local, you might know some of these players, right? So Patrick is somebody who has judged a DLC in the past, but has also gone through and competed as well. You might have seen him at Milwaukee. Davis as well, notable guy in a lot of top cuts here in the Central Florida scene. Also somebody who I believe makes it out to challenges. And what's more important than who is playing is what they are playing for.
Yes, and what they are playing for is a shot, a chance. They've got one chance, one shot, so don't mess it up. It's a chance to get into this top cut. So they are playing for the potential to get in there. So the winner of this will make it in. This is a win and in, as is famously known as. They're looking to get their shot into this top cut because one of these fine gentlemen are going to make it in, and potentially, if they can beat out the top 8, can win their shot at getting a first round qualifying bye.
Absolutely. So this is really interesting here. We can see on Davis's side, it looks like this is going to be an Emerald Amethyst versus, I believe, a Ruby Amethyst. So both players are playing Amethyst. Going to be lots of cards drawn, but what they are pairing that Amethyst color with, they are trying to do different things here. Is this a Brainiac sort of situation where Davis is going to be playing some cards that on their own might not look like the,
Right.
it's like you're just playing a random pile of 60,
Yeah.
but once they start going, you're like, oh my God, we're doing so many things here.
This is crazy. Yeah, it does. And to call it Brainiac, I think, is a very fair point because it does require a lot of brain power. And we are in round 6. And so will this brain power, will it have expired if that's the case? But we're going to learn that through the playing of these cards. We're going to learn that as we put them down. Now, we do see, did we say that was?
There's Ruby Amethyst
that's
from
Ruby
Patrick.
Amethyst. Okay, so it is Ruby Amethyst from Patrick. Okay. So that this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and again, for some lore, we see some chatters who might be local who are aware of these guys. These guys are great friends. I would even say they probably play test together regularly. If not, they're seeing each other at locals. So, it sucks when you got to go against a buddy, but also it's all in good fun, and this is what we're here to do. We're here to play. So we're off to the races. We start out with a Palace Guard on one side, a Webby on the other, and I love it. Look at how fast these players are playing. They've probably played each other in this exact matchup 100 times.
They know exactly how this is going to go. They've already foretold the ending as the Lumiere comes down, makes that Palace Guard stronger, but it doesn't matter because we're going to quest with it.
Absolutely. So here we go. I'm excited to see Davis's deck really start to get off the ground here because, like I said, I've played against this Emerald Amethyst deck. It's interesting. It does a lot of really interesting things, and it's something where you always think, okay, surely they're about to be out of gas, and they never are. And not necessarily gas in just the lore sense, but the sheer amount of utility and reach that this deck has. It goes crazy.
Yeah, it can go wild, and it could just keep drawing and drawing and drawing as we see a Webby coming down. So speaking of resources and drawing, the other resource you got to worry about is this cute little thing called ink. And Webby, in the right conditions, can help you really amass that. We're not playing Sapphire, but a library coming down really, really early. Interesting.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. I think Patrick kind of identifying here that this is not a character, but it can draw him cards. And so if this Webby wants to start, challenging in, it's going to stop it from ramping and kind of saying to Davis, hey, you're going to have to start putting some characters on board. And historically, Davis's characters are not going to hit for a ton.
Yeah, I mean, and this is an interesting choice because the general consensus when you talk to players when it comes to locations in this new post-rotation meta is that locations aren't as good as they used to be pre-rotation. That they're not as valuable, but we're seeing here that they are extremely valuable. It does put your opponent in a position to have to decide, and that decision is one of those things that can really mess you up. You might lose the game because you left a library 2 turns too long or 1 turn too long.
Absolutely. So we will see what, if at all, it ends up mattering. But, yeah, we're getting down some big threats here, especially when you keep in mind that Lumiere. So once again, that Palace Guard going to continue to go on a quest. And even on the side of Davis, we've got, 5 willpower in play? That is, or strength in play. That's not going to be enough to take out this library anytime soon.
It's not, but a Mother Knows Best sends that Iago back to hand. And again, we've pointed this out before, but because of the way Lorcana works, that Mother Knows Best trigger happens first. And because the Vanish card is in hand, it does not banish that character.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. So sometimes it matters what your targets are, but I think in this case, even if it's not getting banished, we're happy to get it off the board. So that way it cannot trade back with some of our guys.
It's a 4/6 Willobeez. They can go right back to your hand. That is fine.
Absolutely. So I'm curious to see at what point in the game is Patrick going to choose to, if at all, move these characters into the library, or is he kind of correctly identifying, I just need the library here in general?
Oh,
wow.
My goodness. Horseman, the Headless Horseman, making another appearance today after so many appearances today. If you were with us in the last few rounds.
We've seen a whole lot of them.
Yes, it's so many. It's like a whole group. It's like a support group.
Right, yeah. So very, very cool to see that Headless Horseman come back down. Once again, we're clarifying that Iago does not get banished because the ability text is going to resolve first. So it's going to bounce back to hand, and then it would try to banish, which it can no longer can because it's in the hand. So we're going to see that Cheshire Cat come down. We're going to boost to move the damage to that Headless Horseman. I love it.
It's great. I mean, 2 is the number. 2 is the magic number that helps to send that Headless Horseman away. So the Cheshire Cat is almost built perfectly to deal with that thing because that thing is real scary. If you start letting it, you start gaining strength from it banishing characters. It can start to snowball real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's interesting here because again, Patrick did have a character that just got banished, was not able to draw a card off of it because he's not been moving things into the library. It really makes me wonder what this library's role here is. Is it actually to gain cards at all? Or is he just saying, actually, I just wanted there to slowly tick away at lore?
You know what? I think both are pretty viable options. The thing has 0 damage on it. It's collected 3. So in the chat, please, I've given you a job. Count how many lore Patrick is able to get from this library, because right now it's doing a pretty good job of winning this game as we see a battle ensue, because that Lumiere allows that Palace Guard to just reach out a little bit further to send that Prince Philip away.
Yeah, and that Demona came down, and I don't believe Davis was able to draw a card off of it either. So we're going to quest that Webby. We're going to continue to do a little bit of rampy things. I want to put a little side bet, Gabe, right here, right now.
Let's do it.
That library is going to gain 10 lore.
It's pronounced library, but yes, absolutely.
So I'm saying 10 lore on the library. So that Demona is going to get bounced back to hand. We're going to boost up that Flynn Rider.
Yes.
Can we pull up that Flynn Rider from Whispers in the Well? Because when he is boosted, he is going to get a bump in both his strength and his willpower, I believe.
Yes, he will. He's beefy. He's strong. And he is a spectral scoundrel. Boost 2, while there's a card under this character, he gets +2 strength and +1 lore.
Okay, so excuse me, his willpower is not being buffed, but his lore is.
Correct, yes. That's a 3/2 with two lore.
Yeah, and also keeping a little side bet honest, I believe we're now at 4 because it was Patrick's turn.
Yes, it is.
Or actually, you know what? We haven't even passed back yet. Oh, no, we have. Okay, so now we're in the think tank. We're at 4 lore. We've just got to keep it for 6 more turns.
Yeah.
I think we can do it.
We might have a shot here as we see, and just both of them. We see a lot of resources, a lot of cards in hand for Patrick. I see a stack of cards. I can't get the exact number, but they're both kind of pushing through their objective here. We've got Davis sitting at 5 lore. We've got Patrick sitting at 8. Neither of them really worried right now. But they should be soon.
Calm. But we're gonna see. I think Patrick's got 5 cards in hand, so he's got a lot of options. He's got 6 ink. They're tapped, but he hasn't actually used them yet. I believe he tapped them before actually making the decision, which is fine.
Yeah.
We're as long as he doesn't put anything down, right? He hasn't paid for anything yet.
Yeah.
And Davis here, look at the smiles.
Yes.
You know, it's just fun to see. They're keeping it calm. They're keeping it cool. And we're looking at Pat here. What is he gonna do? I believe he's got another Demona in hand. He's got a Hades. Maybe he's looking for a deal, getting rid of something like a Flynn Rider, getting rid of a Cheshire Cat. But you know, that Cheshire Cat, it can move damage, but not to locations. So it's not gonna help in getting rid of that library.
Which is another reason why this library is such a good play, because that Cheshire Cat has been so dominant in these Amethyst decks. As we see for the first time, two characters being moved into that library. That library, great for draw. Now you're forced into a position to decide: do I deal with this library? Do I let Patrick draw 2 cards if he figures out a way to get rid of these characters? So many decisions that can be made here. More decisions means more opportunities to mess up, and Davis could make the wrong play, could make the wrong choice that could cost him the game.
All right, so we're going to see a go into the Inkwell. I believe we only have 1 card left in hand. It's a little hard to see when the sleeves are black. You can't really quite tell. We're exerting everything. Is it to do that 8?
No.
Or is it to quest?
We are in aggro deck right now, and we are running for the fences. We're going to 20 as that library ticks away one more time. What's the count,
We're
folks?
up to 5. We're up to 5.
Yes.
Don't worry. I'm keeping track.
Yeah, good. My goodness.
I'm keeping a mental track. But, okay, so this is interesting now. So I like what Patrick did here. He preemptively moved these with the extra ink that he had last turn after playing that Iago.
Yep.
So now he doesn't have to waste ink doing it this turn.
Correct.
He can potentially, even if he loses these characters, he's going to draw cards off the back of it.
Yeah, and as we see, it looks like the choice to play, oh, goodness, that is the Hermes. That is also new from this set. Fantastic card. We're going to get that up for you
we're pulling
just
it
a
up
second.
right now. You're incredible, by the way. My eyesight must not be very good because I see the colors, but I couldn't tell what it was.
Oh,
so
no.
yes.
The only reason why I know is because I was trying to cook with this thing, and I just couldn't figure it out. That's why I know. But it's a great card. The Harried Messenger. Great card, 3/3 Rush. Rush is kind of seen a falling out of this set. There's not a lot of Rush, so it showing up can be very surprising for people. People are just kind of trusting, players, Illumineers trusting that Rush is not a thing.
Right.
Rush is not real, it cannot get me. And Patrick is saying, well, the boogeyman is here, my friends, and his name is Hermes.
Absolutely, and I believe Patrick can still ink. So if he wants to use that Hermes to throw it into something, even if it were to get banished in the challenge, we could still draw a card off of it because of that library.
Correct.
So just going to see, it looks like we have 2 Demonas in hand. So, you know, if we've got 2 and we've got the library and the Dumbo to draw us cards, we don't really necessarily need these Demonas other than for the, you know, the body and the strength.
Yeah.
So we're going to ink that. We're going to tap it.
Yes.
And, okay, so we're going to put it into the library, just like I was saying. And now the question is, how are we going to clear this board? Because I do believe that we can do it. It's just a matter of how do we want to.
Yeah, and that Lumiere does make the math a little bit easier as well. So, we've got a Hermes that is at +1 strength because of that Lumiere, which can clear the Webby. So that
could also clear the Cheshire Cat.
Could also clear the Cheshire. Absolutely, it can. And it creates a little bit of friendly math, which we're loving right now.
Yeah, so this is very interesting. I'm excited to see he's picking it up. Which one is he going to choose? I think either way he can kind of get rid of them both, so it's just a matter of how he wants to do it. Looks like there was a fellow Iago underneath that, so we're using that Lumiere, to get rid of the Flynn.
Yep.
Got rid of the Cheshire Cat, and now this Iago can very cleanly clean up this Webby, but we don't even care.
No.
We just quest.
Yes, we've got Dumbo on board. We've got the library, which is about to tick another one. Prince Philip, although does make math a little weird here.
Yeah, it definitely does make math weird. Now we might be feeling a little like rats. I didn't want to quite get rid of my Lumiere. Had I known, maybe I could have played another one. We could have had the 6 strength needed.
Yep.
I believe that Prince Philip is a 6/6.
It is.
So to get rid of that evasive.
Yeah.
And I don't believe Davis has a lot of cards in hand, so he might have just had to, play it out just to kind of get it out there, not necessarily for the Wombo combo effect.
Yeah, sometimes a 6/6 evasive is just good.
Yeah.
And that's just not a bad card, and you got to make that decision. It does put the Iago in check, as you pointed out, and sometimes just having that check is enough. Iago was laughing. Iago was cackling at the board earlier. Iago saying things like, hey, everything on this board I deal with and not even blink. And Prince Philip said, you think so? you really think so?
Right.
Because I got something to say about that.
Yeah, so this is very nice, moving things into that library. Please note, chat, the count is up to 6. We only need 4 more until my side bet cashes.
Yes.
So we are playing cards. We are playing these Tinkerbells. And again, they might only have 1 willpower, but if Davis is not seeing malicious, mean, and scary, they're sticking around. Okay.
Wow.
Find the Hades.
Yeah, so we find the Hades. Now, will we take the deal? Do we take the deal?
See, he's got a lot of ink left, so if we don't do it, Davis might be able to find something that he can use, and we don't do it.
And
my
genie?
goodness, there we go. And what does that Prince Philip do? Okay,
Quest
we're
for
going on a
3?
quest. I didn't know if he found a song there. I couldn't quite catch what the other card was.
No. I mean, 3 quests. Questing for 3 is pretty good.
7 on the library, folks.
That is 7 on the library, but here's the problem, is that Davis has the game on the board. The story has been written.
Wow.
The final chapter may be sealed if we don't have an answer here. Can Patrick find his way out of this and stop this book from closing on him?
Yeah, I mean, this was interesting. Davis very sneakily, I would say, getting to 20, and honestly, off the back of Patrick choosing not to bottom a card, right? Being able to draw into that genie and play out that hand very sneakily. Pat was looking very dominant, and now Davis is saying, hey, you can't deal with this Prince Philip. I might be able to win this game.
Yeah, and I think that may be the case. Now, what's interesting is, generally speaking, in this color pairing in Amethyst Ruby, you've got the Lumieres, you've got the Headless Horseman that boosts strength, but we just don't have those pieces in our hand right now. We just don't have the things we need to get there.
Yeah.
He very well could, and it is a risk on Davis's part. But the risk was well warranted. The gamble was taken, and Davis may be right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious. It doesn't look like, okay, we're going to have this Demona exert all of our characters. Technically with this Iago at the library, we could have had it just challenge into the Philip. Hope we find an Elsa or something with the draw off the library. Instead, we play this Demona, so this is the only thing that we can do this turn. Okay, excuse me. I'm forgetting that the Dumbo can also be used.
The
Dumbo can be used. I'm just so used to people drawing cards with it. Yeah. I'm like, why would he ever want to do that? But boom, speaking of drawing cards.
You still draw.
You're still doing it.
We love it. So library is how many lore and how many cards now are we talking? We're talking 2 cards. Maybe more, I think, actually. I think there might be more cards. But, yeah, so drawing cards with it, gaining lore. This library is pretty good.
Oh, yeah. 7, drawing plenty of cards. I mean, it's looking good. But now Davis has cards in hand as well. We're not out of the woods yet, right? We're going up to 18, I believe. So very, very interesting stuff. What are we going to do? We're going to use – we're going to keep drawing, though. Yeah. The library might be the MVP of this game.
So we're up to, what, 4 cards drawn. We're up to, what are we saying, 6 or 7 lore right now?
7 lore.
That is insane. Okay. as we see the Hades gone. So now the question is, can you use these cards to do something? Sisu.
Oh, my God. We're still inking and playing. It's still Pat's turn.
Yeah.
There is so much to do when you have so many cards in hand.
Yeah, and so we are taking a look here. Can we solve this? Now, Patrick, of course, does not have game on board just yet. We're getting pretty close, though. Davis is inching closer, but does he risk it? Does he risk it?
And how does he get rid of this library, which is going to push Pat over the edge if he doesn't do something about it soon?
Yes, this library, in fact, is just a monster right now.
So we got this Genie played. We're going to tap 3 to bounce back to hand.
Yes. Yeah, so that Mother Knows Best coming into effect to send that Sisu back to hand. We see the Headless Horseman drawn. That should be. Let's see if we use that to a great effect.
So if we pass back to Pat, this library is at 8 lore, folks. 2 more rounds. I don't even know if we're going to make it 2 more rounds.
Yeah.
Just because of how fast these players are going.
Yeah, RWS pointing out that we're sleeping on libraries. I usually sleep in libraries, but people are sleeping on these libraries as we see this Headless Horseman taking out a Genie.
Wow, this is great. So the thing is, Davis is going to be able to go to 19 if we don't clear this Genie. It looks like he's got 3 cards in hand, so he could potentially quest to 19, deploy his whole hand. So the onus is on Pat here to get rid of that Genie because 19, a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, 19 is not the place you want to be at, but we do see Patrick making some moves here, playing a second library.
I'm going to say if it passes back, that counts to getting it to 10, right?
Yeah.
If we got 2?
Let's see.
Ooh, we find the Go-Go. Can he put 3 strength on this Genie? He cannot.
My goodness.
Oh, but he can put
2.
He can put 2
and
Go-Go.
19.
Do we have a rose or something?
Oh
my God, the
Go-Go.
Go-Go for game.
Double Go-Go.
There we go. What a play from Davis. Oh, my God. If you are Pat, it goes all the way back to letting him draw those 2 cards.
Yes.
He got 2 cards deeper into those 2 Go-Gos. What a game.
That was insane. The double Go-Gos sealing the deal. Patrick was just so sure. Those libraries were just dominating the game, using the libraries to great effect, throwing characters in there, drawing so many cards, but Go-Go Tamago.
Absolutely.
Go-Go Tamago coming in and just sealing the deal.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Davis. Look at that. All smiles on the board. I think Pat can't believe it either. Look, these are good friends, like we said.
He's not even mad.
You can't.
He's not even mad.
You got to respect it. You got to respect it. I think both of these players played really, really well. I loved being able to see the pace of the game shift, and again, Davis for a while was looking a little bit out of it, but then just like you said, actually he's questing to 20, and all of a sudden it was back on Pat to be able to figure that out. That was a really, really great game.
I'm in shock. That was a fantastic end sequence. I see Carlos in the chat. Thank you for joining us, friends, and for all of our friends as we're getting ready for this game too. My heart's racing. So take this time right now. If you haven't already, please follow Versus Games. Please follow this Twitch channel. Please do it. Click the button.
Yeah.
You're gonna see much more. Let them know how much you love everything that you're seeing here. Tell them how much you love the gameplay.
Absolutely.
Let them know how much you love Willobeez. Tell them how much you love me. Let them know what a great job we were doing.
Absolutely. Hype up Gabe in the chat. No, but this has been incredible, and Versus has been incredible to us, to the players. The production quality, I have to say, is top notch.
Yes.
I mean, it's just been so great. So Dragon Johns is not competing in the tournament, unfortunately. He did show up earlier.
He
was supposed to play, but life happens. Wasn't able to play. That's okay. Things happen. And you know what? Maybe we're all better for it because it's allowing some other guys a chance at the top cut for a change.
Yeah, seriously.
He's got his golden Mickeys. He doesn't need any more cases of whispers, right?
No.
So here we go. We're going into the altar phase, and I mean, wow. Davis is keeping it real cool. Okay, I would have needed some more recoup time after what I just did if I'm him.
I would need like some water. Maybe take a quick bathroom break.
Call the judge over, be like, "Hey, can I get a little break? I just want to."
My heart's
Can
racing.
I go buy a lottery ticket? Right? Sometimes you gotta do that. But no, I mean, he's keeping it cool, collected. So he's staying in it, and I love it. And Pat is down 1, but certainly not out because we saw that back and forth. And again, maybe that library, sure, Go-Go ended up being MVP, but that library was putting in work.
Yeah, and I saw people in the chat saying, hey, we're putting more of these libraries in our deck, folks. And I don't blame you. I think I'm going to go back and look at my decks and say, hey, you know what? If you're Amethyst, maybe Library needs to go back in there. We'd love to see it.
Absolutely. I was thinking, me personally, I was like, if I'm playing Ruby Amethyst, maybe I'm taking the Library out. Pat might have convinced me different.
Yeah.
So, but also taking a look at this green purple, at this Emerald Amethyst, this Brainiac potentially. I haven't seen any Cuscos or anything crazy.
No,
so who knows what the build is exactly.
Davis is the Brainiac.
Davis
is the smart
Brainiac
one.
here.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see this has just been a great game one. I can't believe it's only game one as we see Tinkerbell coming on down to start this show.
And I love the smiles on the players' faces. Patrick is feeling good and talking through some things.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about, folks. We're having fun. Like we said, this is a high-stakes match. We're not showing you something like Table 1 or 2. These are guys who are still playing for contention. They are fighting to be in this top cut with this amazing prizing from PPG.
Correct.
We are seeing this Prince Philip hit the inkwell, and in the actual board, we are seeing Flynn Rider.
We are seeing Flynn Rider, that Whisper Flynn Rider that we saw earlier on. So, it boosted. If it's boosted, it allows the Flynn Rider to get 2 more strength, 1 more lore. Which is pretty good for a 2-cost character.
Is it 1-cost character?
1-cost character.
Yeah,
I guess 1 plus 2.
1-cost character, but it's a Whisper.
Yeah,
so it's very
1.5. How do you count boost? What's the math on boost?
What's the math on boost?
Lumiere, however, a great card here. Lumiere making the difference in many points in this in the previous games that we've seen. We'll see if it makes one here as well.
All right, so we are boosting up this Flynn Rider and passing the turn.
Okay, so a slower start, but, to have a Flynn Rider sitting at 3-2 with 2 lore, not a bad thing to have.
No, absolutely
This Sisu, though, my goodness, Sisu's getting kind of scary when you look at the cards in hand.
When you look at the amount of cards in hand, absolutely, this Sisu is swinging for $1 million. At least it feels like it. So we're going to go ahead and put down a Cheshire Cat. I kind of like this because now, since Pat's been questing a little bit freely, it's going to put that questing into check a little bit because we can boost to move some of that damage if we want to swing into something like that Tinkerbell that previously has been freely questing, move that damage to that Lumiere. Suddenly, I've almost cleared your board.
Yeah, 2 damage here is actually really big. It can clear out a number of these characters as we see just kidding.
Oh, wow.
Hercules is in effect.
That Hercules coming down from set 10 is really going to make the difference here. Is that going to shut off? I believe it is because it can only be damaged in a challenge.
Well, so it's not. It doesn't affect it because it's not damage. It's like it's moving. It's moving. Counters.
Okay. So he can still
He
do
gets to
some
move counters.
moving shenanigans. All right, good to know for the folks at home. These are new interactions to all of us. We are all still getting used to all of these things. So thank you, Gabe, for your endless knowledge and wisdom, telling us how that interaction is going to go. But let's see, how do we use this Cheshire Cat, if at all? Because Patrick, questing that Tinkerbell, seems to be welcoming the challenge.
Try me. He says, I bet. Let's see what you do as we send that Flynn Rider sideways. Paying forward to bring the Madam Mim Elephant down.
Oh, and he gets to get the card that he boosted under it.
We love to see it.
Love it.
We love to see it.
And you know what? So now we have 2 different ways to move damage on Davis's side of the board. And I'm assuming that interaction with Elephant and Hercules is also the same.
Wait a second. This isn't Flinger Dingers. What's happening?
What's going on?
What is that? You said Brainiac. This is Flinger Dingers. Where's the ruby?
Flinger Dingers without the ruby. It's amazing. It is really, really cool. I mean, this is great. Like seeing these players, seeing these guys going back and forth, and the things that the Lorcana community can come up with. Yeah, like you said, we think the meta's solved, and then we continue to get proved wrong again and again.
Oh, my goodness. It's been so refreshing to see. And just, again, a quick call out as our players are thinking about it. I just want to quickly point out, I'm not going to go through the entire math. We have 2 decks that came in at number 1 represented, Blurple and Ruby Amethyst. There was 8 of each of those. The second most represented deck was 3 of them.
Right.
Green, blue, blue, steel, and yellow, green. 7 of each of those. We had 5 decks that make up the top 2 most represented decks, folks. Do the math on that one. Okay, figure that out.
A nice, healthy meta is what I believe you would call it. So Patrick is in the think tank a little bit here. We can see him kind of shaking his head. He doesn't want to use this Headless Horseman because it's not going to banish anything, but at the same time, you don't want to do nothing on this turn. And so we're going to play it out. It still gets the other ability where if he's able to banish something, he can start buffing up the guys. But I want to see how Davis is going to react to this. With Pat not turning sideways, notably, there's no damage to move around.
Well, here's the thing, though. Patrick does not mind as much as Davis does because we are approaching the 6 ink turn. And at 6 ink, there is a certain gargoyle, a certain female gargoyle that is waiting in the wings. And so with as many characters as Patrick has down, a Demona right now would completely demolish Davis's board. Not to mention the fact Davis has more than 3 cards in hand, so Davis would also not benefit. However, Malicious, Mean, and Scary, his Snarl can Curdle Dairy, and violence-wise, his hands are not the cleanest.
All right, so there we go. We're going to see 1 damage be put on every single character that is notably going to remove that Tinkerbell. And now we are able to boost this Cheshire Cat to start doing some flinging and some dinging. We're going to get rid of that Headless Horseman. Yeah. It makes sense to me, right? It can start buffing things up. And we do keep that Lumiere in play. But, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Gonna get rid of that Hercules as well. Masterfully done by Davis.
Holy smokes. Yeah, we had 5 characters down, and Davis is just over here sending things back. This is insane. That is one heck of a turn.
Absolutely.
If you're Davis, you're feeling good right now. You're able to recontrol the board. And Patrick's going to have to try to reclaim some of that as we see that, we've got the Hermes in hand. We've got that Hercules, of course.
And that Demona. And you know what? Davis doesn't even know how much of a disruption bouncing that card back to hand was, because that Hades is uninkable. So now it's not as simple as playing that Demona and drawing 3 cards like Patrick originally wanted to do.
No.
So what is he going to elect to do here?
You know what's really funny is that Demona went in an instant from being the best thing he could have played to the worst thing he could play. It's insane how that works. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it changes by the second, folks. Yeah. So we are seeing Patrick going to go ahead, put that Hermes into the Inkwell, and Gabe, he disagrees with you.
He had to do it, I think. Now, keep the Demona. Yeah, I was about to say.
Gets a draw.
if there's any positive here, he does get to draw 3 cards, and so that is still a good thing to do. But there's nowhere near as much value as he thought, because you have to imagine he was, prior to coming up to this turn, he was inking things, playing things in a way that got him to that Demona, that turn where that Demona would have been extremely impactful, and he potentially overcommitted to that line.
Right.
And that when Davis made that play, Patrick's out here with the Demona in hand saying, suddenly, I have to do this, but it's not what I would want to do if I could help it.
And we are bouncing that Demona back to hand.
Yeah.
And we are playing a warded up Prince Philip, 2 of them.
Duels
even.
In stereo. We're playing. We got Prince Philip's in stereo.
And this is a lone Lumiere on the other side. I like his ability, able to buff things up, but he has no friends next to him right now.
No. All his friends are on the other side for sure. Holy moly.
Absolutely. But you know what is interesting about this is both players, at least before Davis played out his hand, had a nice grip of cards. And so Pat has a lot of cards to work with. It's just a matter of, are the pieces quite going to fit together, especially considering those Prince Philips are worded, folks. Those are worded Prince Philips. We are not going to be able to target them with anything. We're not going to be able to tap them down with an Elsa. No. I believe the Demona would get around the ward.
Correct.
But even then, we only have the Lumiere on board, so we're only getting rid of one of them.
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, in effect, if Davis really wanted to, these Prince Philips are essentially guaranteeing 4 lore. Now, the good news for Patrick is that Davis is not – he's got 2 lore.
Right.
So this is not the worst thing that could happen. What Patrick needs to do here is just to present that board again, put Davis in that awkward position of turning things sideways being a bad thing, as we see I almost said Diablo. That's crazy. A Dumbo.
They all fly.
Yeah, they fly.
Everything's flying.
Yeah, they got wings. Dumbo's got one. It's got 1 feather, and Diablo's got many feathers.
Yeah, and you know what? There it is. We saw the Diablo as well. So you just knew it. You read the future and you saw into it.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. I mean, yeah, like you said, Patrick's going to want to build up this board here. I think, honestly, this Madam Mim Elephant is presenting a very unexpected challenge for Patrick, and I think he hasn't really navigated how to get rid of this yet.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
Let's be real. It's annoying. And that looking for a deal Hades, of course, is coming down. Do we take the deal?
Do we take the deal? Once again, Patrick saying draw those cards. Last time, it made all the difference. But you know what? Last game is last game. This is this one. This is sometimes what you have to do as a player. Separate what happened in the past because you are in the present. This is a different game. It's a different board state. Maybe those 2 cards don't mean 2 more go-go's.
Correct. In fact, I'll give you a very important tip. So in the game of poker, something that's often taught is that just because you made a decision and you got a bad outcome doesn't mean that it was the wrong decision.
Right.
So oftentimes players may learn, and this is true of TCGs, you make a play that is consider the right play. It doesn't mean you're always going to get the best possible outcome. Right. There is a small percentage that it comes out wrong. You might lose that game because of that decision, but you should still do the right play. And in this case, not giving up board presence is the right play. And so you just have to trust the foundations, which is I need a board. You go ahead and draw those 2 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this case, he only has those 2 cards in hand. And now, with playing that Elsa down, he is kind of really able to start mitigating some of these threats here. Now, particularly when using something like these evasive characters, the elephant is not going to be able to do anything about that. So he could, it doesn't feel great, but he could trade that Dumbo into that Prince Philip, and then the only things that are exerted are these characters that are evasive. But in this case, he's going to go for the Hades because that Lumiere is going to buff it up. Yeah, so I like that, actually. It's getting rid of characters on the board. But again, this elephant not going anywhere.
No, the elephant is so strong. We've got the Diablo down. We have 2 Diablos down, as we see that the only target that the elephant has been left with is that Diablo, potentially drawing Patrick into what he probably hopes is a game-changing card.
Absolutely. So we are okay. We might have a judge call or so, I don't know. The character, the players, excuse me, are waving their hands in the air, and maybe it's just a fun little way of talking to each other. But we will see what that means in just a moment. Either way, the game is continuing on. Continuing. Okay, great. So we are playing down a Cheshire Cat.
They just hide to somebody.
Yeah, they're just saying what's up. They're just saying what's up to their buddies. And let's see. We've got the rest of our ink to play with here. Looks like we're tapping down 4. Okay. We're gonna play that Dumbo. And you know what? Yeah, I agree with this. Why not quest the elephant? Yeah. Because looking at this board state,
try me.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it.
I bet you won't. I bet you won't swing at me.
And you know, I would also place some bets on that. So that might have been a safer bet than the 10 around the library.
You know what? I think so. Yeah, but you know what? That was a valiant effort.
Hey, we got close.
Tried.
Yeah, we got close.
It was definitely a decision that you made. And speaking of decisions, Patrick opting to send his Diablo into the character, losing that Diablo because he needs cards. That's got to be telling Davis, man, his hand is getting rough. He's looking for options. He's looking for outs rather than valuing its ability to quest and forcing me to attack it. Patrick just told me that he would rather have the card.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's interesting that we see this Lumiere go into the Inkwell, particularly when we are kind of wanting to get rid of that elephant.
Yes.
But in that case, it was because we were able to play out 2 of our 4 drops. So we played an Iago, we played a Hercules, and now we're kind of building up our board presence and being able to take back the power here.
Yeah, and that on that next turn, if that Hercules is able to turn sideways, both the Hercules and the Elsa are in a position where they will not take damage aside through challenging. So that can create some weird spots. However, Malicious, Mean, and Scary, again, making its appearance here as we see just dealing damage across the board. Nothing's really gone yet. But that doesn't mean that there's not something scary
right, because keep in mind, we have, even if we don't see the Prince Philip, which we probably won't, just looking at the ink that's left, we have this Cheshire Cat. Oh wow. No. And beyond the Cheshire Cat, we've also got another Malicious, Mean, and Scary.
You know, sometimes just dealing damage across the board is pretty good on its own.
Well, then we can boost this Cheshire Cat as well to move damage to something else that we don't want on this board. So we can't take out the Siago, but we can take out one of the other 2 threats. Which one is it going to be? Let's see what he chooses.
Yeah, let's find out. I mean, all of those things are pretty scary. Okay, so opting to take the damage off of the Diablo, giving it to the Hercules, I think that's a good play here.
And doing it as optimally as possible, not just moving 2 because we can, saying, hey, I'm only going to move 1 because I only need to move 1. So if you're going to do anything with that Diablo, just keep in mind it's going to be that much easier for me to remove it.
Yeah, the phrase up 2 is such a fantastic phrase in this game.
Yeah,
up 2.
Absolutely.
As we see a Tinkerbell hitting the table. Now, the question is, there's another card in Patrick, no, that's the only card in Patrick's hand, I believe.
Yeah, that might be a tapped ink. So
that is a tapped ink, yeah.
Yeah, I believe there's 1 card in hand for Davis and no cards in hand for Patrick. Not the top deck we want to see, especially because now we have to make a choice, right?
Yes.
Do we take that Cheshire Cat, which stops it from moving damage, or do we take that Dumbo, which is allowing him to draw cards?
But taking that Dumbo would be at the cost of that Diablo for sure. And
Absolutely.
So it's just a really awkward spot to be in. Of course, Davis has the 1 extra card. Davis has a Dumbo, which will allow a draw. But saying, hey, you know what? Let's get that draw engine off. Let's keep that Iago fresh.
But you know what? Was the question, does he quest with that Diablo, or does he just force him to do the boost? Because if he were to quest, then the elephant would be able to start having
yeah.
some damage on it.
Yep, and that boosted Cheshire Cat allows the moving of the Diablo over to the Yago as we play in Ursula and saying, hey, well, I just need a character because
I'm just playing it out to have some things on the board.
This is BM, or what we call bad manners, of course.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. It's not bad
No,
manners.
it's not. We're playing the hands that we're dealt. We're trying to win. We're playing to win some round 1 buys to PPG Orlando. So it is for all the marbles. And Pat getting the absolute worst top decks we can here. I mean, he really needs something to bail him out of this. In this case, even a Demona would put in work because, sure, you're drawing Davis cards, but you yourself are drawing cards as well to help you get back in this game. And Patrick is looking up to the skies for an answer. I think he's seeing that that this is just not going the way that he wants it to.
Yes, he is certainly. He's put his hands together and asking for whatever can support to come on down and give that support as we see that Cheshire Cat entering the table. This is looking bad for Patrick.
That is gnarly. 15
what do you draw?
lore to 4. What's it gonna be?
Patrick not looking happy about the card.
Does not look too happy to see it, but we're going to play it out. It is not over till it's over, as we saw in Davis's last game. So what is it going to be?
Let's find out. Let's see it as we reveal that card.
I want to know. Flip it over for us, Patrick. Let's see it.
It's Hades looking for a deal, choosing the elephant, saying, come on. And
you know what? That stops game on board. So there you go.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll figure
Davis
that out.
does not have it.
That is correct. So we do see that that Hades coming down. The deal was taken, and no cards drawn. And Davis correctly identifying cards is not where we want to be right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, Patrick's going to have to potentially get rid of his whole board just to get rid of anything on Davis's. So, we're keeping him off of it. We're both top decking here. Maybe he top decks something that isn't a character. Maybe he stops putting lore on board. But now we've got damage for that Cheshire Cat to start slinging, dinging, flinging all of the things around.
And I do see some confusion in chat around whether or not damage could have been placed on the Hercules per its text. The way malicious, mean, and scary is worded, it is not dealing damage. There is a difference between dealing damage and putting damage counters on a character. In fact, as a reminder, it also bypasses resist.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that wealth of knowledge. Next to me again in the booth is Gabe. We do see Cheshire Cat moving that damage, clearing off that Diablo, and questing out and saying, hey, I can do this if you can remove nothing. Now, Patrick probably can remove something, but at this point, 17-4.
Oh,
okay.
The Headless Horseman choosing the Ursula. This is,
and that's going to buff up.
Yes, it is.
Because it banished.
Okay, wait, so you're saying there's a chance?
And a Go-Go Tamago goes into the discard pile.
Patrick must be excited about
that. Yeah, he must
that.
be happy. Yeah, look at the smile on his face. He does not want to see any more Go-Gos because that Hades has some damage on it, and it doesn't look like he drew the Go-Go. Otherwise, we would have slammed that card down.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you just do it. So we do see 3. Oh, but it's still pretty beefy. It is a Demona.
So both players are going to get to draw. Davis didn't necessarily want to do it, but he realizes that he is within touching distance of getting that 20 lore, so he has to keep putting the pressure on. But maybe he has drawn Patrick into some outs.
Let's see. That Flynn Rider is a good card, too, because that Flynn Rider can get boosted and quest for 2. As we see, Patrick is sitting with a nice, healthy number of cards in hand in a much better spot hand-wise. However, you've got an opponent with 18 lore, 3 characters, more than enough on the table to seal the deal, close this story up, and tell the end of this tale. But, wait a second.
And it's a
wait
Go-Go.
a second. Did you see it?
I saw it. It is another Go-Go in hand.
Davis.
Patrick has to clear this board, and or at least has to clear the Demona and the Flynn, and he has to do it with leaving less than 2 damage on a single character. So he would have to get rid of that Hades, which currently he has no way of doing?
This game is over, and if Patrick didn't have nightmares, he will have nightmares of a certain superhero by the name of Gogo Tamago if Davis has his way.
Absolutely. What a game. At this point, I kind of want to see Patrick do the clear just so we can see the Gogo for game.
I want to see the Gogo so bad.
Davis kind of eye up the camera. Maybe he's eyeing up somebody behind the camera, kind of doing some winks.
I feel like
stuff.
he's saying, like, Willobeez, check this out. Watch. Check this
I know.
out.
He's like, chat, can you believe this?
Yeah.
And I can't, right? Patrick, so again, Patrick is notably in the think tank here. We've got 20 minutes. Patrick knows the writing's on the wall. Let him take his time.
Yeah.
Okay? He's got to figure this out. He's got to make the most optimum play possible so that way he doesn't have nightmares tonight and he can say, you know what? I did my best.
Yes, but you know what? Gogo Tamago is cool but scary. You talk about malicious meaning scary. Gogo is all of three of those things.
Absolutely.
The way that played out. And, Patrick, of course, in the think tank, debating what needs to happen. Do we have an answer? Do we have a solution? And we'll find that out.
It's going to be interesting here. I mean, we have a lot of cards in hand, like we've been saying for Patrick. But if we use this genie to dig a card deeper, we then don't have a lot of ink to continue playing down things. So what is it going to be? Someone saying looks like he's a Cheshire Cat in hand. That could move damage to get rid of this Flynn.
Yes.
But how are we removing the Iago? How are we removing the Demona? Because we are at 18 lore.
Yes, this is untenable. I think Patrick realizes that the end is near. But you got to make sure.
You have to make sure.
You never give up. It's easy to just give this up in that last moment. You just want to make sure. You want to look at every card in your hand. You want to just double check. Again, there's plenty of time in order for you to do that. Let's see if we come to it. So we do see the genie.
So we're gonna do the genie.
And it does not look like an answer.
It was a Ruby card. Was it a Tinkerbell?
It looked like a Diablo or a Tinkerbell.
Yeah, something was drawn for sure. Doesn't look like anything that's going to get us out of this mess. But, we're going to do our best. We're going to play the cards as they come. So here we go. We are going to put down a Cheshire Cat. We are going to...
Can we do it? Can we do it, chat? Can we get there?
I just don't think we can because all we could do is move damage from Hades to a Flynn. But that's still enough lore to just quest for game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think
this is heartbreak for Patrick here. Like we said, folks, these players are playing for a shot at Top Cut. So, we are going to quest out, and then the handshake with the Go-Go and the Hades. Wow. Could have been a game 3, but the two Go-Go Tamagos back-to-back. Congratulations, Davis.
Yes.
An unfortunate loss for Pat. But, hey, they both played wonderfully, and you can't take that away from the players. You can tell this meant something. We're playing for that PPG swag, for that 3 cases of Whispers in the Well. And speaking of PPG, playing as well for those round 1 buys to the Summit in Orlando. I mean, you can tell how much it meant to these players. So congratulations, Davis. Hopefully, if our math checks out, he should be into Top Cut there. Congratulations all around. What a match.
Yeah, so it's gonna be that was insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I am gonna have nightmares about Gogo Tamago after this.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will be right back. We're gonna go on a quick break. Do not go anywhere because after this we will show you our top 8 players here at the Versus Games 3Ks tournament. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, Illumineers. Get excited, get happy, get active.
Let's do it.
Because we are going into our top 8 here at our 3Ks tournament at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. Short trip to Orlando.
Basically Orlando.
Basically Orlando.
It's Orlando.
If you ask a local, it's Orlando.
It's Orlando. Yeah, it's Orlando. It's fine. Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be seeing 2 players. One of the players we just saw. So you're going to get a chance to see David again. So getting to see that.
Davis.
My apologies.
So we are going to see that again. But we're also going to see for the first time on stream today.
For the first time in forever?
Wesley is going to be on stream. And maybe it is the first time in forever because we might know what he's playing, and it might have some Frozen characters in it, but we will let them shuffle up and let that be revealed in due time.
Yes.
One thing I want to point out, as they're shuffling up, as they're getting ready to do these altars, look at the beautiful, beautiful play mats on the screen there.
They're so cute. I love them.
So congratulations to top 8 because not only have they secured product for Whispers in the Well. I'm sure we'll know the breakdowns about all that later.
Yes.
But they have also gotten some Pro Play Summit swag.
They really did.
And some of that swag is right there on the table. We are seeing those beautiful playmats, might I add. I love space. I think it's a really cool theme there. The colors, the play area, the inkwell, mapping it all out for them.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a great game. What do we want to talk about before we get into it, though?
Real quick, I know the players or the Illumineers over the streams always want to know this. They want to know what is the top 8 breakdown. So I'm going to tell you. You're going to find out right now. So we've got, and get ready to hold on to your pants, folks, because this is nothing like last week, okay? So we have 2 decks, or 2, I should say, color pairings that are tied for first most represented. The first one with 2 decks in the top 8 is Emerald Amethyst.
Emerald Amethyst. So that is what we were seeing Davis on
yes.
here.
2 of them. That is tied with that is going to be Sapphire and Amethyst, or as we love to call it, Blurple.
Blurple. So, and that is, spoiler alert, folks, what Wesley is playing here. So we are seeing the 2 most represented decks. They're tied in Top Cut, 2 of each, going to be facing off in this head-to-head. What is the rest of those decks, though?
So we've got now the rest of the decks. There's just one of each of these. So again, diversity at its finest here. We have one of those beautiful cow decks, the Emerald Sapphire decks. We've got one Amethyst Steel deck. We have one Ruby Amethyst deck, and we have one Amber Emerald deck.
Wow. So what a split Top Cut. So I believe you were saying there is 6 different decks in Top 8.
Yes.
This indicates to me that this meta is nice and healthy.
Right. All the naysayers, all the doomers and gloomers that said that Cinderella would ruin this game forever. Well, folks, I hate to break it to you. At least for today. You were wrong.
So we are jamming right along. Davis seems to be first seed, so he gets to go first. Going to have that Flynn Rider come down on the other side for Wesley. We're going to ink that Madam Mim Elephant, play out that Rafiki. We are off to the races, folks, and I can't wait to see, again, both of these players playing Amethyst, but what they have paired it up with is going to change the game plan and how they play this matchup.
Yeah, and we see that Flynn Rider just getting boosted right there on that turn 2. So turn 1, play that Flynn Rider, that Whisper Flynn Rider. Turn 2, boosting it. Saying go. So we've got a nice, strong, healthy Flynn Rider just ready to quest for 2 with 3 strength, and that Rafiki just kind of staring back at it for a second.
Absolutely. So we are thinking about what we want to do. Hopefully we have some ramp. If we don't, okay, so we do have some ramp if we're inking a Tipo. So maybe we're just thinking about what we want to ink with that Tipo, if we wanted to ink that Tipo at all, right, what we're up against. So while we are thinking about this, don't forget, share the stream with your friends. We just started the top 8. Now is the best time to join the stream. The best time was really 10 minutes ago, but the second best time is now.
Yeah.
So here we go. Send it to your friends. We see that Hades get into the inkwell, and we are passing right along.
Let's go. As we see a Cheshire Cat hitting that inkwell. We quested, it looks like, yeah, and Mother knows best. She certainly does.
Nice.
As that poor Tipo cannot do anything about that Flynn Rider, just staring scaredly. Young child, get out of the street. You belong at home. It is past your curfew.
It is past your curfew. And that Flynn Rider, to me, just the whispers, they always look like they're on like roller skates or something. So he is just gliding by that Tipo who is out past his bedtime. But this is going to be interesting. You know, we have the pleasure of seeing the deck list here. So we're not going to spoil anything too early, but I can tell you I'm excited to get into Wesley's deck and hopefully see 3 games out of this because he's got some interesting pieces.
Yes. Yeah. Now, I will say that some of the things that we will see, you might have seen in other things that happened today, but not quite the way you're going to see it here.
Yeah.
And I appreciate seeing this because you want to see a top 8 that's got decks with some spice in it. You want to see a top 8 where the decks that made it through made unique choices. That, to me, is the sign of fantastic game design. So thank you, Ravensburger, for just the amount of work that you've put into the game. We're seeing it in droves here, in Whispers in the Well, through these decks, expressed through their creativity. Loving seeing what we're seeing so far.
Absolutely. So we are going to see this Rafiki hit the inkwell. We're quested with that Tipo. To me, that shows us, we got an elephant coming on up, so we're going to pick up that Tipo back to hand. And this is a big threat here, right? This Flynn is not going to be able to do anything about it.
That Flynn is no longer safe.
Right.
It is no longer safe. And we do see that Genie coming down, just affording more cards to Davis as we kind of have some evasive threats on the board. Genie that can potentially quest freely.
Yeah, we don't currently see any other evasives. And even if we did, they're going into that turn 5. Notably, we could play something like an Elsa, but we don't have the Basil here to buff it up.
Exactly. Now,
but that is a nice answer. that Iago Spectral Parrot going to come down, stopping that genie from freely questing. You love to see an answer like that.
Yeah, listen, if I don't have a Baz or anything that can solve that, then I may as well have something big and scary like a Iago to tell you, hey, genie, stop it and just stay where you're at.
Absolutely. So we know Davis has Malicious, Mean, and Scary in his deck, and Wesley cannot play that card,
No.
but he can play something that is equally malicious, mean, and scary in an Iago. Wow, we've got lots of elephants and
a free card.
Yeah, free card, because when you bounce those boosted characters to hand, you get to see and take that card.
That is, I'm loving Davis's deck for that reason. I think a lot of people are using the Cheshire Cat. Not really, we haven't seen a lot of the bouncing so much. We did see a little bit of it, but it feels like this Emerald Amethyst deck does such a good job of being able to bounce these things back. We're seeing it multiple times as Davis has done over the course of the last two games, and it's been insane to see.
Yeah, it's been really, really fun to see how these decks operate and see the different ways to build them. I'm curious if we get to see another Emerald Amethyst, because we did say there is another one in this top cut.
Yes.
It could be potentially built completely differently, and I think that is what's so great about Lorcana,
yes.
and particularly about this meta right now.
I would agree.
This is really fun. We're looking at Wesley. He's thinking about what to do. He's going into that 6 ink turn. Okay, we are going to play a Hades.
Yeah.
We are going to target. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Because we've got some good options on the board.
We do, and Davis says, you know what, go ahead and draw. I will not be taking your deal.
Doesn't matter what you target, just draw.
Just draw it, dude. Just draw it, and you're fine. As we see Wesley with a lot of cards in hand. Iago turning sideways to gain a lore, so pretty close in the lore battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Feeling pretty safe as well, questing that parrot, because that genie's not doing anything to it.
Absolutely, we all you've got a pretty equal board state right now. You got a Mim Elephants on either side. You got that Iago keeping that genie in balance. You got a Hades that can kind of keep that Flynn Rider in check. So right now we're pretty even. We're pretty even right now.
Absolutely, this is feeling good, and this is what we want to see from a top 8 match. Chat, get hype, get active, get excited, because when we're seeing this back and forth, there's no one blowing anybody out of the water. This is what we like. We know we're in for some good games. So we see that Webby come down. We're gonna boost that Flynn just for good measure. Give it an extra lore. Give it some extra willpower. And do we quest is the question, because we do have this Iago and this Madam Mim Elephant staring back at us, ready to take on these challenges, and in some very favorable traits, might I add.
And Davis is saying, Willobeez, I hear you. I'm turning sideways. We go all the way to 9 lore, saying, hey, you know what? Start swinging and doing stuff. I mean, the point of this game, of course, is we got to get to that magic number, number 20.
Well, you know what? I think I saw a Malicious in Davis's hand. Oof. And if he has the Prince Philip, that Webby, I believe, can sing that Malicious. So maybe even if we lose some characters here, we're going to be able to clear that board back.
Yeah, potentially. That could be the case here, and certainly Wesley's got to know that that's a potential here too. Got to respect that. You got to be able to take advantage of the characters. If you paid for them, you got to use them. If they go away, if something happens to them before they get used, you lost that price. You've paid a price that you gain no value from. Yep. Not the place you want to be when you're playing a card game.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that Wesley is not immediately just challenging in to these characters is showing me that he is aware of that potential threat coming down. He is showing the respect to it, and you gotta love it. He's got a lot of cards in hand. I'm trying my best to make out some of them. We definitely see the Woodchuck's Guidebook, right? But I don't know that right now that's going to be as impactful as we'd like it to be. We might have seen a Demona. Thank you for the shot here. We definitely seen Into the Unknown. That might help us clean some things up. And we see a Tamatoa, which is not the time for it. But it's certainly interesting.
It is very interesting, and we know that what that Tamatoa can do. In fact, what made that Tamatoa so great was items of the past, and today we have items of the future, and those items, my friends, is Woodchuck's Guide.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be interesting what he does here, because if he is just going to get so he's going to throw down that guidebook. If he is going to get Malicious, Mean, and Scaried, this might not be good though, because now he hasn't cleared anything back.
Correct. And that could be certainly frightening. I want to say we've got a subscriber, by the way, so thank you for your subscription.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for all the follows and subscriptions. We've been trying to call them out when we can. Appreciate the support. Shows the store that you're loving what's going on here at Versus, showing them the support so they can keep doing these things for the community. So I want to see, are we going to sing on this elephant, on this Flynn, potentially maybe ramping 2. Are we just going to swing?
Yeah.
Then we can still sing, though. So we put a Mother Knows Best into the discard. I'm glad to get rid of that card.
Yeah, I'm fine with that there. That's not a great card in terms of, Wesley. Wesley does not want to see that. So good thing that it got sent to the discard pile. And that, of course, that Madam Elephant is now live. It's got damage on it, which can be sent away at the beginning of every turn. A scary prospect if Davis does not deal with it.
So I do want to see this Into the Unknown come down because, we are essentially doing a board clear here. Now, if Davis, I know we saw the Malicious. If he truly does have the Malicious plus the Prince Philip, assuming he has enough ink, I actually didn't count that, so maybe we're a little far away.
Yeah, we're far away. We need 3 more ink.
Okay, we're super far away, folks, so we got nothing to worry about
here. The Webby will get us a little closer, but
that's true.
That would require making
But it's going to be 2 turns away if we can even get there. We are going to do it, though. We're going to do the first piece of the puzzle. We're going to put some damage on everything. What are we going to do afterwards, though? So that's going to be the question. We're going to be able to clear off that Basil.
Yep, absolutely.
Potentially a go-go here for 4 would be the biggest.
Oh, and we've seen it. Go-go for 4.
Going for 4 and going for 2 more. What a huge swing. So now Davis is up to 15 lore. Plenty of cards in hand. That is nothing to sneeze at because, as we saw, Go-Go's come in droves for this guy.
Go-Go, you know what? This goes back to that shaving technique. We got to figure out how do we get the paint off the card just enough ways, just light enough to get it to the top. Davis knows the technique as well.
Listen, we got the judge out there. We might need him in here, folks. We got to stop Gabe from giving out all the illegal tips.
I cannot wait to go to a tournament and just see a bunch of cards that have been shaved.
Yes. And you know what? They're going to be like, Gabe told me to do it. I was
Gabe
watching
said,
the Versus stream, the place to be. He told me to do it. All right, so we're going to ink a Webby and looks like pass it on back. So now it's on Wesley here. How are we going to answer back? Because, we're not questing for game, but okay, there we go. Before we draw, we're going to get rid of that Go-Go. But again, we can always find another one. So we're going to want to get this damage down as low as possible if we can help it.
Yes, absolutely. Now, of course, Davis, was able to have this very explosive turn. That Go-Go was very big for him. The question is, can he follow up?
Yeah.
Too often in these games, we have these moments where we just kind of throw everything on the table. We're able to just get to a certain point, and sometimes we get to that 17, 18 number, and then we sputter out.
Yeah.
Is Davis sputtering, or has Davis found his swing, and will he be able to win?
Absolutely. Now, hang on here. I am seeing things like a Bell, like a Hades in Wesley's hand. So Wesley may be down, but he is certainly not out. I think we definitely still have a game here, considering there is only 1 card in Davis's hand. If Wesley can correctly identify that threat of Go-Go off the top, he can start to really come back from a place of control and get rid of these threats very, very cleanly, turn after turn, while continuing to build up his board.
Yes, and, deciding that Webby is in fact a threat. It also continues to advance the damage on the elephant, which is good for Wesley, unless your name is Go-Go Tamago, in which case Go-Go loves that.
Yeah, so this Go-Go, wow, could potentially get a lot of value here if we see it.
How about this? We do a malicious meaning scary, get the elephant to 5, and then Go-Go for the win.
Oh, my goodness, Gabe. You are writing absolute cinema. But we are putting a lot of lore on Wesley's side of the board. So he's saying, hey, you're at 15. Maybe you could get really close to Go-Go for game.
No.
Oh, the malicious. The malicious. But the Go-Go. Oh, but the Prince Philip coming in and clearing out everything but that big Elsa. Wow, what a play.
The vanquisher of foes. And boy, are those foes sad. But Hades comes in and says.
Hades coming in and cleaning up. Yeah. Wesley is buying himself a lot of time. He might even be able to claw this one back from not the best position because Davis has no cards in hand. And Wesley's hand is looking pretty healthy.
It is. And Davis needs to just top deck like a beast right now. Just drawing cards that
just
him do it
make
before. Huge effect. Yeah, you're not kidding. 2 Go-Go's we've seen. Can we get more? But Go-Go's not important right now. Go-Go needs damage to be important.
Absolutely.
We got to get characters down. We got to figure out a way to see more cards. We see Sail the Azurite Sea. Wesley's finding more cards.
Absolutely. Wesley's drawing all the cards he wants.
Yeah.
And continuing to quest all the while. So it may not be a 2-turn clock, but he's starting to put a clock down. So, oof.
Okay, this is going to be tough.
This is going to be tough.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to take it. He's going to say, look, I don't want you to draw any cards. And you know what? I think he's right.
That's a good deal.
Yeah.
I would take that deal every day.
I would shake that hand
for
sure.
That's tough. Yeah, that's a tough deal to make, but you got to. because you just know that giving Davis cards is not where you want him to be with 15 lore to your 9.
Yeah, absolutely. So it would have been nice to keep questing that Elsa and that Hades, but you know what? I don't think giving Davis the potential to top deck into those threats like we saw that could potentially push him over the edge. So yeah, we're going to go ahead, go on our quest. This Hades cannot get rid of our other Hades. So we got a little bit of Hades inception here. How many can we get on the board? But still plenty of ink available in Wesley's for Wesley's board. Let's see what he does.
So at 6, we see a shiny crab hit the table, and we
are
do know
going to pull back.
Yes, there are some guides. There are some woodchuck guides, not to be confused with woodchuck. Woodchuck's guides, in fact, coming down and being played.
Wow.
And popped.
So, you know what? I'm going to say it. This is the card that we were excited about. This is pretty spicy. I will let you guys know. Wesley has, I believe, 3 copies of this Tamatoa in his deck, which is very nice because in this case, this is helping him pull back some cards from some items from his discard to be able to play them and get some more cards there. So,
absolutely.
Wow.
Yes,
blowing me away. I can't even speak.
Happy as a clam. We love to see it. What was old is new again. Something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. Tamatoa is all 4 of those things.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is that off the dome, or did you? Because that was incredible.
Thank you.
So here we go. We've got a lot of ink. We're playing down that Hades. Notably, though, we can't choose a warded character. So Prince Philip is going to be able to quest us up to 18 here.
Yes.
But Wesley going up to 16 himself.
With a Cheshire Cat
for good measure.
Yeah, so if Davis can figure it out, he does not figure it out.
He has not. I mean, I am loving how swingy these games have been, Gabe. This has been incredible back and forth, and I hope if you are watching at home, you realize don't get too tilted.
No.
Don't give up because there is always more fight left in the game.
There's always a way out. There's always a way out, and just when you think that the game is solved, it really never quite is. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Very, very incredible stuff from our players. Congratulations to Wesley pulling that out. But Davis, as we can see here, is still in good spirits. And both of these guys, again, are locals to the area. If you don't know, now you know. Okay, these are 2 very great players. They came out to play. They're making their mark. And it's great to see, while these are technically the 2 tied most represented decks in the top cut, it's by a very thin margin, Gabe.
Yes.
And so, you know, shout out to Wesley for throwing some spice in there. That Tamatoa happy as a clam. He's got 3 of them. Now that we've seen it, I mean, it put in some work.
It did. I mean,
it brought some cards back.
It brought that Woodchuck's guide back. It helped with drawing, getting to advance that game state, being able to win. So we saw that Tamatoa in effect. I've been seeing it a little bit as well through my testing, and it's pretty good stuff. Yeah. Tamatoa's pretty good.
Absolutely. And you know what? The stonks on him were going nothing but down. But maybe Wesley is here to show us all, hey, buy those cards back. Buy them now.
Absolutely.
Okay, before they go up. This is going to be the list on Ink Decks to beat, to the one to look at. So hopefully we can play this out through the top. But Davis here also come into play. He's just qualified himself into Top Cut based on that last round that we saw on stream. He's not ready to go home yet.
No.
And I wouldn't be either. So we're going to keep playing this out.
I believe somebody once famously said, I ain't heard no bell. And so that's where we're at right now. We're going to keep this going until we figure this out.
Absolutely. So we get to see the altars here. It's going to be interesting. Wow. Looks like we're throwing back 6. I did see we threw back like a Mother's Knows Best. We threw back like a Go-Go. So, you know, Dave is saying, hey, I'm looking for something very specific. I need to be quick. I need to be quicker than I've been. Because notably, he hasn't really been able to quest a lot. He's just been boosting Flynn Rider on turn 2.
Which has been pretty good. I mean, the boosted Flynn Rider's been pretty solid, especially knowing now that he's running those Madame and Maleficents. If you sneak in and you eke in a couple of those quests with that extra lore on that Flynn Rider, and then when things get dicey, you say, you know what? Let's see what that card was. I'm curious what I boosted, and maybe I'll get to play it later. And we're seeing that
has
happen.
been fun. Him being able to draw those boosted cards back into his hand, being able to see, and again, gaining a card that he didn't have before. It's been good because sometimes you get something you really, really need.
Correct, yeah. I mean, in some cases it's Go-Go. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's Go-Go Tamago when you've got a Yago with 5 damage on it. Who knows?
Absolutely, for game.
Yeah, it might even win you the game, as we see. Oh, look at that. We got a sleeve repair here.
I love this from the players. I think that we saw it earlier with Ikaika. We're seeing it again now. There's just the players keeping it honest, man, and saying, "Hey, let me switch this really quick." Looks like, and in this case, looks like he's double sleeve. So wow, more power to him. Because my hands are simply not big enough to be able to shuffle double sleeve cards. I can barely handle the shuffle of my single sleeve deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, keeping it honest, which is great to see. The sportsmanship here is great in the Florida scene now. Everybody's happy. All these guys know each other, and it's not over yet, folks. We're going into game 2. The goal is for Davis to tie this thing up. Wesley, though, wants to call it lights out right here.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Wesley does not want this to be a close game. He certainly does not have the chat's interest at heart. He wants to win decisively.
Absolutely.
And make it like it was just nothing could ever happen. But Davis says, nah. We got Flynn Rider.
There it is again, boosting it up. But you know what? Question for 2 when you boost it. So I can see it. I can see why he's kind of going for that play. The players know their decks well. I'm sure in his testing, this is what's been working for him. So maybe it's not about the 2-quester, the 2-drop. It's about the 2-questing. So.
Yeah. And, I mean, especially if you're going into a slower field, like, you're going into Blurple. Blurple generally is a slower deck. What's really awesome about this is on turn 1, you play the Flynn Rider. On turn 2, you quest, gain 2. On turn 3, you quest to get to 4. Mm-hmm. You play the elephant, you got yourself an extra card.
Absolutely.
If you ask me, that's a pretty good trade.
Absolutely. So we're going to put this Demona into the Inkwell. We're going to play that warded up Prince Philip. Now, right now, Blurple doesn't have anything that it can do to tap down that character anyways, but that Prince Philip is getting around those exert effects with things like Elsa saying, hey, you cannot easily banish me in a challenge.
No.
I am going to have to go sideways first. I'm going to gain my 2 lore first before you can get rid of me. And again, notably, this Tipo is not doing anything to that Flynn Rider either. So we are up here 4-0. How can Wesley answer back? We know he has an Iago in hand. We know he has that spectral parrot, but he also has that Madam Mim elephant. Are we going to bounce that Tipo back to hand, or do we want to progress our board state a little farther and get that Iago on the board?
It looks like Wesley is debating inking that elephant here. I mean, certainly I think having control of the board and presenting more characters, we do see, to your point, I think we see that Iago as well. I think you got to keep advancing the board state here. I think bouncing the elephant, while not, elephant is a good card into this matchup. I think that having the extra body, having the Iago is probably more important. Oh, but I also see a genie, and of course drawing cards is pretty sweet too.
I didn't catch that one, so that's good to see that in hand. It also gets around, this deck plays a lot of actions that could just easily get rid of that Iago. It's taking a turn off to do a Mother Knows Best, but at the cost of getting rid of a character is kind of good sometimes.
Yeah, and if you want to bounce that genie so I can draw more cards, I accept it. I accept that you do that, and please do. As Webby Vanderquack, the prospector, is in play.
Yeah, this is great. I'm excited to see if we're going to quest here, if we're not going to quest. Why not, right? What are we scared of? So we're going to quest for 2. We're up to 6. That Prince Philip is notably not questing. So that might tell me that we might have that shift in hand, right? Because we're not questing. So we're not there yet, but with this Webby, we can get there a lot faster.
We can. We're protecting that Prince Philip for a reason, you would think. Or it could also be just a fake out. It could just be, hey, let's take a look here. Now, to note as well, I think that Prince Philip is pretty solid either way. So if we can save that, we can get to that point where we can potentially sing that Malicious Mean and Scary, and then shift on that thing and get yourself just a nice clean board wipe. That'd be great. I do see, is that a Scuttle?
I know, I'm trying to look.
That's a Scuttle?
There's no way it's a Scuttle.
It is a Scuttle. In fact, I'll tell you, I saw it last week at Triad, and I saw Scuttle.
It is a Scuttle.
It's Scuttle.
I'm checking the deck list, guys. It's a Scuttle, bird-brained.
Bird-brained Scuttle. So here's what it does, and I saw it last week at Triad. For those of you that watched, you know what it does. It is a 5/5 with Ward.
Wow.
So you got to deal with it. Like you got to hit it, and hitting a 5/5, it hurts. And then when you're not hitting it, it's going to quest for 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty solid card.
Something else you got to deal with? Looking for a deal. This Hades here is definitely going to be something you want to deal with because you got to say, do I want to make this deal or do I not want to give you those 2 cards, right? So this is interesting. It looks like he's targeted this genie, and Wesley is notably taking pause, taking some time to think, what do I do here? Do I want cards in Davis's hand? He looks like he's going to put it to the bottom.
He's taking the deal. He says, "You're fine." Genie goes away. Now, can Wesley recoup that? Can Wesley get back some of that control that he just lost on that board in order to maintain control here? Now, I will say that Wesley is entering into some scary territory. Davis does not like where this is going because as Wesley increases his ink count, the threats that come down are significantly scarier and scarier.
Absolutely. Bigger and harder to remove for sure. We are not at that magical number 4 Blurple reaching 7 where we can start to play things like Hades. So maybe we have enough time, especially with these 2 questers on Davis's board, at least right now, that Elsa is not able to take that Webby on its own again. That Prince Philip staying ready. That is showing me that he can banish my characters with damage at any given time. But we are not afraid.
No, we are never afraid as we see turning that Hades sideways and then deciding, that prospector is gone. We don't have time. There's no gold for you to mine. Get on out of here, Webby.
Yeah, and I think Wesley's also saying, hey, I don't think you're going to quest with that Prince Philip anyways, so I'm going to get your other 2 quester off the board because the Hades is going to be what's left, and you're only questing for 1, right? So we're going to see, there it is. We're going to get the shift. In this case, it's only going to get that Elsa, but I say only as if it's not a great target.
Only. Willobeez, are you playing? You got to be kidding. You got to be kidding me.
One of the best cards in the game.
Yeah, only. Just this huge threat. No big deal.
And notably, 2 of Wesley's evasives are gone. So how are we going to be dealing with that Prince Philip? Now, I can't see Wesley's hand right now, which is okay, but I don't know. Did he have an Into the Unknown? Maybe. Can he draw it? Maybe, right? That could very easily deal with that Prince Philip without needing an evasive threat.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we are entering now into that 7 ink turn. Oh, the Woodchuck Guide in hand is okay. It is used, so we're paying the 3.
Drawing 2.
All right.
I saw some cards go to hand for sure. Yep. What they are, I'm not too sure. So we're gonna ink. We now have 4 ink available to us.
Yeah, as we see this Cheshire Cat.
And this Rafiki come down. I like this. We're setting up. I can't tell what the other card is. I think I might have saw Hades, but it's a little hard to see. We will definitely know very soon.
Yes.
But we could be getting ready to remove that Prince Philip another way. Also, notably, with potentially some damage moving from that Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, you're not kidding about that. I mean, we do both characters still in a pretty interesting spot board-wise. However, Davis.
Oh wow!
No.
Wow! Showing our cards too, saying, "Hey, I have this go-go.
Right.
I'm giving you the chance to not put damage on your characters." Because again, Davis sneaking up on us. He's had 16 lore. How does he keep doing it?
1 turning sideways at a time. You turn a character sideways, little by little, you get there. That's just the old parable. If you turn them sideways, 1 at a time, you eventually get to that magic number.
Absolutely, and 1 at a time is really how we have to do it because each character is going. And when you have a character like Prince Philip questing for 3 with evasive, with 2 of those evasives in the discard pile, you got to be feeling good.
Wesley is forced into a very terrible trade here. Forced to send 2 characters in.
Oh,
Hades
but
is
cool
pretty good.
as a cucumber. We see that Hades come down, getting rid of that, saying, hey, you're at 16. Now you're only going up to 17. So keeping it cool.
Yeah, and you got to be careful because you're looking at a total amount of strength on the table where if that elephant goes sideways, it can be removed, especially with the use of that boost effect on that Cheshire Cat.
Absolutely.
So that is not a free quest. So we say go to 17, but, well, just kidding. We have Elsa. Elsa says.
Got this Elsa here. So we are going to be able to remove that Cheshire Cat if we want to. Okay, changing our mind. We're going to go ahead and. Oh, my goodness. Because we have the go-go.
Oh.
Because we have the go-go in hand. We forgot he picked the go-go back up. And he had 2 go-gos to be able to equal.
Oh, I'm gonna have nightmares about these go-goes.
Oh, my
goodness. What is happening
How
here?
could we forget? Davis always has the go-go. He showed it to us.
He literally showed
it to us. Congratulations, Davis. He showed it. He picked it back up. Here we are saying, oh, what's he going to do? He's going to take something out?
No. I don't have to.
No, he's going to put damage on something.
Ow.
Still have enough to go for game.
That was
masterfully
incredible.
done.
Yes, 100%. Davis, fantastic job on that one. We are going to go now to game 3.
Yeah, we're going to do a quick 1-minute ad. Don't touch your mouse because we don't want you to miss the game. 1-minute ad while they're shuffling up. So I believe for anybody who's subscribed to the stream, you can still hear us. So we still get to talk about that match.
Let's talk about all those chatters that don't have it, right? Let's make. Is that what we do?
Everybody, quickly. They can't hear us, so we can
so say all kinds of mean things
about them. We can laugh and we can point fingers. No,
we would never. No.
No, we support everybody here.
Yes.
But for those of you that are staying with us through the ad break, What's up? Thanks for being here. Thanks for being subscribed to Versus Games here in Oviedo, Florida. Showing your support. It is now 1-1.
1-1. Yeah, this next game is going to decide who gets to move on, who is going to get a shot at the top 4 to potentially get into that final match, which will allow you a round one bye at the PPG Summit.
Orlando. But you know what? Even for the player, Davis or Wesley, who goes home here today, you've still got to be all smiles. Reason being because you've got this Pro Play Games swag. Look at the playmat again. They've also got lanyards. I believe they might have gotten like sleeves or something like that as well.
Yep.
And Whispers in the Well cards.
So much of it
with them. A lot of packs of Whispers in the Well. So really, what's to be upset about?
Yeah, and I'm sure every single one of their boxes has all the enchantments they could ever possibly want.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we go. We got amazing production letting us know what they are getting in the chat. So very, very cool. Again, shout out to Pro Play Games. Shout out to Versus for putting this on for the players.
Yeah, seriously.
This is what we want to see. You know, this is what Lorcana is, and being able to stream it for all of you at home that couldn't be here today, whether you don't live here. Now, if you don't know now, you know. You know to come here to Versus. You know to show up, and I'm excited. It looks like we did an altar on on Wesley's side for 3.
Yep.
And I didn't quite get to see Davis's.
No, I didn't. Davis, of course, moving quickly. But we're going to find out shortly if it was an effective mulligan as we start to do this. I mean, I'm loving this gameplay. I'm loving seeing this diversity in this meta. It is so refreshing, especially, that first week I got a little dicey, I got to tell you, Willobeez. I was a little bit worried after that first week. All the green blues and all of those Sapphire Steel decks with the Headless Horseman pulling actions. That was cute for like a week. And then I said, we need something more.
Yeah, we need something more. And something more indeed. 6 different decks in a top 8. That is amazing. So it looks like we're about to be off to the races here. I'm excited. I can't wait to see the all-important Game 3. Chat loves it. We love it here in the booth when we go to Game 3 because it really matters here. And the players are playing for something, and the stakes are off the wall. So we're going to see that Scuttle hit the Inkwell, and we are going to play a Basil Detective. I mean, okay, no 1-drop for Davis. Historically, we have seen Flynn every single turn, so I'm curious to see what 2-drop we could potentially have. Hopefully, we have something, because otherwise, there's nothing to boost here.
No, correct. That is true. That Basil is pretty good, especially going into these turn 3s and 4s and 5s. You know, that Basil represents enough damage to deal with some scary stuff. That Basil and an Elsa can get rid of a Webby, for example, on just those 2 together, because that support is targeting the Elsa and not the Webby. So Basil can snowball here and can make things very difficult for Davis. However, this is a pretty free quest.
Yeah, and you know what? The game just started, folks. It is not over till it's over. So here we go. We're going to see what we can put down. We do have a 2-drop, but we're going to ink it, okay? And instead, we're going to play that Webby, potentially, because we have, the shift line, which is going to allow us to kind of get back into this game. And it's early days, okay? It is early days. This version of Amethyst Emerald is not just necessarily beat, vroom, vroom, go fast as possible, right? We have some utility here. We have some flexibility, so we're going to be able to ink.
Oh, okay. We got the Genie. Yeah,
playing that Genie down, drawing a card, and questing away.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically saying here, hey, if you want to deal with this Tipo, go ahead. Certainly if there is a Webby shift laying in wait, which we do know that there is one at least, whether he plays it or not is a different story.
But
Davis does have that shift Webby, and so deciding between questing to then be able to, in fact, maybe not.
Okay, so we're gonna see tapping 3.
Oh, choosing
the
Cheshire
Cat. Okay.
I don't hate that. I think especially when you've got multiple threats on the board, that Cheshire Cat kind of sends a signal that says, hey, don't get too froggy.
Yeah, it kind of stops those quests because we can shift that Webby next turn. Now we're gonna be able to put damage on it. I don't believe we'll have. Well, the boost is 2, so if we ink to 4, we'll have enough. We'll have enough to swing into something that he wants to quest with and be able to take something else out. So we've kind of effectively stopped Wesley's free quests here. So very, very, very nicely done from Davis.
That is very much the case here. And we're in a nice soft spot in this game where the characters on board are kind of presenting equal threats to one another.
Absolutely.
And we're saying, hey, you know what? Fine. Maybe I won't turn sideways right away, but once I play this Elsa, the game is afoot.
Absolutely. So we are going to get to quest with that Basil Detective. We are going to boost up that Elsa. That is going to take off that Cheshire Cat. Now, it was a risk. Davis knew we were going into Ink 5 turn because it's not turn 5, but it is Ink 5. But sometimes you have to make them have it.
That is the case here. The longer you wait, the worse off you are. That generally is the case because that means you've dug into your deck a little bit more, and you get those answers you need. So Wesley, of course, is just saying, hey, if I can keep presenting threats, if I can play this Elsa, deal with your board, there's no reason why I should necessarily be worried about that big Webby if you shift with it. In fact, that probably wouldn't be a great play right now. You probably would want to present other things to put down.
Yeah, because you know what? Wesley being sneaky with it, these are only a lot of one questers, but he's up to 6 lore already, and really no way for Davis here to deal with anything on this board, especially because we just quested with that Webby. Yeah, we're going to get a ramp out of it, so maybe we're going to something. Maybe we have a plan. I'm seeing the Wombo combo, Prince Philip, Shift Prince Philip, Sing Malicious Mean and Scary, but is it going to come too late?
Yeah, that's kind of the hope here. That's kind of what Wesley is hoping for. You extract the value if it is, oh, wow, as we see another
continuing
Genie.
to play out
now,
threats.
There is also the argument of, overcommitting here, but I think that you're right. I think that if you can keep dropping down 2 questers, you can win this game before it matters.
Before it matters,
Before it matters, and in that case, we're in a good spot. But you got to just keep extracting that value. Keep saying, you know what, send Webby in. I dare you.
Well, you know what? I think Davis might have. Oh, wow. Getting rid of the Webby. Very, very nice play.
Yes.
Heads up as well, because that slows him down. So Davis technically, with like the Webby and all of that stuff, had enough time to get to 6 ink to do the Prince Philip to then do the shift, but it doesn't matter anymore. So Wesley identifying, hey, I can't only just quest out. I also have to still deal with this board. Players showing respect, even in this new meta, to these new cards. It's amazing.
And I mean, we are sitting in a dangerous spot. So Davis has the 5, which means next turn, the combo, my friend, is in full effect.
So yes, that's right. I'm sorry. Prince Philip can sing it on his own and then shift onto it exerted. You're not going to gain the lore, but you are going to get to do the combo. So I forget you can sing the song yourself.
I'm telling you.
And shift on top of it.
It's wild.
So I'm wrong. Forgive me, chat. We're going to get up to 16, but we can still do the little Wombo combo there. As long as we have ink.
Does Wesley overcommit now is the real question.
Yeah.
So anything that Wesley plays, which won't have rush, is going to be sent away with this combo. The question is, has Wesley identified where he is? Do you ink and pass? Do you ink and play something? Wesley is going to tell us whether he believes that Davis has it through playing more cards.
Well, also something to note is Davis actually doesn't have the ink currently to do both because his 3rd card is a Genie, and I believe he's only at 5 ink. Unless I'm mistaken, sometimes it's hard to tell from this side of the screen, but for me, I believe he's only at 5 ink. If he does not draw an inkable off the top, it might be a moot point altogether.
It may be. Now, I do think I may have seen an Elsa. I think I see an Elsa in there.
Is it 4 cards? Okay, so it might be 4 cards. It's not 3 cards.
I believe
4
I see an
cards.
Elsa in hand.
So he's got it. So he can do it, but we're continuing to commit.
I like this. Okay, so this does bring the Genie back. So this kind of says, hey, like I'm gonna at least get this Genie. This Genie will let me draw some more to try to continue to advance this game state. Do you have it, Wesley? The look on Wesley's face says everything because he did.
Knife to the chest and everything. But this game isn't over, folks.
No.
Wesley's got 2 cards in hand, going up to 3. Yes, this Prince Philip is a big threat. It's going to quest for 3, but is it going to be fast enough? Because we're putting down more threats. We've put down a Genie, and we still have more ink to play more things.
We do, yeah. Now, what would be fantastic is if Weslly has an Into the Unknown. That'd be a great card right now.
Absolutely.
He does.
He does. No, he doesn't even need to sing it. He is hard casting that, and I believe putting 2 cards into the inkwell, but it doesn't even matter.
No, it doesn't. That was a huge play. Any shot that Davis had may have just went out the window into the unknown. Holy moly, as we see that Genie come down.
I mean, we know that we can bounce this, right, back to hand, but is that even what we want to be doing here?
Exactly.
So, yeah, instead we're going to play out our threats, bounce it next turn. He's going to get to 18, but 18 isn't 20.
It's not. That is true. That's how math works. You're right. As we see.
I am a bit of a mathematician.
Yes. You are a bit of a mathematician for sure. And as I keep saying, I've missed that episode of Sesame Street. So we are going to take a look as Wesley tries to figure out how do we get to these last 4 lore.
And you know what? I actually like this from Davis, identifying, you know what? He can get to 18. I can keep my Mother Knows Best in hand. So that way, if he plays something like he quests with this genie, if for some reason he can get rid of my Iago and I can't deal with it, now I can bounce it back that way. Or, better yet, quest with this genie, I can take it with the Iago, and anything you play afterwards, I have Mother Knows Best ready to go. Because again, typically Blurple is only playing one threat a turn. So at least right now, Davis may be in the driver's seat a little bit longer. But as long as Wesley has more than one card in hand, I still think he's in a safe position.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, this is a pretty commanding lead, and of course, advancing that lead even further, saying, you know what, Iago, go ahead. If you're taking out my genie, that means you're not questing. Elsa comes out as well as Atipo, just saying, hey, I'm going to present
good
lore
measure.
Threat. And the game, if you can't do anything about these two characters, this game is over.
So we know that Iago can very cleanly take that genie, but you're absolutely right. He is saying, hey, I still go to 20 if you don't do something right now. We did see a Mother Knows Best in hand, but even better, let's see what he's going to do. And we're going to get to draw some cards, which is great for us because we still get to bounce back that card, one of them, we'll get to see, with a Mother Knows Best. So we're going to ink, and now we have 2 more cards to play with after this.
It is, this is good. Wesley's going to be kind of disappointed with this.
Absolutely.
Because he probably thought he had this game in lock, but seeing those cards in hand, you can see the look on his face. He kind of knows.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, especially.
And that's another Mother Knows Best.
That is going to be something to behold. So we see
but
Davis.
at 4 lore for Davis, is it going to be enough?
That's a good point. Now let's see. On the board, we've got 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 lore with the characters. If we boost that Flynn, we go to 6. That we're talking about a 3-turn clock. But the problem is Wesley just needs 1 more lore.
Yeah, he's just got to keep playing down threats, and that is a Mother Knows Best, but it's only 1, and the other one is in the inkwell. How many does he play? I will take a look and try to find you. Looks like we got 4 Mother Knows Best, so he's got hopefully 3 available to him, but we'll see. So we play this guidebook. We're going to draw some cards. I don't hate this. Taking time to recognize, like you said, it's a 3-turn clock. It's not a 2-turn clock. I have time to develop my board and try to figure out what do I want to do here.
Yeah, exactly. If this Tipo is not going to be the thing that lets me win the game, I need to find the thing that will.
That will. Absolutely. So, yeah,
will.
Develop the hand, not develop the board. But I like it. The patience, the discipline being shown from these players is incredible. Yeah. Being at 19 lore, you have to feel good, right? You're like, oh, my God, look at this, too. Taking off that lore with the bell from the Iago, putting it to the Flynn. Amazing, amazing work. Wesley is sparing no expense here. He's covering all his bases.
Yeah, that you're not kidding. That bell is quite the character. That Tipo goes away. Can we deal with the bell?
Well, we do have, I believe we still have that Mother Knows Best in hand.
Do.
But it looks like we're out of cards now. So how many cards does Wesley have in hand? If we just played that guidebook, we've got some cards for sure. And I don't believe Davis is showing the full story on that board. I don't think we have Loreful here.
No, we definitely do not. So we are shy. We've got 5 on the board right now. Which that's assuming that we don't boost, of course. That we do see the bell.
This is tough because Wesley has been able to play more than 1 threat a turn.
Yes.
And Davis is only drawing 1 card. We're rubbing it on the table. Can it be something to get us out of this?
Oh!
It's a go-go, and it's not going to be enough.
And for the first time in 6 games, Go-Go loses him the game instead of wins him the game.
Congratulations to Wesley. Heartbreak if you're Davis. But, hey, you can't be too upset about it because, once again, going home with that Pro Play Games swag. If you can't go home with the buy to Pro Play Games, you can at least go home looking a little bit more swaggy.
Yeah.
Okay? And we got some Whispers in the Well packs out of it, so you can't be too mad.
And again, every box has enchantments in it. I promise you.
Absolutely.
Every single one. They're great.
Right. I heard that. I don't even think every case has enchantments in it, so let's not be too careful. But, we have Dragon Johns in the chat dropping a little bit of Wesley lore for us, saying finally he's not playing Red Steel. I played against Wesley in a tournament last set for Fabled. He was on Ruby Steel, and he was piloting it beautifully. Very spicy. It was very fun. So it's good to see that Wesley, while he's still going to something a little bit more meta, a little bit more mainstream, he was still able to keep it spicy. So, and it was spicy, right? Playing the Woodchuck's guidebooks, playing the Tamatoas, Happy as a Clam, it made the difference here. We saw it pull back and recur that item at least once.
It did, yes, absolutely. I mean, those games were fantastic. We saw those Go-Go's, not just in this game. We saw those Go-Go's be just huge stars in that previous game against Patrick as well. Fantastic games. But, yes, West did win. So, yeah,
so get hyped, get active in the chat. Thank you guys for being here with us. Thanks to Versus Games for allowing this to happen, because what a show. Yeah. I mean, this really has just been – what a spectacle of Lorcana. So it has just been an absolute treat. Shout out to Versus Games here in Oviedo, Florida.
Yep.
Once again, famously, less than an hour away from Disney World, folks, okay? Next time you want to come down and play some good Lorcana, you come down right here to, we'll say Orlando.
Yeah, it's
and then
Orlando.
You go to Disney, we play some Lorcana, and it's amazing, right? So congratulations to Wesley. This has been incredible. We saw our top 2 most represented decks, granted by a small margin, but still, we saw that Emerald Amethyst. We saw that Sapphire Amethyst. Now, hopefully, we can get on stream some of these other decks that only had one person make it into Top Cut for him.
Yeah, and for those of you that are just jumping in, which, by the way, I wanted a huge shout out to Dick Burns.
Absolutely.
We
Welcome
love you, buddy.
How's it going?
Welcome to the stream. What's going on?
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, so what we're going to share with you here is the top 8 that were represented. Of course, we just witnessed the last match, but in the top 8, so everybody likes to know the top 8.
Yep.
We had 2 two Emerald Amethyst decks. It's late, folks. I apologize. We have 2 Blurple decks. We had 1 of the Emerald Sapphire decks.
Yep.
We had 1 of the Amethyst Steel decks.
Yep.
We have 1 Ruby Amethyst deck. And we have 1 of the Dogs decks.
Absolutely. So, and I believe we've seen most, if not all, at this point, now that we've seen Wesley, every single one of these top 8 players has been on stream at some point today. So now we really know what we're working with. It's exciting. I mean,
it is.
To see something like such a 6-deck spread in Top Cut, this is such a treat. I think this is really going to be a treat for all of us at home watching as well. I'm excited to see what's going to be next. Are we going to see one of these one-ofs that are the only one fighting for the title in Top Cut? So
yeah.
We're going to make some decisions. We're going to scratch our heads. We're going to see what we can do here. If you're enjoying the stream, go ahead and drop us a follow. Press that subscribe button. Do we know what it's going to be or not quite yet?
So we're actually in the process of thinking through.
Okay, so we're still figuring it out.
We're still figuring that out. There is still a match going on that's currently in Game 3. So there will be a little bit
of a wait
here. So we're here to chat with you. Also, let us know.
Yeah, let us know. How are you feeling? How are you liking it? Give the praise to Versus. Let them know that you are enjoying the event. If you haven't already, drop a follow. Again, 10 minutes ago, first best time to drop a follow.
Ooh, how
Second
dangerous is
best
this?
time? Now.
How about this? What if we ask the chat to tell us which one they would want
to see? Oh, chat. We can give you some options on what you want to see. Do you guys want to give us some input?
All right. So so option number 1. If you want to see this, you want to type 1 in the chat.
Okay, 1 in the chat.
Amethyst Steel. Do you want to see Amethyst Steel?
You want to see Amethyst Steel.
Number 2 would be Emerald Amber.
2 in the chat if you want to see Emerald Amber.
And 3 would be Sapphire Amethyst.
Sapphire Amethyst. If you want to see it, that is going to be a 3 in the chat.
Yeah. So 1 is Amethyst Steel. 2 is Emerald Amber. 3 is Sapphire Amethyst. Blurple.
Yeah, we are going to need. We're going to need some more votes to really be able to figure this out. I think I know what I want to see.
Okay.
But I'm willing to honor the chat's picks.
Yeah, come on now. Let
come on,
pick.
guys. What are we doing? We're giving you the chance to pick. How often do we get audience participation here? Let us know. Do we want to see Amethyst Steel? Do we want to see Emerald Amber? Or do we want to see Sapphire Amethyst? That's a 1, 2, or 3 corresponding order. For me, I kind of want to see the Emerald Amber, but we're going to leave it up to chat. We're going to leave it up to chat.
Is that Nathan?
That is Nathan. That's Purple Pansy.
Yes, it is Purple Pansy.
Right, so we saw him earlier, and I want to see him again. I think it's fun. I think it's spicy.
I do too.
But chat's looking like they want to see Amethyst Steel.
I think so too, which interestingly enough, that deck, the Amethyst Steel deck, last week was all the rage.
Absolutely.
And it was 6th most represented today.
Absolutely. Yeah,
now,
it was.
To be fair, the first most represented decks, there was 2 of them, funny enough, with 8 players playing each of those. The second most represented deck, there was 3 of those with 7 players playing that, which is why you got the 6th most represented deck being the Amethyst Steel. So technically, the 6th most represented. It is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is interesting. So give it to us one more time, chat. We got 1 for Amethyst Steel, 2 for Emerald Amber, and 3 for Sapphire Amethyst. It looks like right now Amethyst Steel is taking it, I believe.
It looks that way. I do see one of my teammates in the chat saying number 2 they want to see that dog's deck. They got the dog in them, of course, as they want to see that. So so there's a bit of a tie between 1 and 2.
Might come down to us. What do you want to see, Gabe? Let's do what you want to see here.
I want to do what the people want to do, but they're telling me they're making me choose.
We're making it time.
I feel like I'm at home and I'm being asked what dinner I want to eat. This could take 20 minutes.
Come on, lurkers. Come on. Get some lurkers in there. Type a 1 or a 2.
So,
all right?
give us a 1 or a 2.
If you voted 3, you have to change your vote to 1 or 2 now.
Yeah, absolutely. So Amethyst Steel is 1, Emerald Amber is 2. Throw them in the chat. We'll do a quick math at the end of this. We are going to be cutting to a break in just a moment.
But it will be a very, very short break.
Yes, it will
So
be.
don't touch that mouse. We're going to be right back for some more Lorcana playing to get that PPG round 1 bye. Back. We are right back into the action, going straight into top 4. So we got Kevin here and Travis. So we have seen at this point both of these players on stream. So we know that Kevin is playing Amethyst Steel. Now I may have forgotten what Travis is playing, but no worries. We're going to see it in just a second.
We are going to find out. If I remember correctly, which folks bear with us, I'm pretty sure it's Blurple.
It's probably Blurple.
I thought it was Blurple.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Chat will let us know for sure.
Yeah, chat will let us know. Absolutely. So I'm excited to see it playing. It looks like we're doing our altars here.
Yeah.
Blurple, thanks, chat. Shout out.
Joe.
You guys, chat, tell you, they play more attention than us sometimes.
You know what? We love them for it.
And thank God.
They are so good. We love you, chat.
Thank goodness. Thank you, chat, for being here. Shout out to everybody for watching the stream. And shout out to Versus Games for hosting. So we did find out, while these players are doing their altars and stuff, we found out the top 8 actually split. So everybody went home with Pro Play Game swag in the top 8 and 36 packs of Whispers in the Well. Everybody got a box and then some.
Yeah, that's about a box and a half if my math is right.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're off to the races. I believe Travis already inked a card. So I didn't even see it. He was so quick.
He's so fast. But
He's so quick.
But it is Blurple, just as we see in the hand.
Great. Looking like Blurple.
Yes, and just people in the chat confirming Travis has only played Blurple and nothing else since he started Lorcana. I don't know if that's true or not, but we'll trust the chat on that.
But why not? Why not? We'll trust the chat on that. And that tells us that, hey, Travis knows what he's doing on this deck. So I'm excited to see it. Looks like we're going to opt to ink the sail over the Tipo, play down that Tipo, and send a card into the Inkwell.
Yeah, and something I like to say is you never want to let the details get in the way of a good story, Willobeez.
Absolutely.
So if the story's better than the details, then let the story be true.
Absolutely. So here we go. We are, I believe, inking a Diablo, playing a Timothy Q Mouse. Love to see it.
Yes, Himothy.
Him-O-Thee.
With a boost, is that a Kristoff?
I can hardly see what it is.
I believe that is
It's shiny. Sometimes these cards are too shiny to be able to tell what they are.
Yes.
But either way, we've got a character down. We're boosting it as well. That boost is doing something. I can tell you what, boost effects usually do something for sure.
Yeah, we will confirm.
So we're going to work on figuring out what that card does. Okay, we got it.
Yes, I do believe that is the Kristoff, and if it is, it costs 3. It is a 2/3. It's got a boost 1. And whenever this character quests, if there's a card under him, you put the top card of your deck into your Inkwell face down and exert it. That's a lot of ramp, folks.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what this deck wants to do. There it is on screen, the nice epic version, as we can see here, because that is a shiny card.
It is. It is so nice. And, yeah, I mean, just being able to quest in ramp is great. As we see here, it is as we bounce it back.
Oh, my God. We're bouncing it back with the Madam Mim Elephant to bring, 3 additional cards to him?
It looked like it was 2 additional cards.
2 additional cards, but 3 total. Keeping the hand healthy. When you call that a loss of tempo, you are not mad if the tempo loss comes at the cost of gaining more cards.
Yes, absolutely. And, I mean, let's not forget we have an elephant on the table now. A great character to put down. However, Kevin, interestingly enough, is saying, okay, we've got Demonas, we've got Lexingtons, all of these characters that are really, really strong, really able to put some significant amount of damage on characters if the need be. So of course, Kevin is saying, okay, let's play this game then. Let's go ahead and the game is afoot.
Absolutely. I mean, this is really, really fun. Travis showing us something we didn't see in his previous match on stream with that nice little combo there to help draw him cards. Who needs Woodchuck's Guidebook? When you've got Kristoff and an elephant.
Yeah, and keep in mind, that Kristoff helped him to ramp, and then he got cards from it. That is crazy. If you take a look at the difference in their ink right now. So Kevin on turn has that turn 4 is on 4 ink. On that same turn for Travis, we're looking at 7 ink on the table. that Kristoff is kind of spicy.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice to see it. I mean, this is incredible. The game is already off to the races. We've got the ink 5-2-1. We are not even swinging into that elephant. We are turning our Demona sideways instead. That Timothy or Himothy or Timothy Chalamet, whatever you want to call him, being able to quest for 2 because we have that evasive Elsa on the board. This is already back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth is the way to describe this. Now, granted, Kevin, of course, has still some pretty strong characters on the table. We do see that Timothy is gone as a result of these 2 characters. That elephant, of course, likes having that damage on it, as we've seen multiple times now. Being able to move damage is sweet.
It has now opened itself up to that Demona that has Challenger +2. So it right now hits for 6. That's going to cleanly take out that elephant if we keep the damage on it. We're going to play this Hades down. I believe we pointed to the Elsa, so we're going to keep that Elsa. We're going to draw 2 cards instead.
Yeah, I mean, not again. It's called looking for a deal for a reason. Drawing 2 cards is a pretty sweet contingency if you're not going to lose the character, as Cheshire Cat hits the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Notably, oh wow, I'm sorry. Notably, both of these gargoyles, I believe, are still going to stay tapped down. Can we pull that Demona up one more time? Because we know that Lexington has that ability where if you have 3 or more cards in hand, you cannot ready. And it looks like, yes, this Demona, also being a gargoyle, cannot ready. So excuse us, there is no threat. Travis knows that Demona was not going to ready.
Stone by day, warriors by night. These gargoyles are fighting that fight. So let's see what we can do with a frozen in-place Demona, but other characters to deal with problems.
Well, we still have these Elsas coming down. Wow, okay. So we think we're going to rush in with one of our Elsas, and we still might. We could always take the Tipo if we wanted to, which we do. But also the other Elsa going to be good to sing a strength to get rid of a character as well. That Cheshire Cat not going to be able to move any of this damage along.
Yeah, we don't hate that at all. You know, we have that 1 damage that we can bounce at the beginning of our turn on Travis's side. Being able to use that effectively, I mean, it's not going to take anything out, but it might be the difference maker. We do have 4 characters that are sideways. So that 1 damage going to the Elsa, putting 3 on her.
Absolutely. I mean, this has just been so fun. They are not making our job easy here in the booth because they are constantly taking these turns back and forth swings. It is incredible. So here we go. We're thumbing up some more cards. I believe we still have the bell in hand. We did put damage onto that elephant, but it's because we're ready to move more damage off of it. So let's see. Here we go. I believe it's going to be Enchanted
It is Enchanted Bell. She's a beaut.
She is a beaut. So we're going to move.
Quite literally, she's the beauty
she
in
is
Beauty and the Beast.
The beauty. And wow, using the Hades as well to get rid of that Demona with the bell. Loving it.
And we still have 4 ink to mess with. And we said, so we have so much ink that we're just kind of saying go. We're sitting with so much ink. It's
we don't
crazy.
even want to play anything else out. We want to keep what's in our hand. Okay, so we're playing this guidebook. We're just going to go ahead and pay the 3 right off the gate to draw those 2 cards. And you know what? It's still early days. We're 3 to 5. Why not draw the cards, build up our hand so that way we can keep the hand healthy, have some options going into this mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're in a very soft spot in this game. We've got characters that are presenting these awkward kind of pseudo threats to one another. We've got Genie, so you've got 3 evasive characters on Kevin's side, no evasive characters on Travis's side. So Kevin is winning the evasive war, but it doesn't necessarily tell the whole story here.
Absolutely. So this is interesting. Inking that strength, this tells me that he's got some other cards in hand that he is going to value over something like this strength, saying, I think I'm going to win this game a different way, because Strength of a Raging Fire, notably, I would say is the best removal spell in the game right now.
Now, that Hades is a pretty good way to deal with problems, too. Does
Absolutely.
Kevin take the deal? And Kevin says, deal.
Well, that does go to the bottom. It's okay. We caught it. Sometimes you get excited, put in the discard. You know it's coming out of play. Yeah, that's what matters.
No judgment. I've done it, too. I understand.
Boom, that Elsa's going to come down, going to put some more damage on these characters. I don't believe we remembered to move that damage. Maybe we just opted not to because it didn't matter either way. Off that elephant, keeping it for another day. Maybe we need the damage for another reason.
Or let's be real here. We are now many hours into this day, many games into this day. and Travis maybe worse for wear here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what happens to the best of us. Call it
Yeah.
tournament fatigue, call it whatever you want it. But it's going to be affecting us all. But we are locking in. We are still staying present 8 hours and
Yes.
32 minutes in. These players have had quite the day. Some of them we saw at the food court.
Yes.
But not everybody gets hungry between matches, so we might be on empty stomachs as well.
All these things are variables. A lot of people, thinking that gameplay is the only thing that matters, and it does matter. But when you are hungry, when you're tired, your gameplay will be affected.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we are in here in the booth working a full-time shift, and so are they, the players out there, working a full-time shift as well, all for the love of the game. So we're seeing these beautiful Elsas come down, exerting characters, making favorable trades. Yeah, get the Captain Hook out of there. We take that every single day, and get to go on a quest for 3 for good measure. So now Travis looking pretty demanding here, a demanding presence on this board with 11 lore to Kevin's 5.
And Captain Hook just will not go away. It is pervasive. It says, no, you cannot deal with me. I am coming back. And here's Captain Hook one more time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, what is it with these cards coming in 4s, right?
Yeah, seriously. It's like, why would you put 4 of these in your deck? This is crazy. Who
You're
thought of
just gonna
that?
see them over and over and
Right.
over again.
It's almost like you did that by design. It's just the craziest thing I've ever seen
So
in my life.
shout out to the deck builders out there. People like this is really cool to see how the consistency can really pay off. Looks like we're going to go ahead and quest that Palace Guard. We know that we're probably going to lose it to something like this Elephant anyways, but maybe at this point, look, it is what it is. We don't necessarily care.
No.
And again, we are not moving this damage, but this looks by choice. It looks like we know that 1 damage is not going to do anything, so we're not going to move it.
Yeah, we could use it for something more effective later. Your princess is in another castle even.
Travis has everything that he wants here because he is going to play out a Dumbo, play out a Genie, have an ink to tap to gain a lore, draw a card with that Elsa, keeping the hand healthy. We see he's got a Hades in hand. It might even be 2 Hades. I can't really tell, but it's beautiful.
It is beautiful, and Travis has the story written down, ready to close this book. We see Hades looking for a deal. Travis saying, all right, you will not be drawing cards today because I still have game on board. I still can tell this story to its completion.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Kevin's gonna scoop it up. He knows that there's nothing he can do, and yeah, it was 2 Hades in Travis's hand. So congratulations to Travis pulling out a nice little win here. But it is not over. We have seen these games go to Game 3 over and over and over again, and sometimes all these players need is a chance to see what is in the deck. Things like that Kristoff, things like we saw Scuttle earlier, right? Yeah. You never know what you're going to see come into these decks.
I'm telling you. And that Scuttle, I got to see that in a tournament last week, and they didn't just play that Scuttle. They played that Scuttle with an ink runner. So it was an evasive, warded 5/5.
Oh, goodness.
Just in case it wasn't enough.
Yeah, so we are shuffling up again. I mean, these decks have been so fun to witness, so fun to look at the back and forth. One thing I want to point out is we do have a 1-of in Travis's deck. It is going to be a 1-of Spirit of Winter. So that Elsa Spirit of Winter. And I want to kind of call attention to these 1-ofs because famously, Frank Karsten,
my guy,
2-time DLC winner now, I believe.
Yes, he is, in fact, yes.
One of the first to do it, maybe one of the only.
The only to do it.
The only to do it. There you go. But I think he's really paving the way for these 1-ofs because I'm starting to see more and more and more in these decks, and I'm surprised, that we don't see more 1-ofs here and there, especially when you could dig for and see so many cards in your deck like Travis can do.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're learning a lot from these players. What Frank Karsten did certainly resonated with a lot of people. Looking at cards as an extra version of a card is often an important deal too. So, seeing that take effect here, seeing these 1-ofs, and when you think about cards like the Spirit of Winter being an 8-cost character that's uninkable, you also are making a decision that, like, hey, do I really want to deal with being stuck with this card for multiple turns if I draw it turn 2 or turn 3? So there's a lot of things at play. And being a good deck builder, it's a lot of creativity. It's a lot of understanding the math. It's a lot of stats and understanding when I might see or not see something. And do I have ways to eliminate that as we see an Inked Dumbo and a Rafiki hit the table to match a Captain Hook that Kevin played on his first turn?
Absolutely. So we are stopping the questing, right? Travis is saying, hey, you cannot freely quest this Captain Hook. We are going to put it down. We are gonna stop your Captain Hook from going on some free quests, which can really make the difference. Oh man, putting a strength into the Inkwell on turn 2 without a character to follow up is not what Kevin wants to be doing.
No.
But as we have seen time and time again, you can be down but not out. So what's it gonna be? We're gonna play this Tipo onto the field. We're gonna put something into the Inkwell. So we're doing our ramp. We're doing our things that we want to do. Maybe Kevin can go a little wide here on this next one.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Hook is just coming down. We got that Lexington showing up as well as we see the. Oh, here we go. The Demona is back. The Challenger 2 4-strength Demona, which effectively on challenge makes her a 6/6. Very powerful card.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if we even have another strength to follow up with here, because we did famously see it inked on turn 2 without any follow-up. That tells me we might have an uninkable problem in hand. We're playing that Genie, we're drawing a card, and we are passing.
It may also be, I mean, to be fair, it could also be that it would not deal with that Demona, at least not cleanly, and we may be saving it for a later turn as well, because, using it on a Rafiki, using it on a Tipo, not very high value.
Yeah, absolutely. And notably, not seeing that 2-drop didn't allow us to get to that 4 strength, but it wouldn't matter anyways, right? Very interesting here. We are tapping down 5. We are playing an Elsa. We are exerting a Lexington, and I love the discipline from Travis. We are not even going to challenge in to that Lexington because, once again, gargoyles are turned to stone. He cannot ready. We are working on the audio right now. Let us know in chat how we are sounding. Thank you for pointing that out to us. We are doing our best. Okay, we see a Hades hit the field.
Yes, and that Hades, the deal has been set in stone. Do we make that deal? We're about to find out.
All right. Thank you, chat, for letting us know about the sound. We appreciate you guys. Let us know. We're always paying attention. We got production with us ready to keep it going. But all right, so we're going to quest that Genie. We were able to draw 2 cards, so Travis notably not wanting to give up any of his characters here.
Yeah, I mean, can you blame him? We're in a very soft spot here. This board state can turn sideways really, really quick, so you've got to be making very careful decisions here. Granted, the gaining 2 cards is a scary thing when we're talking about Amethyst Steel. Drawing 2 cards can potentially represent multiple threats on the board at the same time over and over again. Not something you want to see, especially if you're playing, especially if you're Travis trying to control the board. However, you sometimes have to make that deal.
Yeah, absolutely. So it remains to be seen whether or not him being able to draw these cards is going to be a huge difference. We've seen it be a huge difference maker even here today on stream earlier, that being the thing to draw us into game-winning cards. But now I want to see what Travis is going to do, because we are in this game. We are in top 4. Whoever wins is going to get a round 1 bye to PPG, because it is going to be for both finalists, not just the winner, which is very, very nice.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and a round 1 bye, kind of a big deal. It turns out the less games of Lorcana that you play, the better you are. You're more likely to win. Funny enough how that works. But it's true, buys are great. Buys are fantastic. The math has been done already by Snobby, famously fantastic head judge of the first season of DLCs for Ravensburger. And yeah, being able to show that those buys, especially those round 1 buys, are a huge deal.
Absolutely huge bump in the percentages there. 4 players is the best percentage possible. So we did see Demona take out this Lexington, survive the challenge, obviously, because she is very, very strong.
Yes.
We're going to see this Genie wish fulfilled come down, draw us a card, ink the Palace card to play out the Calhoun. There's that 2-drop that we were kind of missing earlier to make some waves here. But now, what are we going to do? We're clearly not done. Right? Can we sing? We've drawn a lot of cards. We know 1 strength is in the Inkwell, but there's 3 more in the deck, surely.
You would think so. I mean, that's what this paper says right here in front of us. Was we look at there's the strength. There's the strength. Gets rid of a bell, which is a pretty big get for Kevin, as we see Travis getting his opportunity now to deal with the board.
Absolutely interesting that we didn't use this Captain Hook last turn. I'm curious why we didn't use it after singing. Maybe we aren't interested in getting rid of that Demona. Maybe we want the Demona to banish itself by going into the Hades, which is also a viable strategy. We have this Dumbo down. I believe we're drawing cards. Yeah, there you go. Didn't even need to waste the character with the Captain Hook. The Demona's going to get rid of it all on its own.
Absolutely, yes. And being asked in the chat that Snobby's name, we have summoned Snobby. What's happened? No, Snobby's great. We're just saying that Snobby was did the math for us, and we figured out that a round 1 bye is actually pretty sweet.
Yeah, best tiebreaker, I believe, possible. So this is very nice. I like what Kevin is doing here.
Okay.
Getting himself back into the game, okay, by playing out more threats, playing down those violets. And those are evasive. And we see the Thunderbolt coming down. I believe it was the last card in Kevin's hand.
Yes.
Singing it on that Dumbo, stopping that card draw in its tracks.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Those Saber Wings, fantastic cards.
Yeah.
A great addition from Whispers as well.
Absolutely.
And just like look at that, just menacing on that board, telling Travis, "I dare you. I dare you to do something."
Yeah, because now we have evasives on the board to be able to deal with things like this Elsa. It is nice to be able to play a Hades and get something down into the Inkwell, but oh my god, okay, Cobra, we're going to play it without the trigger, but it's a big body on board, and it's saying you have to have something to deal with it. So we see that Violet, and again, 3-1 evasive. So yes, it can take out this Elsa if it wants to, both of them, but why? When we can just quest.
Yeah, questing's pretty sweet too.
Absolutely.
Don't get me wrong. I like a good challenge, but we got to win the game. And Kevin is a little bit behind. So being supposedly the faster deck, not so fast right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this. Hades coming in, getting rid of one of those violets, and the Elsa cleaning up the other one. This might have been the reason why we don't just quest and we take out that evasive threat, because now we have no way of dealing with it.
No. And this, it can turn sideways really, really quickly, as Travis says go. More characters on board than Kevin. Kevin trying to continue to put threats out. But that Captain Hook is just such a nuisance, but it's good enough to keep things at bay if it needs to.
Absolutely. So this is, at the very least, Captain Hook is not necessarily what you want to see here, but it is keeping at least some of these Hades in check. Things like this Rafiki, things like this Tipo. The only thing that can freely quest here is going to be that Elsa. Now, Travis might just go for it, because Kevin is going to lose most, if not all, of his board if he's going to go ahead and trade into everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point they're just kind of they're checkmating each other, trying to stop each other. We do see, look at that, just that Demona hitting the table, the Hades as well. Just so many threats. That Elsa coming down, going to turn something sideways. What do we choose?
Nice to see that off the top. It is going to be a little bit of a decision here. I think this is a very important decision, what he chooses. But at the same time, it's going to be tough, because he's got so many characters on the board on both sides.
Yeah, and then opting, of course, to use that Elsa to clear the other Elsa.
Okay,
and
I like the Calhoun.
Yeah.
But it does allow the other Rafiki to kind of get rid of it very cleanly.
It does.
However, we're still going to have those Captain Hooks to kind of follow up for anything else he might turn sideways.
And yes, well, it is clean. It is still a removal of a threat off the board. It is still a slowing down of Travis, of questing. Travis being forced to deal with the board. And, of course, that Elsa is a very weird threat here. So Travis is saying, well, you know what? If you want to play games, I can play games too. I'm going to turn these 2/6 willpower characters sideways. If you want to send 4 characters into these to deal with them, see if I care.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just such a fun back and forth. I believe we just saw a sudden scare target a card to go into the Inkwell. So a little bit of removal there as well. Both of these players notably drawing off the top here. So I like this Cheshire Cat. This is going to be nice, especially because we have this Cobra on board. We're going to be able to move damage to things to start clearing this board a little bit nicely. And I was going to say, one top deck is all we need to change the game.
That's all it takes. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. That one top deck can win you or lose you that game. And both players, in just looking at this board, they're playing this very interesting game of chess, deciding where do we pivot. Yep, and of course you gotta.
There we go.
If there's ever a 2-for-1 that is a good 2-for-1, that is it. 2 1-cost characters for a 6-cost character. I'll take that every single time.
Every single time. So this Demona, again, notably is pretty powerful. She can take out this Cobra, survive the challenge. However, we're opening her up to being able to potentially pump up some damage to move with the Cheshire Cat. Oh!
That Demona is so strong. It was able to clear that character, survive that attack, and then that Cheshire Cat saying, don't worry, Demona, I'll clean you up a little bit. I got you.
Absolutely. So it's going to make it a little bit more complicated. The Diablo off the top is not necessarily what we want to see. But, hey, if we go sideways, which Travis is probably going to want to do, we're going to get to draw a card.
We will. And there's another Elsa. Speaking of top decks, that Elsa will turn that Cheshire Cat sideways.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, my. Yeah, you're not kidding. And a boost. And a boost. That Cheshire Cat is pretty sick.
And now we are questing. So, like I said, just like that, in the blink of an eye, these games can change. Interesting.
Yes.
To quest instead of take the card.
Yeah.
I mean, because he might have found something that he could have played off the top. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I get it though. You know, the problem here is that this Amethyst Steel deck, every turn that you let it slide, if it draws a dock, could be a string of characters with as much ink as Kevin has that basically refills the board.
Oh my
God! You know what? Forget all that.
He just did it again. He just did it again. He played the Madam Mim
Elephant.
Elephant. He just refilled his hand.
That is so crazy.
Bouncing a boosted character. Many times it's been boosted now, right?
Yes.
So now he's got, I would say, a full grip, a pretty medium-sized grip of cards.
That Madam Mim is effectively draw 2 cards, draw 3 cards. Wow, I'm loving this.
And essentially we are at 14 now.
Who needs a rabbit?
No, we don't need it.
Who needs a rabbit?
We've got boosted characters. With elephants. Oh, my. Once again, choosing not to draw a card. I wonder what the strategy is here. I mean, sometimes you're just trying to push the lore pressure. With the Diablo, sometimes you're just trying to say, hey, look, this is free lore until you challenge into it. I have something that I want to do with my Lexington. I know I can take that Elsa to keep you off of it. So why not? Why not keep getting the lore pressure until I absolutely have to?
Yeah, I mean, that is the case here. Travis identifying correctly that he is in control of this game, just making sure that you just keep turning these ink sideways, keep playing characters. My goodness.
Ursula come down again. That is a set 10 Whispers card. We looked at it earlier, and it's got a lot of text.
Yes.
It's got a lot of lore, and it's got a lot of willpower.
Yeah, and that card is Ursula, Whisper of Vanessa is what that card is called, as we have identified that this game is over.
It is over. So just like that, our top 4 match is done. Travis taking it with a swift little 2-0, but definitely well fought on Kevin's side. I mean, like we said, Travis just had a little bit of spice in there.
Yeah.
Able to kind of push it over the edge. And again, historically, like we had mentioned earlier on stream, that Blurple, that Sapphire Amethyst, is traditionally going to have a good matchup into that Amethyst Steel, but it wasn't easy. Kevin tried his best. He did not make it easy. The gap has certainly, like you said, narrowed a bit in between. So very, very cool. Very, very cool matches.
Yeah, and again, like, if you have not figured it out by now, if anybody's telling you that this meta is so narrow that it is not that there's just so few options, that is just not true, folks. That is just not true. So, you know, we are going to be checking it out now. Of course, we went 2-0 on that one. There's going to be a little bit of time here.
Absolutely.
And we're going to just do a quick check of the players and see where we stand before we kick this over to any potential breaks or anything. We're going to find out just a little bit more.
Yeah.
But my goodness, I got to say that today has been a lot of fun. It's been very exciting. Willobeez, thank you for asking me to come and do this. I am so stoked to have spent this day with you. And, I've just
thank you for saying yes. It's been an honor to share the booth with you. Hopefully we are not done yet. We want to see, obviously, congratulations to Travis. He has secured the round 1 bye to PPG Summit Orlando. So congratulations are in order.
Yeah.
And you know, the great thing about it is it's not just whoever wins.
Correct.
Right? So at this point, because we have split the packs, we have all gotten, you know, the Pro Play Game swag, and now Travis and whoever is going to advance on to the finish line, they're both walking away winners.
Correct.
Right? So at this point, we're just walking. If we're playing for just a little bit of bragging rights, a little bit of a title, and why not? I think the people want to see it. So we definitely want to see them play it out. The chat wants to see it. We want to see who is going to win this. Hopefully, but it has been a long day. The players might want to go home.
Yep.
So we are going to see what they are doing right now. We are waiting to hear back. We will know very, very soon. But while we are waiting, hopefully we get to play it out one more time. Don't go anywhere without dropping a follow and giving a shout out to Versus Games, saying thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and thank you all for hanging tight with us. Thank you all for being here with us, hanging out with us, being in the chat. I love it. The favorite part of what we do here is making sure that everyone is having a great time. The players out there, those that are watching, it's been a blast.
Yeah, so we are still waiting to see how the other match concluded. It looks like the other side of top 4 is in game 2. Thank you, production.
Thank you.
And again, it was a 2-0. So we know that we're gonna have some time here.
Yeah.
And then once that game finishes, again, the players are gonna have to decide whether or not they want to play it out. Hopefully, production, we can ask them to play it out, just so that way we can get some more amazing matches of Lorcana. But even if they don't, we're gonna let you know how the top 8 breakdown was. We're gonna hopefully be able to tell you what advanced through, what didn't, right? So we know that one of those blurples made it through. We know that well, I guess we got to see what wins the next one to know what our top 2 is going to be.
Yeah.
I think both of our green purples went home.
Yep.
So yeah, deckless win. We are definitely working on getting those deckless 2 ink decks. So those are going to be on ink decks soon. Definitely, follow Versus on their socials to see where it's going to be, how we get it posted. I will gladly give an autograph to the winner.
Yes.
I believe Gabe should as well.
Thank you.
We'll even throw in a picture
Thank you.
to really sweeten the deal.
I appreciate that. Yes, you know what? Yeah, we'll do a selfie with him.
Yeah,
if
do
that'll
a selfie with
let
him.
them know that we'll do a selfie with him if it'll sweeten the pot.
And tell them even if they split in our hearts, we want to see them play it out. But
Yeah.
but we're waiting to see right now. So we want it just as bad as you guys. We want this to feel complete.
Okay.
All right, and good news for the stream. They are going to play out the finals.
I thought chat was going to murder us. That was great. I thought they were going to kill us.
Yeah, I know. They were being nice about it at first, but I could tell they were getting a little antsy. So, chat, don't go anywhere, okay? Because we are still finishing up that game 3, right, in that other match. But whoever is the winner, we are going to have play it out. So, again, at this point, it's just for bragging rights. Players are not getting anything because they already got so much.
They did.
They've gotten a round 1 bye. Whoever makes it to the finals got the round 1 bye on both sides. They've got the Pro Play Game swag, and they've got their 36-pack. So I think we're ready to throw it to a little break. And when we come back, we will have the finals match of the Versus tournament. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we are back. We have had these players agree to play out the finals, and we're going to talk all about the finals in just a moment. But before we get into it, we've got some amazing events to tell you guys about one more time, courtesy of Versus Games. So let's get into it.
Yeah, let's get into it. So we've got that Master of the 4 Elements Sealed League every Monday, 7:30 p.m. right here at our location here in the Oviedo Mall. You want to make sure you get to the west entrance of Avatar. If you like Avatar, if you like Magic, let's play those games.
Let's play those games. Something else we have coming up as well is going to be Riftbound League of Legends TCG. We got a 1K coming up right here at Versus Games. It's going to be on November 29th. Entry is going to be $30. And if you are interested, Riftbound is all the rage right now. Go ahead and scan that QR code.
All the kids love this game. It's
they
crazy.
Really do. They really do.
This League of Legends stuff. We got another one, though. Let's talk about some Gundam. So we've got New Type Challenge 2, December 4th at 7 p.m. That is a $15 entry. You cannot afford to not show up. You have to make it. Got lots of promos for Top Cut, for participation. Make sure you make it out here. It is going to be a great time.
And finally, the reason why we're here, the reason we're doing it all, shout out to Pro Play Games. This Pro Play Summit is coming right here to Orlando, December 12th, 13th, and 14th with $65,000 in guaranteed prizing. It just doesn't get better than that, folks. Right here in Orlando, Florida, we've got Lorcana. More Lorcana like we're playing today. These players have secured round 1 buys, but we also have other games. If you want to try your hand at Riftbound, we've got it. Cookie Run, we've got it. One Piece, Pokemon, Gundam, Rush of Ichor, Union, Arena. We're not done. There's one more Digimon card game, so you got to make it out to the Pro Play Summit. Gabe is going to be there. I am going to be there. Thank you to Pro Play Games for making this event happen, giving those round 1 buys to our top 2 finalists here. And speaking of our finalists, Gabe.
Oh, they're going to be so excited.
We have Nathan playing Emerald, Amber, and Travis playing Sapphire Amethyst. It is not over, chat. Get hype, get active. The players have already shuffled. We can go ahead and tell them to start their mulligans.
Yes.
We have an amazing game to watch. Now, famously, both of these players, as we've been saying all day, have secured round 1 buys to PPG Orlando. They have also secured these. Wow, they already. Okay, no, they're mulliganing. Okay, I thought we were going right into the
scared.
Inkwell.
No, you're
I was
good,
like, hold on, guys, hold on, give us a second. So we also have this Pro Play Game swag we can see on Travis's side, and which we found out earlier from the players who all seem to be in great spirits. Everybody was happy with the event. They all split 36 packs. So you got to wonder, what was it that made it worth it for Travis and Nathan to play it out, Gabe? Tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing that finally secured the deal for them, each of them will be putting up one of their packs from their prizes. The winner of this match will get to open the other booster. So you're going to actually, on top of the games that you're going to be able to see today, you're also going to get to see whether or not they pull an Enchanted. Maybe they'll pull an Iconic. So you'll even get a Boosty pack opening, which is probably my favorite part of this whole thing.
Absolutely. So one more time before we get into the finals, I want to know, chat, how's the sound? How do we sound? Let us know. We want to make sure you can hear all the action. If it's good, let us know. If not, let us know. But hopefully we are good to go. And it looks like these players are getting ready to start. I believe we've done our mulligans, or at the very least, we are thinking through our mulligans. And it is time. Y'all, Gucci, thank you very much, Jose.
Jay.
Appreciate you in the chat. And, man, yes, these are some high stakes. Nothing but more high stakes. And I think we're into it. So Travis was on the play. Blurple, it looks like he inked but was not able to play something on turn 1. On Nathan's side, he inked and he played a Webby. So it's not a 2-quester. It's not a Daisy Duck. Okay, so even though we don't have a 1-drop, it's not too threatening right now.
It's not too threatening, and of course, and just for a note, of course, Travis was first seed. He went undefeated through the entire sequence here in Swiss, which is what has granted him the right to be first, which you probably want going into this Amber Emerald deck.
Absolutely.
Amber Emerald goes vroom vroom so very fast. So being able to go first, huge advantage for Travis.
Absolutely.
And Nathan is going to have to figure out how do we still go vroom vroom from the draw position as we send a Bobby Zimmerowski-ception. We toss a Bobby Zimmerowski because we played one.
And another one going into the Inkwell. These cards, play 4 of in your deck. You will see them.
Yes.
So that Webby is going to go on a quest. Feeling pretty safe there. That Tipo growing boy, he may be getting taller, but he is not getting stronger. He is not going to do anything to that Webby right now. So it is going to be an absolute free quest. So what are we going to do on Travis's side here? We're going to ink a Demona, play out a Genie, Wish Fulfilled. So we're going to get to draw some cards, not necessarily the willpower that we want to see, right? Or the strength, that we want to see.
Yep.
But it's okay because we're drawing cards and it's early days. It's early days.
It is early days. And Tipo, it is winter. You better get yourself a shirt, buddy. This is getting weird. It's too cold for this.
It's too cold.
As Nathan is figuring out, okay, what is it that we do here? How do we advance what it is that I want to do, which, of course, is go fast, go sideways, and we ink in Alonwe here, which we've seen her a couple times, and Raja, who's been out a few times in the different games that we've seen Nathan play. That Raja is such a great bodyguard, a fantastic character, really disrupts the math over on Travis's side, which is going to give Nathan the ability to quest a little bit, maybe get a couple of extra lore more than he necessarily would get. So we're going to see how Travis is going to move forward from here.
Absolutely, yeah. Quick note from production, the finals is on time. We have a clock going at the top, but it actually is irrelevant. These players can take as long as they want. I love this Raja coming down because even if we are getting rid of one character, that's all we're potentially getting rid of. But Travis isn't done, right? So I like this. We're going to get to keep our Tipo, and it's going to... Okay, we're going on a quest. Or no, we're sending it in. We're sending it in.
Yeah, we're putting a little bit of damage, a little bit at a time here. Of course, that Bell is a huge tempo swing that Raja was expecting to deal with more. And unfortunately, that Bell really created a problem for Nathan. Nathan is now having to figure out how do we move forward. Now, we've got 4 cards in hand. I'm seeing some of those same spicy cards we've seen before. The Perfect Gentleman, I believe I've seen in the mix. Yes, and so we're seeing the ability here for Nathan to move forward. Yes, choosing, and I had a feeling because drawing cards is pretty slick when you are playing a deck that generally runs low on cards.
Yeah, now remember, we did see Nathan's deck earlier, and it can be blink and you might miss it, the game is over, the lore is high, but we also know that it's not only about the lore pressure. He has some top end to this deck, not necessarily playing that Circle of Life, but still having some top end there. So we're going to see this Elsa come down, exert that Donald Duck, because we're going to say, hey, I don't want you to draw cards.
No, absolutely not. Drawing cards is not what you want Amber Emerald to be able to do. They have enough, and especially when you're running a build like Nathan's, which is pretty unique. Enough ink to do all kinds of dangerous things, including putting down an Emerald Chromicon and then still being able to play a 1-drop lady That is pretty wild.
Absolutely. It's looking good. I was wondering for a moment there if it was not going to be, enough, if the bell was just going to be putting in too much work. But with this Emerald Chromicon, it's going to be very, very nice. We're feeling good to quest out because even though these are only questing for one, we are going to be able to start bouncing the expensive cards back to Travis's hand. Now, we're looking at the volume. Hopefully we sound good. Let us know one more time, chat. I believe we fixed it. Thank you, production. Absolutely killing it out here at Versus. Yes. But Travis is in the think tank and trying to figure out, because now that Chromicon is down, it has definitely presented a challenge.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Talking about challenges here, there's going to be a sequence of challenges that Travis needs to figure out, and not just the challenging that needs to happen, because challenging right now is very, very strange. You've got the Emerald Chromicon again, making the math very strange. Having to choose, being able to choose characters to send back to hand, including your own, is a pretty powerful ability, turns out, when you're playing that Chromicon.
Absolutely. So, wow, look at this from Travis, disrespecting all the lore on board, maybe correctly identifying, I do not care how much Chromicon bouncing you want to do. I'm just going to quest, and you're not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, and what's funny is we then went ahead and played, which, by the way, beautiful, Absolutely Into the Unknown. Funny thing is, that's not banishing. And so because it's not banishing, Emerald Chromicon does not trigger on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it is not a banish. It's going into the Inkwell, so we're getting around this. And again, in the blink of an eye, we've seen it all day, just how quickly these games can swing. And so Travis at first looking a little rough, not really sure, but now, just like that, we're back in it.
We're back in the game, my friends. Yeah, that is the craziest thing here. Now, if Nathan can figure out a way beyond this, that would be quite the task. What do we got? We have the lady. We have Miss Park Avenue. That lady will allow Nathan to bring back two or less cost characters,
so
which,
in
of course,
this case, we only have one being able to be chosen because that Raja and that Donald Duck is going to be a little too expensive. So we pull back a card. We're going to send it into the Inkwell, and we are going on a quest again. Nathan as well saying, hey, your board is wide. Potentially, my board is wider.
Yes. And so, if there's one way that you can solve Emerald Chromicon, and that's you don't attack the characters. If you just keep turning sideways, you can maybe win the game. So we will take a look here and see if Travis can solve this just through turning sideways. Nathan is saying, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, this is interesting. I love to see these decisions. I think this is going to be a finals. People can definitely watch back and really see the decision and how it changes, right? Because Nathan showing us if we're questing, if we're not questing, I mean, what is the right thing to do? When do we challenge? When do we not? We are going to have this Hades come down. It doesn't matter what he chose. Nathan said, go ahead, draw your cards. And again, Travis does not care. He is turning sideways up to 15. What can Nathan do about this to stay in the game?
So, Travis correctly identifying that, hey, well, you know what? I don't need to attack. I just need to quest faster than you. Now the question becomes, can Nathan collect 10 lore in this next turn, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we can play enough characters to boost up the decisive dog, if we could shift the Webby, that would still not be enough. It doesn't look like.
Now my infinite wealth of knowledge next to me, Gabe, if we shift that Webby, does that still trigger the +1 to buff up that lady?
Yes, it does, because it does count as playing it still counts as playing a character. When you shifting a character, or the shift cost is what is referred to in the rules as an alternate cost, but you are still playing that character.
Absolutely. See, you gotta love it. Gabe is the best in the business. He's here letting us know what those rules are. Thank you so much. So we've kind of slowed this down. We are in the think tank a little bit for Travis here. He has gone up to 16, so you would think he's feeling pretty comfortable with such a wide board, but no, you have to show respect to a player like Nathan, also known as Purple Pansy.
Yes.
And same back from Nathan, showing respect to Travis as well. I mean, this is a great game. Both of these guys, even though they're winners in the end, playing it out and giving us a good match and not just doing it just because.
Absolutely.
So here we go. We're going to boost this Cheshire Cat, and where is this damage going to go?
It's being sent over to that Miss Park Avenue. Now the question becomes, is it too late? Can Nathan solve his way out of this? And we're about to find out as they think through this potentially final turn of this first game.
It could be the final turn, but we are going to see this tramp come in. This is going to allow Nathan to draw cards if he quests out and plays, like maybe find something like a go-go. I don't know that he's still able to do it. It doesn't look like he found the go-go anyways, but we're going to go through and play it. I mean, that's what we're here for, folks.
Yeah,
we made it to the finals. We got to play it out, see what it's going to be.
That would have been pretty cool, though, if he did draw a go-go. That would
have been nice.
How
We've
many
seen a lot of
times?
stories
Yeah.
with go-go today.
Go-go, so crazy. So crazy today. As we see a tramp, which will boost damage by the number of characters on the board. However, it is not enough.
So,
not
wow.
enough.
I mean, Travis was obviously on the play.
Yeah.
So, Nathan really, really, really wants to be first in this deck. But congratulations to Travis. And it wasn't easy. He still had to navigate through some of those things. But you know what? I think Nathan still got a little bit of fight left in him because we didn't see this explosive start that Emerald Amber, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, that's
we're here. It's been a long day, folks.
Yeah, it's been so long.
Amber wants to do so. Really, Nathan can win this game in like 2 or 3 turns if he goes fast enough. So we didn't really see the start that he wants to see. Hopefully, on the play, he can turn this around and make something happen.
Willobeez, I ain't heard no bell. I ain't heard no bell. All right, so Nathan's gonna figure this out.
No bell, but we do like our producer is saying in the chat. We do have the ladder in the background because just in case we need to start climbing from the top rope, we can get up there. Okay, Travis is gonna have to pull out all the stops to win this thing on the play because Emerald Amber on the play is no joke.
It is not. It is not a joke. On the play is quite frightening. That Chromicon coming down can be the end of the game, especially if you can advance and take advantage of this first-to-play advantage.
Absolutely. I am seeing a lot of one-drop characters on Nathan's side. I wonder, that might be fine. We can just keep deploying multiple threats a turn. You're only going to need to get to something like 3 ink, but it looks like Nathan is actually not interested. He throws back a couple of those one-drops, maybe looking for a more explosive start, something like a Daisy Duck that's going to quest for 2
Potentially.
instead.
Could be also digging for a something like a Chromicon early to try to get to that. Could also be looking for those tramps. That is the traditional plan of the Dogs deck, is to find those big tramps in order, I believe it's this Street Smart Dog, in order to set yourself up to just empty the top of your deck into your discard pile, putting things in there, things like Lilo, getting you targets for things like the Miss Park Avenue, to be able to pull those characters out of the discard pile, put them into your hand. So yeah, I mean, that's generally where we're at, and we do see one of those. However, interestingly enough, the thought process here that Nathan does is he inks the tramp, which is generally considered just a sin in the Dogs deck.
One of his best plays. But you know what? Travis does have a little bit of a different deck here. Or, excuse me, Nathan has a little bit of a different deck. We're going to play that Bobby. We're going to draw a card. We're going to see what he's going to discard in a moment. But Nathan's not looking for things like Circle of Life. He's not looking to put characters into his discard to then bring him back. He doesn't have something like an Under the Sea. So maybe that's why. Maybe the tramp is nice if he can find it.
Yeah.
But it might not be the ultimate game plan here.
Yeah. I mean, we know we haven't seen it Under the Sea at all. So singing is not really what matters here. It is a strong character. It's a strong body. 2/6 is nothing to scoff at. But yeah, to your point, because it's not really tied to the general theme here, we're not really looking at singing things. It's not the worst thing you could ink.
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody in chat reminding us, because we have seen Travis's deck before, he does have some item hate here. So he does have that Alice, which could potentially
that's right.
a Chromicon into the inkwell. And I don't know that Nathan knows that.
Well,
so it'll be interesting to see.
It'll be interesting to see, and boy, oh boy, will Nathan not want to find that out
in game two. When he's fighting for the callback. So I can't wait. I do think that Alice is an iconic in Travis's deck. It looks like Travis is one of those max rarity players, so we might be able to see it. Speaking of that Chromicon, here it is. But I thought I saw the Alice earlier. Honestly, it could also be a sudden scare. Who knows at this point what it is?
Yes, I'm quite scared. In fact, as we see that Webby come down, that epic Webby, we are questing. We are going on that quest, and that is going to take Nathan to 6.
Yeah, I wonder if we missed it and we missed ramp.
Potentially
on turn 2. I think we just got too excited. We might have just missed that because
we did miss ramp.
It looks like we did miss ramp. We do have something to play on 3, which feels good, but not as good as ramping.
No, yeah, Travis playing a very fair game, and the thing about Blurple is it's not interested in playing fair games.
Absolutely.
If a fair game for Blurple is usually a losing game for Blurple.
Absolutely, and it kind of is looking that it is heading this way. I think Travis is going to have to make some changes. Absolutely, because hold on. 13 lore out of nowhere. I'm blinking. You might miss it. This deck is going showing turbo speed right now.
Yeah.
What can Travis do to save this?
I think Travis may need to say, hey, that game 3 is looking pretty sweet right now. But, it's not over yet. Again, like I said,
No,
I've been saying the bell has not rung. Into the Unknown is a thing. It is a card. It is real, and you should be scared of it.
Absolutely. Notably, not choosing that 2-quester there. Maybe we just don't want to ramp them up. And maybe we feel like, hey, once we get to a high enough ink count, we can start to control this board. But we're going to put that Emerald Chromicon down.
It's here.
For good measure. We're going to quest for 3. So
Yikes.
we are getting closer.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, Alice may be too late. I mean, although this game may have already been written, the story may have been told, and we're just waiting for Nathan to tell us how the story ends.
Webby
does have Ward.
Thank you, chat.
Yeah,
Always
100%.
keeping it honest. Yes, good to remember. These are new cards. Sometimes it takes some time to remember what they do to keep it in the head. So thank you. That is why we wouldn't have chosen that Webby. We do get to take a look at this hand. Yeah. And I think with only 5 ink, like you said, it's not unfair enough.
Oh, and there's the Alice. It's made its appearance. It sends that Emerald Chromicon into the inkwell. So if Nathan did not know that Alice was a thing, he does know.
He knows now.
He does know.
Which might set him up for game 3 because it does look like,
Oh, yeah, come on.
We are going into a game 3 with the Go-Go hitting the board as well. I believe that was the Go-Go for game.
That was the Go-Go, yes.
So Nathan's got to be feeling pretty good about that. He is going to be on the draw in this next one. But you know what? Hey, he's seen the Alice. Yep. Now he knows what to respect. And Travis also has now played two games against this deck, and he's saying, you know what? I get to go first. Maybe I can make something happen here.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. What just happened in the chat? Somebody's asking, what just happened? The dogs go fast. That's what just happened. The dogs go woof, woof.
The dogs go so fast, blink, and you might miss it. And it really did. It felt like a blink because I thought I had to rub my eyes a little bit and say, 16 lore.
Yeah.
The game just started.
It just started.
I was about to call production over and be like, hey, we forgot to reset the lore counter. No, we didn't. He was just going that fast.
He's so fast.
So hopefully... Well, you know what? That's the thing about this is this finals is going to be quick because it's either dogs wins right away, or even if the game goes longer, I don't know that dogs can get out of it if the game goes too long.
Right. So then the game's going to be pretty quick, I think, either way. But in either case, remember that, yes, both of these players are now qualified. They get their round 1 bye at the PPG Summit in the Osceola Heritage Park.
Absolutely.
So they will be going on that December 12th weekend at the main event of the Lorcana tournament. They will be able to be just enjoying a nice, breakfast for that first round.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doing anything other than playing Lorcana on that first round.
Absolutely. So we're getting right into the game. Something I want to note, I think I saw it, and we can say it now. We're in game 3. We're in the deck list. I think I saw a second star to the right.
Oh, no.
In Travis's hand.
I thought we were done with that card. Didn't we send that thing away last format? What's happening right now?
Second star will never go. Hopefully you bought that enchanted while it was cheap because we've got enchanted in Travis's hand here.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, unless we have a Tipo, not the card we want to have in hand right now.
No, definitely not. I mean, we are in game 3 of these finals. We are going to get to see this. And so all the spice has made it to the top here, which I think is really interesting. This is tells a very hopeful story for our creative deck builders, people who are generally against the conventional thought processes here. We're seeing Blurple, yes, Blurple, the same one from last set, except not.
Except not.
It's very, very different, and it is not following the conventions. We see Nathan playing dogs, except not. It is the dogs deck that only Nathan knows how to pilot. It's a little bit different than what we've been seeing out there, and both of them.
And we have ramp this time. Surely he put that second star to the right into that inkwell. No bricks here, Travis is saying. So we both players having some optimum opens, starting with a 2-drop for Nathan, starting with ramp for Travis.
Yeah.
We have a game, folks.
We do have a game. And so speaking of the game, Nathan is playing the game called Which of these cards need to go in my inkwell? And Elanwi, unfortunately, is the choice made. However, we're getting to play another Daisy, double Daisy all the way across the sky.
Double Daisy is definitely not what Travis wants to see here.
No.
It can be very threatening against this Blurple deck, especially, we were able to take one out, though. So that's feeling pretty good because we had the Challenger 3 from Rafiki. We have the Tipo as well, and Nathan knew that. He had to know turning it sideways, and he decided that it was going to be worth it. Now we're looking at Travis thumbing up, inking this Rafiki, coming down with
an
a
elephant.
Madam Mim elephant. This is this is awesome.
Yes.
This is a game.
Yes, that elephant is a dangerous prospect for Nathan. That elephant can just keep plucking away at characters if we're not able to deal with it. Elephant is generally an aggro tool. You usually play this in your Amethyst decks because you're looking to deal with lower will-powered characters. And notoriously, dogs, they're cute.
Yeah.
They're cute and they're small.
Yeah, they are cute to say the least. Everybody's got to love a good dog. Ducks too, why not? Now we've got the Webbies, now we've got the Daisies, right? So lots of cute characters in this deck. Can they pack a punch though? Can they come back from something like this Madam Mim elephant?
Yes, absolutely, and a huge shout out to production, doing all the work out there, just letting you all know that we may be coming up against an ad, but if that's the case, we're going to do our best to pause this game so you don't miss any of the action, just in case.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on it. We're going to see what it's going to be. Nothing but the best over here for the players at Versus Games and for the audience as well. We are taking care. And look at Nathan going through saying, hey, I am going to get rid of that Tipo.
Yeah.
Yes, you may be able to take my Daisy back, but there is a reason why I feel like this is worth it,
Yeah.
right? So I'm curious to see what we're going to do here, what we're going to do with this. Obviously, this elephant all day, every day is going to take that Daisy. We are happy with that, happy to put a damage on it because now we are just feeding, being able to move that damage somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, we got a Rafiki down, another tool in the kit to deal with aggro, and oh my goodness, here comes that Demona, that 4-cost Demona that has Challenger 2. It's a 4/6 normally, but with that Challenger, when it does the challenging thing, that makes it a 6/6. That is scary.
It is scary. It's very scary, and you can kind of see it now with Nathan. He's putting his hands to his head. He's really thinking about this. He has a Chromicon. I believe he has a Go-Go, but at only 5 lore, all of these pieces just feel not right. It's kind of fitting together a little bit awkwardly. We have puzzle pieces, but I don't know that they're going together when we're not high enough in lore.
Yeah, I mean, you're not kidding about that. And so, Nathan, of course, is not as fast as, no, the Alice.
The answer back with the Alice right away.
What a great card, by the way.
Look at Nathan's reaction.
Yeah, Nathan is not happy about that Alice. That Alice is a problem. If you've not picked up your Alices, I think it's time you go ahead and do that. What a fantastic card, and proven to be just so useful here in this format.
Yeah, and I mean, Travis must have been burned by the dogs before because I believe he put that card in here specifically for this matchup.
Yes, I believe he's been bitten by the dogs before. That's probably the issue here.
Yeah, it's just got the dogs right on his tail, and he can't lose
You
them.
did not. You did not just do that. I love it.
So here we go. We're not giving up though. We're not giving up. We're playing out the Raja. We're playing out this Webby, and we are going on a quest. Nathan is saying, okay, I got to get there fast because we are starting to see a lot of characters.
Yeah, and, Travis, of course, dealing with the problems with the only way that the Madam M Elephant can, which is to send damage over. That Madam M Elephant has been able to take care of a few characters now. We do see that Raja's presenting a little bit of weird math, but the math isn't that weird. No. And, Travis, of course, is pretty easily dealing with the board, but Nathan was put in this uncomfortable position.
My goodness,
all thanks to that Alice that stopped that Chromicon. If that Chromicon was still around, this would be a totally different game right now.
Yeah, and the Alice put in more work. Besides that, if you missed it, the Alice quested, which gave -2 to that Raja. We're going to see this Emerald Chromicon come down, but all we have is a Webby on board. So this is not what we want to see.
No.
Travis is only at 5 lore, but how quickly he can get up to 10 and then 20.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, Travis, of course, as we know, the thing about the control decks, they control the board first, and then they start turning sideways. We are almost at the point where Travis can just say, great, I've dealt with you. Of course, with the Chromicon down, the mathematically correct move, if you don't have another Alice, is to quest with everybody you want to quest first, and then challenge the Webby so that you don't miss out. If you even care about it.
I highly doubt Travis is even going to send it in. I think we're just going to play some more threats down to present a 2-turn clock.
Yeah.
Right? So we're going to go ahead. We're going to play down that Ursula. We're going to go ahead and quest with everything else. And unfortunately for Nathan, it might look like going up to 12 lore on Travis' side, the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, you're not kidding. With that 12 that is currently on the board, we're still looking at 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is 10 lore on the board. That is end of game if Nathan cannot deal with this. And
yep, there it is. But
do
not cut away. Do not touch that mouse, folks.
Yes.
They are going to open up some packs on stream. And congratulations. Yes, we are seeing it hit the tables from our head judge because we are going to see that they got those round 1 buys secured. So here we go. We got some packs. It looks like good sportsmanship. Maybe we're each going to open them together.
Now,
maybe it's going to be a pack
so
battle.
let me tell you the meta here. So there's meta to booster openings here. So I will tell you that my experience is that the Gaston booster packs are gas.
Okay.
Hence Gaston. So that if there's going to be an enchanted, it's going to be in that Gaston one that was just that's there.
Get ready to clip it, chat. Can we see the enchanted
what do we
in
have?
These 2 packs? These were not weighted. Okay.
Don't show it.
He didn't even do it slow. Oh, man. Come on, do it slow for the chat. Build up the anticipation.
It's just slightly.
And we'll take the foil tank. So no enchanted on chat, but look at the smiles on their faces. They have won a round 1 bye to PPG Summit Orlando. Congratulations, Travis, for the win of the official tournament. But like we said, both players are winners here because they got approximately the exact same prize. So congratulations to Nathan. Congratulations to Travis. And Blurple won it out in the end against Emerald Amber, which is not an easy thing to do historically.
It's not supposed to be. Yeah, those were fantastic games. Nathan, of course, putting in fantastic work. You can tell not just in the way he plays, but just in the way that deck is constructed.
Absolutely.
That thing taking him all the way to the final 2. Fantastic job. And of course, our winner, Travis, what a great job and what a fantastic deck. Loving some of the spice that we've seen in there. That Alice that sends items to the Inkwell. What a very well thought out plan to deal with items in that deck. Generally speaking, Blurple just says, hey, items are cool. You can just keep them. Travis said, nah.
Yeah, Travis wanted nothing to do with those items. What a heads-up play. What a tech card that really paid off all day. He played dogs at least twice on stream, and that Alice came up every single time.
It did.
So really, deck building matters, right? Shout out to Whispers in the Well for being such a diverse meta, keeping it interesting here at PPG, at Versus Games competing for PPG. We do have the deck list that will be going on to Ink Decks. We already have somebody who's taken the picture. It's going to get uploaded, so you guys will get to see all of that. I believe we are about done and ready to sign off, but we got a couple of things left to say. So first, if I may begin, I want to say first thank you so much to you, Gabe, for being here. I appreciate you. It was an honor to share the booth alongside you. I want to say thank you to Versus Games for having us here in the booth, being able to support us, supporting the community, putting on an amazing event. If you do not know, now you know. Come out to Versus Games. They even had win-a-box side events going on. I didn't even know that was going on.
Sick.
So really huge event, really great production. Shout out. Thank you to production as well. This has been incredible. My name is Willobeez. You can catch me on YouTube right here.
Right there.
You can catch me on YouTube at Lore Chronicles TCG if you're looking for the link, or you can catch me on Twitter. I'm going to call it Twitter.
Sure,
okay?
same here.
At the link right there. So thank you guys so much for having me. It has been a pleasure. And what do you want to tell the people, Gabe?
Just follow me here, right there, at IlGabe. You can come follow me as well on Twitter. I will also call it Twitter. Follow me right there. Come hang out with me. I don't really have a YouTube or anything to plug, but just I like to talk. I like to talk about the game. I'm a huge fan of Lorcana, and just come check us out. And again, another huge shout out to Versus Games. A huge shout out to our judge Andrew, who didn't just run the main event here. He also was running side events. Andrew is sorry to all the other judges, but Andrew's pretty darn good.
Yeah,
one of the best.
One of the best. Absolutely. So thank you guys so much for rocking with us. If you haven't yet, don't forget your last chance. Hit that follow.
Please
Let
do.
Versus know that you enjoyed.
It's like up here somewhere.
Yeah,
it's like right
press
there.
it. Press
like
it.
Right
Wherever it is, let Versus know
right
that you enjoyed the stream. Let Versus know that you want to see a little bit more of us, because we
Yeah.
had a great time today hanging out with you guys. So thank you guys so much for all the support. We got Judge Andrew hanging off to the side. Is he going to peek in?
No, Andrew, he won't do it.
He won't do it.
it.
But I think that about wraps it up for us. Chat, thank you for hanging with us. We had a long and wonderful day of Whispers in the Well Lorcana. Hopefully, we taught you a thing or two about what you can throw into your deck list. This was such a treat. I think that's going to be it from us. Have a great night. Cheers. We'll see you in the next one.
Step into Versus Games. Need a place you can test your skills and new strategies? We got you. We are the ultimate destination for tournaments for many unique games, getting you ready for that one day. From hosting large-scale events to having the card you need to compete in that same event, we got you covered. How about that one card you need for that collection or your deck? Yeah, you got it. With our buy service and unbeatable selection, you'll find exactly what you need to complete your collection. From the seasoned pro gamers to the beginners, Versus is here for you. Come check out our location in the Oviedo Mall, located in Oviedo, Florida. And as always, keep on gaming, gamers. Versus Games.